Ah, and now the fucking computer's decided it's not going to work.
Ah, it's always handy.
Just start talking.
What?
Hello.
We're live.
We're live.
Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. You don't need my spiel because apparently we're live without a theme tune today. What's wrong with the theme tune, Bear?
For some reason the computer's not working.
Computer's not working, so we are live and, well, that's thrown me a little bit off track. We'll hope to get up to date with what's happening regarding jingles and various things like that. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. You are, of course, listening to Gorilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I have alongside me men of great girth, if not wisdom. It is Nestle Boy.
Good morning.
And alongside him, all the way from Claygate, it's Mr. Tony Bishop.
Morning, Hendo. Morning, everybody.
Morning. We've got a great team for you today. We've got a renegade from the BBC. Will be popping on at various points during the day. But I can tell you that England have won the toss. They've won yet another toss. Owen Morgan is one of the best tossers I know. Although that said, it hasn't translated into victories, has it? They have put India into bat, not surprisingly, in Pune. And I have teams for you. Teams indeed I have for you. India going with, two new caps. Krunal Pandya, a man who's been around for a while, and you thought he must have played an ODI, but apparently he hasn't. He has come into the team to join his brother Hardik. And Prasid Krishna, man with the KKR, 25-year-old, is in as one of the pace bowlers. The India side is Rohit Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, newly or about to be installed in Lancashire's one-day cup team. KL Rahul gets a chance at number 5, Hardik Pandya, Krunal Pandya, Shardul Thakur, Bhuvi Kumar, so brilliant in that final T20, Kuldeep Yadav, and Prasid Krishna for England. We have Jason Roy, we have Johnny Bairstow, we have Ben Stokes going in at 3, we think Owen Morgan, Joss Butler at 5, Sam Billings, Moeen Ali, where's he been? He's back, he's going to get a game. Sam Curran, Adil Rashid, Tom Curran, not sure about that one, and Mark Wood. We are missing, of course, 2 non-runners in the shape of Joe Root and Jofra Archer. What do we think? Does this mean anything, in fact, people? Do we care what happens in the ODI? We're world champions. There's not another World Cup till 2023. Does any of this matter? I mean, obviously it doesn't matter. Joe Root, he's not gone back out there or even stayed out there for this. So what do we do? What are we actually doing here? I mean, that's a philosophical question, but maybe you can spread some light on that.
Well, I think for Ben Stokes, isn't it partly he hasn't got time to go home and come back again?
Yes,
so
the IPL. Yep.
He hasn't played a World Cup, hasn't played a ODI since the World Cup, has he?
It's not since the World Cup final. Extraordinary, isn't it? Really?
No, which is quite extraordinary. There is this kind of Super League thing, but I don't think England should qualify for that at a canter, one would think. And there's some weird. The qualification rules are weird anyway. Some series count, some don't. This series does apparently.
Okay,
I don't understand that logic.
Oh, there was one other thing, wasn't there? If India win this 3-0, we were told earlier, then they go to number 1 in the rankings. So there is a little bit riding on this. I guess any other score, England remain at the top.
The concentration is on the T20 World Cup. To be honest, these 3 matches don't mean a hill of beans, as they say.
Hill of beans.
A hill of beans. It's cricket, and whoever's playing, you want to win, don't you?
It's cricket, and we're there as we always are. Whether it means anything or not, no one tells us that, and of course we just get up and do it.
Ultimately, in cricket, apart from things like the World Cup and whatever else, a series against South Africa at home, what does it mean? What does it mean, Hendo?
What does anything mean? Well, this is the whole point. It's about the philosophy of cricket, isn't it? Cricket. What does cricket mean? What does life mean? It's very difficult to know. Which of you is on social media, by the way? To start with, is it you, Nestlers? Nestlers, would you like to say hello to 1 or 2 people on Twitter?
I'll say hello to Jersey Oak, who's with us, who says, "What is Chris Wokes been?" He says tested from. I think he means arrested from carrying drinks. And Jersey Oak also says, well, the first thing Hendo does is call Nestlers and the Bish fat.
Well, I was thinking...
Josie, we're used to it, you know what I mean?
I'm kind of including myself in that. I mean, I wouldn't say if I was skinny, then obviously I wouldn't do that because that'd be
Well,
drawing
you just
attention.
laugh then. wouldn't you?
Pound for pound, we've got more pounds than most cricket commentary teams.
If we had £1 for every pound, we'd be quite rich, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
No.
Let's be. Well, no, not that rich, but yeah, it'd be better than nothing.
Leia is with us, says, good morning, everyone. Can Bangladesh pull off the heist in Christchurch? Would be remarkable and hilarious.
Well, I was watching a bit of that earlier, and it looked to me as if New Zealand were going along quite well. A couple, or 2 or 3 wickets down, and were.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, when I turned over to this side for the India-England game, I left it in the.
4.
There you go. They're going to walk it, aren't they? So yes, we're going to have the anthems, of course, and we're seeing the Indians that are playing and the Indians that aren't playing. They're all standing and singing the Indian national anthem, which I'm afraid I don't know.
I might have an answer for you about cricket from
Go on.
Divya Rao on Facebook.
Yeah.
And she says, cricket is life. Greetings from Denmark.
Was it not? Wasn't there a T-shirt saying "Cricket is life, the rest is mere details"? Many years ago.
Is there a T-shirt with "Cricket is life"? Greetings from Denmark on it.
There should be. If there isn't, we'll add that to our list of new T-shirts because there's almost a new T-shirt every day coming out. So don't forget to go to our Redbubble store, which you can find through our website, gorillacricket.com. Now, tell me about the GPL, Bear, if you're there. How long are we GPLing for? How long are we giving people to get their estimates in? Are we giving them 10 overs, power play, 15 overs? What is it?
Let's see what Knuckle has put in. He's put an hour and 15 in. I'm going to edit that and give you 2 hours.
Wow! You're so generous, Bear. What's going on?
Well, no, because if an innings is... How long is an innings? About 3.5 hours? Mind you, in this bloody game, it'll probably be 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
If you give people time to figure out what the score is going to be, we tend to think that more people will will engage.
Enter. Okay.
So I'm going to edit
but how much is in the GPL? How much is in the pot?
£110.
£110. Let me tell people how they can enter if they don't know about the GPL. The GPL is the Gorilla Prediction League. You go to our website, gorillacricket.com/competition. If you haven't registered, you just register, and then every guess you want to make for the number of runs you think will be scored in the day, you pay us £1 to do so, and you might win £110. Of course, the more of you that enter, the more poundage goes into the pot of the GPL, and so it goes up throughout the day, or certainly in those first 2 hours when you have the opportunity to estimate your score. If you get it on the nose, you have to get it on the nose. If you get it on the nose, if there are 513 runs scored in the day and you get 513 runs in your guess, you get whatever is in the pot. There's no second prizes, no third prizes, nothing like that. You get it all. So please go to gorillacricket.com. We really do need your help. And of course, you can benefit as well by doing so. The Indian batsmen are on their way to the middle. Are you ready to jingle them up, Bear?
Yeah, I've got it working.
Good stuff.
No, I've got to find them. This man?
Kochaja ładna, podkule sekra, when I'm 264.
And this man.
You got that wrong, Bear.
Of course I did.
Yeah, it's Shikada one.
I blame Knuckle.
Try again.
Here he is.
I was doing my stats yesterday, just updating them, and I got to Shikada one. I started to sing the Shikada one jingle, and I couldn't stop for about the next 3 hours. I was doing a shift at the time, so I was singing Shikada one all night yesterday. Shikada one, it's cracking. Opening the bowling for England, the man who thinks he's a horse, or it could be a centaur. I've got a great T-shirt. Go and have a look at our merchandise. It's Mark Wood.
And he has a new jingle to go with it.
Yay!
Horses for courses, remorses for divorces, just horsing around. The cricket ground needs to be the center of attention. Can't see the woods for the once. Too often he is off his oats. He's on the park, he's left his mark. His fetlock just attention.
I'll explain that jingle to you as he bowls his first ball wide outside the off stump. A little bit of movement away, but Rohit Sharma doesn't go after it, and it's left alone, goes through to the keeper. Now, Mark Wood, as you may recall, often impersonates a horse, especially when he gets wickets or someone gets a wicket and he's in the outfield. And we have a jingle to celebrate that fact. We now have a T-shirt to celebrate that fact. It's half wood and half horse. However, some people think it looks more like a centaur. So that explains the jingle. And if you'd like one of those T-shirts, go along and buy one immediately. £19, I'm told they are, if you get a classic T-shirt. In comes Wood again, bowls to Sharma, goes on to the back foot, just drops this into the onside. Wood trots across, but allows, I think it's Adil Rashid coming in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. And there is no run. Any more people on Twitter? Yes, I can hear you straining at the leash.
We've got another person from Perth. We've got Jim C. joined us, along with Messi Jez. Do you know each other? Messi Jez says we're being very philosophical, and the meaning of life is cricket, or 42, from the Hitchhikers, obviously. And Mog says hello.
Hello, Mog. 2 slips, a ring of 3, a man at mid-wicket. Mid on long leg, Wood in, bowls. Oh, has he got an edge to that? Very nearly indeed. He went onto the back foot, tried to force, but the pace of the ball took that zipping away from him and past the outside edge. Lovely delivery from Mark Wood.
India should replace Kohli as captain based on his abysmal performance in tosses, says Leia. And Jersey Oak wants to know, you're quite excited, Hendo. Have you taken your tablets?
Well, I have just started on my first coffee. We've discovered earlier that Kato has never had a cup of coffee in his life. And he's never ridden a bicycle, and he's never had a cup of coffee while riding a bicycle. Mark Wood in, 143 Ks, that last delivery. Bowls. This is turned into the onside. They're going to hurry there. As the man comes around from mid-wicket, that is Sam Curran. But they get there comfortably enough. Brings the left-hander Shikhar Dhawan down to face India up and running.
I know loads of people who don't drink coffee or tea, never ridden a bike.
Never ridden a bike. I forget what the other thing he said he had.
What was he doing when he was a kid?
Well, you do wonder whether it stunted his development a little bit, don't you? So
that's astonishing.
It is.
I can't think of anything more astonishing that I've heard in the last fortnight.
Fortnight. That's quite a long time. I was going to say I haven't heard anything more astonishing in the last 8 hours, but then I have been asleep for some of that time. So it's possible that there have been
ridden a bike.
Curious thing. Yeah, I know. It's a strange one. It's a strange
that's
one.
Weird.
Wood then to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. 2 slips waiting. Oh, has he edged that again? I'm getting confused. I keep seeing edges where there are none, but he is getting a little bit of movement off a pitch that has a bit of grass on it. We were said, although we were told by Owen Morgan at the toss. That said, I did see other people saying this will be great for batting on. So we wait to see. And we wait to see, of course, some new caps in the India team in the form of Krunal Pandya and Prasid Krishna. So just the conveyor belt of talent is just seemingly never-ending for India in pretty much every form of the game. Wood in again, bowls into the thigh, tries to turn this onto the onside. Does so. Tom Curran, I think, comes in from a square leg to field. That is the end of the first over. Just a single from it. India are 1 for none.
Suman Nag has joined us. Says, morning lads. Time for England to win the first game and hand the series to the home team.
Good point.
Messi Jez has posted a video of Fox Cricket. Posted a clip about the laws of cricket. I'll leave it up there. You can have a look at it. A bit difficult to read out videos. I think Redbubble is still having a 15% off sale as we speak, says Mog.
Yeah, I think that's true. Although we do have to. Is that going to make our profit margin worthwhile? We have to work that one out. In fact, we'll say if we're not getting enough profit, don't worry about it.
Chris Drew says coffee is the fuel of the gods.
It is. That and pastries. Of course, I haven't had a pastry for a year, but I've had plenty of coffee. Opening the bowling from the hill end. Oh, I do like that. The hill end is going to be little Sammy Curran's got a jingle that goes like this.
Won't do. The bear's disappeared.
Oh, the bear's gone. Right. Okay, that's handy. Nice of him to let us know. So make up your own jingle. Sammy Curran coming into bowl to Rohit Sharma. Hits him on the pad. Big appeal. There's also an appeal from mid-wicket, but the umpire is not interested. DRS timer is gradually creeping down towards 0. Two-hatted Morgan is coming in. Not only two hats, but also wearing sunglasses on his hats. And he's going to run out of time. There is going to be no review. And India remain 1-for-0. The bear is there! Hooray!
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
Hit the back pad, but it was probably a little bit high. Yep. Here is Curran again in bowls. This is flicked away to deep backward square. They will take a single. I think that's brother Curran, Tom, out there doing the fielding. It's a very strange angle. Have you noticed? It's quite high, the angle of the camera. In fact, it was pitching outside leg stump, so that's that's certainly one of the issues. There may have been other issues, but that was one that rules it out from the word go, really. So a good decision not to review it there from the England captain. I am finding this camera angle slightly odd and a little bit difficult to commentate to. Is it just me? I feel as if I'm in a very steep terrace. Anyway, let's look at
the away end at Newcastle.
Yeah, or Sheffield United, Bramall Lane had a very deep, steep terrace at one point. He's in again, chopped down to third man. Adil Rashid is tearing round to his left, gets into position to release the ball with his right. They get through for a single. Shikhar Dhawan is up and running. India are 3 without loss.
India have always chased so far. They've only played 4 ODIs, and every single game thus far they've chased. So it'll be a new experience for them at Pune, at least in ODIs.
And what have they done with those chases? Have they won those chases?
No. They've won. They've won 2 out of 4 here, I think.
Okay, well, we're going to get 3 more here, of course. All these matches in the series being played on this particular ground. I can tell you that Hardik Pandya is eating a banana. It's important to note. In comes Curran again, flicked past mid-wicket. It's going to get 1, probably going to get 2. Chased back by... was it Roy or was it Morgan? Anyway, a couple more to the score. Just a single, actually, in the end. Seemingly, because Shikhar Dhawan is facing, according to what I see on my screen, 4 without loss, 2 balls remaining. Sammy Curran bowling to Shikhar Dhawan. I mean, the amount of ODI experience in this top 3 for India is absolutely phenomenal. Here is Curran again then. 2 slips waiting, they go down, and this is left alone outside the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. Yeah, Rohit Sharma, 224 matches, Shikhar Dhawan, 139 matches, Virat Kohli, 251 matches. What's that? That's 380. That's 604 one-day international caps in this top 3 for India. Absolutely phenomenal, really. We're seeing the 2 new caps getting their caps. Onto the back foot again goes Shikhar Dhawan. A little bit of movement away from the left-hander, left alone through the keeper, and it's the end of the over. 2 have been bowled in the power play. India are 4 without loss. Nestlers.
Jersey Oak says, never tried coffee. What? I can't function in the morning until I've had at least 2, and I can't do any work until I've had 3. And Martin Lawrence on the bike front says, I have never ridden a bike either, unless you include the tricycle as a kid. Mind you, it's a bit hard to ride a bike when you're in a wheelchair. Oh, come on, Martin, show a bit of backbone.
Yeah,
blimey.
for goodness sake.
Hafiz Shakil Hamed says, hello, sir. England should win today's match.
Why?
Well, we don't know. Hafiz says we should. Message S says, it's a lovely autumn afternoon here in Perth with sun and 24 degrees centigrade. However, there are parts of New South Wales which have suffered devastating drought and bushfires in the last few years that have had over 1 metre of rain in the past week. Australia.
By New South Wales, yeah. Mood not improved by the performance of their state cricket team, who were all out for 32 against Tasmania.
My mate Jurgen is there, just outside Sydney, and is very, very concerned at the state of things.
I'm kind of concerned at the fact that you two are chatting away while I was about to give you information about that last delivery, which was played down to third man
for a single. On?
Yeah, cricket actually, funnily enough, and we are. We do claim to be a ball-by-ball station. Anyway, Mark Wood in, bowls to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. Good carry. It's taken right in front of his face by Jos Buttler. And there is no run. Rohit has 4. Shikhar Dhawan just a single. India are 5 without loss. More tweet?
I've got to do a call-out. Suman Nag's his mate's birthday. He's a cricket fan. And so happy birthday, Prasun.
Very happy
listening, Prasun. Happy birthday.
Not so happy that that India win yet again. I'm getting a bit fed up with India beating us. It's about time we won a game or two, or even a series. Some sort of series would be quite nice. In comes Wood, bowls. Oh, lovely ball comes back in to Shikhar Dhawan, who's late on the shot and could easily have feathered a little inside edge through to Buttler, who ended up having to go back the other way and takes it well. But good speed and pace. We have got such a gradient from the camera that they don't seem to be able to get the bowler and the batsman in the same frame, which is kind of annoying. I don't know if it's upsetting anyone else, but it's perturbing me. Are you perturbed by this, Nestlers?
Well, I've been concentrating on looking at the social media so far, so I'll have a look and see if it perturbs me.
See what Tony thinks about it as well in a minute. Shikhar Dhawan faces up to Wood. He's in. That's better. We saw both there. Forced off the back foot. That's a lovely shot. Shikhar Dhawan finds his range and picks up a boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And just as I see it, I look at it and go, "What's he on about?"
I thought it was slightly higher than is the norm.
It is. It is.
You're
slightly
sort of
higher
more riding above the bowler's head as he comes in, aren't you, as opposed to behind him?
Yes. That was a lovely shot. He played that off the back foot and dismissed it from his presence. And he's gone to 5 now. India 9 for no wicket. Tell me something else, Tony.
Well, the other thing I've been wondering about is when was the last time 2 sets of brothers faced off against each other? Because we have the Pandyas in the middle order for India, and we have the Currans in the lower middle order for England.
Well, I'm guessing it must have been a Mark War, Steve War situation.
Yeah.
Versus any other
Crows, would that be the right era?
Ooh, Wars with the Crows. Oh no, I think the Crows are a bit earlier than that, aren't they?
What about the
note.
McCullums? The McCullums, perhaps?
The McCullums. The Wars with the McCullums.
I'm going to poo-poo this conversation because we had this conversation about 2 years ago. There was another set of brothers playing another set of brothers, and I can't remember who it was.
Well, hang on, Bear. Just because you remember something doesn't mean you can poo-poo. If we never talked about other things that we talked about before, we'd have nothing to say.
There's also no guarantee the memory would be accurate, to be honest.
Exactly. I mean, the Bear of all people, the Bear, the man who says, "Who's that weirdo?" To tell us not to talk about something we talked about 2 years ago.
It might have been the Marshes. We might have been discussing it apropos the Marshes, I would think,
Marshes,
wouldn't we?
Yeah, Marshes. But then who would they have been playing against? The McCullums, perhaps?
The Currans.
And as usual, cricket finds a way not to play cricket.
Oh, yes, they do. And the reason is because one of the balls already is knackered. A bit of the seam seems to have come off it, so we're going to get a new ball. It's brought out to Mark Wood, who has a little look at it. Sort of sneers ever so slightly at it. Why am I being given a new ball? But we'll see how it goes. Shikhar Dhawan is just about to get ready to face Wood's 5th ball of the over, and we are saving you from Ajit Akakar, Graham Swan and Murali Karthik. That's who your commentators on the TV are. In comes Wood, bowls. Oh, a full ball. Maybe he's looking for the Yorker there. Left alone though, outside the off stump by Shikhar Dhawan. Anyone see the West Indies yesterday?
Yeah,
Raheem Cornwall late on in the day. Whoa, what a knock that was. Took the game completely away from Sri Lanka.
Slapped 1-6 over mid-wicket. It was just a magnificent shot.
It shows the value of a good number 9, since we're doing Gary impersonation. And of course, a very good little knock by our friend Josh De Silva. He played over here with Jono, one of our commentators. And yeah, he batted very well for 46. Would be annoyed with the way he got himself out in the end, but yeah, been a very tight day, really tight day, and Sri Lanka had bowled well. Onto the back foot goes Shikhar Dhawan, just helps this round, maybe with a bit of glove involved, down to fine leg. They'll take a single, that will end the over. Wood has bowled 2 for 7, and India are 10 for no wicket. Yeah, and then just in that last hour, Cornwall came out and gave them that impetus, didn't he? And batted really, really well. So that's quite an exciting game going on there.
Hearken ye to all the junkies and their miserable coffee addictions, says Mog. And Leia says, what's this cricket you keep interrupting the coffee and bicycle discussion for? Venkatesh and Ravi Nair suggest the wars and the flowers. Mog says the bear is old now, so his memory must be considered suspect. And Hannah's with us, says, morning, listening on my morning walk. Lovely, lovely.
Curran in, bowls to Shikhar Dhawan. Shikhar Dhawan pushes it to the offside, and whoever fields it then just gets completely gone down as if hit by a sniper. Who is that? It's Billings. That was quite comical, really. He's enjoyed it as well. He's laughing about it. So some residual moisture in the outfield here. But he just picks it up, then just goes, oh, completely. He could have done his ankle very badly there, couldn't he? Gee, that could have been an end for him before he even started. Ooh. I mean, it looked funny from a distance. When you see it in close-up, it looks like he's avoided a very nasty injury there. Left alone the next delivery outside the off stump. Shikhar Dhawan has 6, Rohit Sharma has 4. India are 10 for no wicket. Thank you for joining us. If you are here on Gorilla Cricket, and if you're listening to me and you're hearing me, then presumably you are. The GPL is open. It's open for 2 hours. We're giving you 2 hours of the GPL.
2 hours.
Please take part of the GPL and help swell the Gorilla Cricket coffers, because we're very, very poor. Outside the off-stump, a little bit of a swing, more or less after it's gone past the bat. But Shikhar Dhawan was not playing at that, and it's taken low by Joss Butler. Nestlers, I can hear you breathing as if you're a sharp intake of breath, as if you're about to say something magnificent from the Twitter sphere.
Well, there is an incredible name on YouTube. It's Riley Taylor, Chelsea FC fan, TV Taylor. Says, morning all.
Is he an Arsenal fan? Who does he support?
Bit of a giveaway.
Paul Chowdhury has joined us as well on Crick Tracker India. 100% Rohit ran.
Love to see you all on Crick Tracker. This is pushed up to mid-off by Shikhar Dhawan with no real timing, and there is no run. Now, we were talking about verbs to describe the ball being struck in cricket before we came on air, and we discovered we won't name Shane, but he has been on Gorilla Cricket. Apparently, there is a commentator on the BBC circuit who pins up verbs with which to describe the action. I know that feeling. I often run out of words. Well, this has hit Shikhar Dhawan on the pad. There's a little bit of excitement from behind the stumps, but going down the leg side, and no one else is really interested. Now, we then discovered that actually, whenever he's commentating on the TV, he just says shot. So we realised that shot isn't actually a verb. So we thought about what would be the verb for shot, and we discovered that it probably would be shat. So if you hear us saying shat, he shat it down the ground, that's what we're saying. Onto the front foot comes Shikhar Dhawan, outside the off-stump, left alone. Good over from Curran, a maiden.
Yeah, and a bit more bounce on that last ball too.
10 for no wicket, yeah.
We've had a tweet from Gally Naylor who says, I don't know who you're impersonating. The Patton brothers too, maybe, he says. Thank you, Nessus, for the call out. Hendo, this indeed has been a long tour. Is it too early for India tour of England series predictions? Yes. Jersey Oak says, did the Akmal brothers play for Pakistan together? Bravo, brother. Yeah, it's 2 sets of brothers.
Oh, all right, okay, yes, all right, okay. Just show us up by telling us how many brothers.
No, it was when they played against each other.
Yeah, it's 2 sets of brothers.
So you basically got 4 brothers playing.
Yeah. Hudson says morning.
Woods, good morning. Wood starts a new over. Full ball just outside the off stump. Forward comes Rohit. Rohit is signalling that the ball is moving away from him. Just defends that one. So a good start from Wood.
And Suman Nags saying, I got the appreciation for my perfect pronunciation of his friend Prusson. There you go.
Very good. Well done, Nestlers. You're coming on, aren't you?
I'm getting used to this reading.
we'll
Time
something.
you went over to Crick Tracker and read out some check-ins there.
Yes,
That'll test your
sort you out.
pronunciation, and then you can move on to the umpire's name.
Oh yes, that's a good one. I'm not even going there.
We just call him
Tracker
KN,
this
don't we?
morning.
Wood tears in again, bowls and gets movement outside the off stump. Rowett starts to come forward and then thinks perhaps I won't play at this one. And given the benefit of the doubt, I think he left that alone. This is a good little spell for England. A lot of dots at the moment. And,
Swing, plenty of swing.
A definite swing, absolutely. Which is odd for Wood. He doesn't get a lot of swing generally, but he'll be encouraged by what he's seen out there. It's a beautiful morning. Hazy sunshine, I would say, at the ground at the moment. Hazy sunshine in Southwest 19 as well, I have to say. Don't know what's doing in up the road in Claygate. It's probably pissing down.
About the same. Slightly cloudy, muggy.
Onto the back foot goes Rowett, defends into the offside, but Fielder is in quickly to prevent the single. And that's 9 dot balls in a row for sure. It may actually be more than that. This is very good from England. In the power play again, of course. Wood has shown himself to be very adept in the opening periods of the T20s and the ODIs, and he's a nailed-on starter, isn't he? He's a nailed-on starter for England's one-day team at the moment, until of course he breaks down again. Fetlock goes, or he gets a little bit of a pain in the heel. Has to be reclad, reshod. Here he is again, bowls to Rowett, and Rowett got turned around by that one. He wanted to tuck it into the onside, semblance of a leading edge, and he walks away to square leg thinking, oh, what on earth am I doing? I really nearly gave it away there. And he'll just bend down and try and focus a little bit more. In fact, I think that may have hurt his hand. It may not have been disgust at the shot, it's more disgust at the fact he's been caused pain by that one. Did it leap and hit the glove? Let's have a look at this one again. Oh, it's hit the elbow. It's got a little edge, in fact. And probably his elbow has saved him from being caught behind, because he's edged that, and his back elbow has come through and taken it right on the point. Oh, nasty!
Is that the funny bone?
That is the funny bone.
That really
that will not be funny. I think we can say.
That happened to me once when I was playing, and I passed out because it's
Really?
such a nerve. Well, the reason it's your funny bone is it's got so many nerves and they're exposed because they're so pointy. The elbow is so pointy. So if you really do catch one, I just like the lights went out and I keeled over.
That's drawn blood. He's cut.
Yes, that wasn't very nice at all, wasn't it? What's Marwood doing, the nasty fellow?
But while we've got this
yeah.
on, I'll tell you,
Yeah.
Mog says that I don't think we can overstate just how shite New South Wales were against the might of Jackson Bird and Tasmania.
Extraordinary, 32. Amazing.
And Hombre Nuevo's with us. Says, good morning, fantastic gorillas. Loving
Oh,
the new
Hombre.
Mark Wood jingle, and to be fair, the pick was based on a centaur, as in lazy artistic thinking. Easiest way to portray the idea of a man thinking he's a horse. Very happy to have inspired the great new jingle, win-win. Hafiz Shakil Hamed says, good commentary and much thanks to Gorilla Cricket.
Oh, lovely, that's nice. Yes,
Spankly Size joined us. What chaps, this is handy. The match starts at the exact same time as my job does. Looking forward to more blatant disrespecting of the spirit of the game of cricket purely to spite Kohli.
He was saying some quite unkind things about England's gamesmanship, wasn't he, Virat?
That was odd, wasn't it? That was quite odd, I thought.
The man who refused to walk when he was bowled out.
Yeah, and the man hasn't been saying one or two things to umpires himself, so I thought that was kettles black and various things like that, to be honest. We do have another T-shirt in development, I can tell you. But it may be sometime in coming, because I've just read the email from Hombre, who says he's got some work. Goodness me, he's got to do some work. So we have to wait for our T-shirt design. I mean, for goodness sake, what is going on?
Well, Peter Ward says Stephen Fry did a video on verbs for walloping the ball on social media or a podcast. More of these than pet names for genitalia, it would appear. People are telling us about brothers playing for that. That's not what we were talking about. It's whether there's, because we've got the Curran brothers and the Pandya brothers. It's two sets
against each other in the same game.
So stop tweeting me names of brothers, please. You three look slightly the same, but sound different, says Riley Taylor, Chelsea FC fan TV Taylor on YouTube.
Do you know what's really extraordinary about that is we are actually three different people. It's very odd. We should have.
Don't just clone guerrilla
slightly
cricket
different voices.
commentators.
We're just a
Gorilla
generic
Borgs.
guerrilla cricket commentator.
Gorilla
Actually,
Borg.
they could actually just absolutely replace us with artificial intelligence, and that would at least have some intelligence. And we have none. Whether of the
Is
artificial.
artificial intelligence when you just make it up?
Yeah, could be.
Oh.
Could be.
This injury thing's going on a long time, isn't it?
Well, you
Well,
don't.
did not take a whack.
I mean, on the end of pointy point of the elbow is a very nasty place to get hit by a ball that's travelling at 90 odd miles an hour. In fact, if you just bash your elbow against a door, which I imagine is about 5 miles an hour, that can hurt. So at 90 miles an hour, that's got to be a little bit sore, hasn't it? Well, we will see how he responds to that. He seems to be ready to face the 5th ball of the over, and Wood is racing in again. 2 slips waiting, and he bowls another good ball, full, and just hinting at swing it away right on the line of off stump, and Rowett drops forward in defence. Every ball of this over has been 140 k's or more. The fastest was that one that took him on the pointy point, 148. Was absolutely. You saved the fastest ball for the one that's really going to hurt me, don't you? Thanks a lot, Mark Wood. But this has been a thoroughly impressive spell so far from Mark Wood. He's only about to complete his 3rd over, but been very good this morning. He's in again, and goes through Rowett again. He's onto the back foot. That fizzes off the pitch, and Rowett is lucky to survive. Hasn't scored for quite a while. He's on 4. Shikhar Dhawan is on 6 after 5 overs. Half of the batting power play. India have advanced only to 10 for no wicket. Nestlers.
Mog says, I only have proof that Tony is real. Discreet individual apart from the Gorilla Borg.
Are you sure? Are you sure that was Tony Bishop that you met in Melbourne? Or was it one of our Tony Bishop impersonators that we sent out there?
Well, Leia has put the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. All this talk about 2 sets of brothers facing off is all fine and dandy. But can you name the only team across formats that fielded 3 sets of brothers in the same match?
Was it the Chapels? That's it. I was wondering about whether the Chapels ever played together. But
outside the off stump, left alone. The only team across the formats. It has to be the Chapels, doesn't it? I mean, I can't.
Three sets of brothers in the same match.
3 sets of brothers. Oh, so across
in
different
the
teams.
same match.
Wow. Okay. No.
Not in series or history. In the same match.
Sets of brothers.
Goodness.
Tony, Greg, and Ian Greg didn't play together, did they? No, we can't. No, we don't know. We don't know. We give up. Curran starts the new over, and Shikhar Dhawan looked like he wanted to come down the wicket to the delivery, but Curran pinged it in short and kept him in his crease. He dropped it down into the offside, and there was no run. Actually, can I just go back to predictions? We were talking about predictions, and I checked. We at the end of the Test series, we not only did a roundup of the Test series according to individual guerrilla commentators, but we also predicted what would happen in the T20s and the ODIs, and I have to say, yours truly was the only one who got 3-2 to India in the T20s. I'll just put it out there. Hits him on the pad. Massive appeal from Sammy Curran, but I think that again is a little bit too high, and 2-hatted Morgan doesn't seem to be interested in it as the DRS time runs down. So what do you think, guys? I was the only one to get it right. So
well done.
Should you bow to my superiority? I think you should. No? All right then. Okay, fair enough. Just looking at this again. No, it's hit him on the thigh.
That's what Morgan's saying, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. And he comes again. He is down the wicket, and he's trying to play that into the offside. Gets a horrible thick inside edge. Ball runs into the onside, but gives them the opportunity to come through for a single because there's no one at mid wicket. There is a mid on. And finally, that run of dot balls is broken with a single. Shikhar Dhawan goes on to 7 from 20. Rowett has 4 from 14. Have we got an answer to the 3 sets of brothers yet? I'm guessing that's a no then on the basis that you're sort of whistling and humming to yourself. Was a good way of covering up the fact that we've got nothing to say. Anyway, Sammy Curran, just the 4 runs off him so far. He's going to bowl to the right-handed Rohit Sharma. He's in, and he waits for this one. Tries to. I don't know what he was trying to do there. I think he was trying to run it down to third man, but perhaps got a little bit too much bat on it and ended just dropping it into the ground and not very far away from his stumps. Anyway, it remains 11 for no wicket. Just the single so far of this Curran over his third.
We've had a stab at the brothers thing from Mog. Namibia, the burgers, the coatsies.
Oh, the famous brothers of Namibia, which sounds like sounds like a film. Weird story. Beautiful shot from Rohit Sharma. He plays the little paddle sweep to Sam Curran and lifts it over the man on the 45 and picks up. I think what is his first boundary of the morning.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh my god.
So we think it may be Namibians, do we?
Well, that's just Mog.
Oh, that's just Mog.
It might be right.
Yeah.
The Gorilla Borg, says Peter Ward, are bears crack and Hendo's kidney stone genetic material for future cloning? And Sanjay Doobie, says has to be the most boring 30 minutes of the tour so far. Taiping Shan says, any answers to when did two brothers last play two brothers in an ODI, and who questions yet? Asking for a friend. No, yet. Not yet. Didn't the Edridge family put out a full team of Edridges? Says Jersey O.
Could be. Wood starts new over. He goes wide in the crease. Sprays is a little bit too wide outside the off stump, but Shikadawan leaves it alone.
Would John and Bill have played together? That's quite an interesting question.
I don't think so.
Age-wise,
it would be the end of Bill Edridge's career, wouldn't it?
It would have been.
Yeah.
Well, we've got our very own Jason Hiscox has come in with a possibility.
Oh,
really?
Okay.
Zimbabwe, Grant and Eddie Flower, Brian and Paul Strang, Andy and Guy Whitetail.
Whitetail? I don't remember. I don't remember any Zimbabweans called Whitetail. Great name. In comes Wood again, bowls, and again Shikadawan can find no timing as he aims a rather airy push drive at this one, gets a bit of an inside edge down onto pad. Wood gets excited for a moment, but then realises it's not got through. He's bowled really well, deserves a wicket, hasn't actually got one yet. But
is it Whittle, not Whitetail?
Whittle.
Whittle, sorry. That's the way he's written it.
Oh, it could be.
I like Whitetail though.
I do like Whitetail. I think Whitetail should be a Whitetail brothers playing for the Zimbabwe.
Check the chat.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Oh, Flower, Rennie and Strang. Oh, well, okay, there we go. Thank you. From
4 sets.
Well, we don't want to be answering it. We don't want Kato answering it. He's one of us. Onto the back foot goes Shikadawan. Forces. Played it quite nicely, but picks out the man at square cover. There is no run. 15 for no wicket is the score. So what do we think then? We think it's not the Whittles. It's not even the Whitetails. It's the... Who is it? The Rennies?
Flower,
Rennie,
and Strang.
And it could be 4 sets if you can include the Whittles.
Ridiculous. I mean, that shows what a small pool the Zimbabweans are selecting from, doesn't it? Really. You just go out and see if.
Hang on.
Got any brothers? Is he any good as well?
What about the Icelandic team? They're all related, aren't they?
Well, they're all sons of someone, aren't they? Beautifully played off the back foot. Shikadawan does find some timing at last. He also finds placement, and he puts that away to square cover for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Now, do remember, of course, nothing to do with brothers, but not only can you get the Mark Wood Centaur as a t-shirt, you can also get the Universe Joss as a t-shirt as well now. Beautiful portrait by Hombre Nuevo, and it's plastered with the legend that is Universe Joss, which of course was created here on Gorilla Cricket. Other people have been claiming it, but we were the first to name him Universe Joss. So we're claiming that. That's our t-shirt, copyright. Anyone tries to rip that off, you're in trouble. Driven, he's found the gap. Didn't think he timed it as well as the previous shot, but he's going to pick up another boundary. Maybe Shikadawan is just finding some form. He's put that away. Consecutive fours off Mark Wood. India 23 for no wickets.
Beautiful shot, that. Absolutely nailed it, didn't he? Offered him enough width. Not a huge amount of footwork. Swung the arms through it, and away it went.
I suppose the thing with Mark Wood is you don't have an awful lot of time to do much with your feet. So you are occasionally going to see players just throwing their hands through the ball, and that was delightfully done.
Unless you're Mark Wood himself, in which case you fall over them.
That's true. He hasn't fallen over today. What's going on? Final ball of his fourth over in bowls, back of a length, just dropped down, very short by Shikadawan, very skillfully done. Rowett answers the call. They come through for a single. 9 runs off the over, 9 runs off the last 3 balls of that over, in fact. And that is the end of the over.
I know Andy Ward would always be the first to tell me it's a very small sample size. But the average first innings score in the 4 ODIs that have been played here is 291. So it's not a huge scoring ground. Sort of middling, isn't it, really?
Our very own Knuckle Pandy has come on. It says, moving on from brothers while I wait for a stats person I know to hopefully answer the 2 sets question. Bangladesh in this ODI series are fielding 2 bowlers in the same 11 called Mahidi Hassan and Mahidi Hassan.
Oh my goodness.
Right. Good luck differentiating those 2 on commentary.
Also, hang on, does Knuckle outsource his no-allery to someone else? Did I hear there?
It's no-allery.
Sounds to me like he's outsourcing his no-allery to somebody else. He's let it slip there.
Well, I mean, that shows. I mean, that shows that you have captured the market no-allery, doesn't it? If you can actually then
and outsource. You've got so much work, you have to outsource it.
Spangly Side says, a big fan of Sky's incisive captions when showing replays. It said, one of them says, Mark Wood, good bowling. Accurate, but not really telling us anything we can't see with our own eyes.
No, that's not terribly insightful, is it? It has to be said.
Mog says, handy ton by Tom Latham. You should institute a policy of playing the jingle of anyone who scores 100 when you're on air, regardless if you're calling it. I like that idea.
That'd be tricky. Does that sort of cover recreational cricket as well? So when when summer gets underway here, anyone around the country scoring 100.
It's got 100. I'm going to
75 for 5, by the way. New Zealand they won that with best part of 2 overs to spare.
I'm going to edit Riley. I'm going to edit your name, Riley Taylor, because Riley Taylor, Chelsea FC fan, TV Taylor is just too long. The DRS is more washed than plates in the dishwasher. Laughing emoji.
Let's let us stunned in silence. What
does
he mean? What does he mean? What does he mean? Have another coffee. Martin Lawrence has been in touch as well. He's saying he reckons those Zimbabwe brothers have been playing in the late 90s. Well, that was when Zimbabwe were probably at their best, wasn't it? You know, I really struggle to remember. I've been alive so long now that I find it hard to remember when people were playing.
You're the oldest human on Earth now.
I think I might be, actually. Yes, I probably am. Yes indeed. I do hope, actually, seeing as the Bear got 3 jingles for his birthday, I do hope that's going to be reciprocated when my birthday comes up. He's not too far away.
Yeah, but you're already 50, aren't you?
I am 50. Yes, I am over 50. But you know, I don't remember any other commentator on the sofa or Gorilla being granted 3 jingles for their 50th birthday.
You feeling left out?
I'm feeling a bit left out. Yes, to be honest. Sam Curran in, poor ball, smashed away backward of square, but brilliantly fielded by Roy. I don't think it was him who threw it in. I think he had some help. Johnny Bairstow, was it? They set off for a single, I think, and had to hurry back. Shikadawan had every right. Oh, it was a catch.
It's a drop catch.
It was a great effort.
Wow, it was a
great effort diving away to his left. He's parried it. And then the throw has come in to the non-striker's end, and Rowett has had to throw himself back into the crease. Although, of course, it wasn't a direct hit, but it wasn't far away. Curran in again, a little bit of gentle away swing, left alone this time by Shikadawan. India remaining 24 for no wicket. We're into the 8th over. England won the toss and put India into bat. If only we were as good at playing cricket as winning tosses. That could have damaged Jason Roy, couldn't it? He looked like he took that on the end of one of his fingers. I think he's okay. That would have been incredibly tight had it been a direct throw, and it would have been a fantastic bit of cricket, a bit of out cricket from England as well. I think it was Billings who ended up throwing it. This is just more quietly turned into the onside towards square leg, and they'll jog through for a single. 24 without loss is the score.
Do you think England made the right decision by bowling first? Would you say?
Ask me about 9 o'clock tonight when this match will probably finish.
Talking of the hill end, there are some people on the top of the hill.
Yeah, they are.
Very big hills who have walked up. Blimey, what time did they start doing that? They must have set out at about 9 o'clock this morning.
They can't see anything from there, surely.
I think they can see a lot, actually.
That's where the camera is, Hendo.
That's why it's such a gradient, yes. Current in again. I'm having to guess where the ball is. He's defended up to mid-on by Rowett, and there is no run. Now, hang on. Owen Morgan is not only wearing 2 hats, he's wearing 2 sets of sunglasses. He never does anything by halves. He does things by 2s.
He's greedy.
We'll talk about doing things by halves. I can tell you he's won 48.33% of his ODI tosses. So actually slightly less than half.
Oh,
okay. A 50-50 game.
Okay, that's interesting to know. That's from the Tony Bishop Fact Factory. Outside the off stump, Rohit Sharma hangs his bat.
Factoroo.
And it's beaten by that one. And Sam Curran, hands on head. Can't believe he didn't get a little edge to that. Let's have a look at this. It's a cutter, cleverly bowled, slower ball, quite wide. Rowett went after it, but couldn't reach it. In fact, it wasn't wide enough to be a wide, but it was quite wide.
He also chooses to field twice as much as he bats, which is not also a surprise.
Just the one slip now for Sam Curran, man on the 45 as well as a backward point. That's forced. A lovely drive, diving stop at mid-on. That would have got away for 4. It is the man with 2 hats and 2 sets of sunglasses on, Owen Morgan himself, who does the fielding. 26 for no wicket after 8. Rowett has 9. Shikhar Dhawan has 17.
Mog says, I'm not doing any goddamn jingles for you, Henderson.
What?
Brian Barish has joined us. Says, good day and good morrow, cricket nerds. I'm inexplicably awake at nearly 4:45 a.m. with an hour left until my alarm goes off, so screw it. Why not listen to 3 of my favourite bearded men talk about cricket to fill the gap? Tomo Stan account says, guys are so funny and insightful at the same time. Never a dull moment listening to them. Well, thank you so much, Tomo.
Is he listening to someone else? You sure you got us on?
Yeah,
What's he watching? It's definitely not us.
It's not
very
cricket.
strange. Very strange indeed.
Bavskar says, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Bad.
Good afternoon. Good dawn. Good dusk, as we say every day. We have so many people around in different parts of the world listening to us that it's impossible to know what time of day it is in any one place at any time. Wood will continue, a bit expensive at the end of his 4th over, but still decent figures in the context of the games. 4 overs for 16. Has probably deserved a wicket, but hasn't been able to make the breakthrough. And he's going to continue with 2 slips, a ring of 3 on the offside, mid-wicket, mid-on, long leg. In comes Wood, full, finds the edge. Oh, and I think it's gone to ground, hasn't it? Or was it a bump ball, perhaps? We'll need to see that again. Rohit Sharma doesn't look too worried. Who is that at slip? It is Ben Stokes,
who gets a pat on the back from Johnny Bairstow.
He's limping around. We need to see that again. I'm finding this angle very difficult to pick up the ball. We're looking at it. He's trying to play it into the onside a little bit. He does get an outside edge. It's not. It's low down. It is a drop at ankle height. He's a little bit off balance there, Stokes, isn't he?
Well, that's why he's limping, because it hit him straight in the ankle, isn't it?
Ooh, nasty. So England putting down catches everywhere at the moment. Difficult ones, but a couple have gone to ground now. Outside the off stump, driven by Rowett. Again, not with much foot movement. And in fact, didn't time it that well in the end. Sam Billings dives away to his right to do the fielding. And there is no run.
It's a very lively bit of fielding by Billings.
No, it was short of Ben Stokes. I think we've been unfair to him there. That's why he ended up being off balance. He was trying to get some some hand on that, but it kept very low after the bounce. It's wrapped him right on the ankle. So yes, he's in a little bit of he's laughing about it now, but he'll have a bruise no doubt later on. In comes Wood, goes wide on the crease, angles it in to Rowett. Rowett is a little bit surprised by this tactic, defends it into the offside, and there is again no run. Of course, you can get one of the greatest selling Gorilla t-shirts, the one that says there is no run. So go to GorillaCricket.com, find our Redbubble shop on there, and you can indulge your senses to your delight. You can get bath mats, you can get any design on anything you want. Mugs, books, covers for your mobile phone, absolutely anything.
Socks,
Rose for your sofa.
Yes, indeed. Full and driven. A brilliant piece of fielding and a wonderful throw from mid-on. Was that Owen Morgan diving away to his right, then threw at the stumps and hit them? Had they gone for the single, they would have been in trouble, but they didn't, quite wisely. I want to say who did that piece of fielding. I can't actually tell. It was... Who is that? Who is that man? I don't recognise him. Is he on for something?
Weirdo.
Who is that weirdo? I think we've got a sub-fielder on. But it was a brilliant piece of fielding. Dived away to his right and immediately was up to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end. Was it Liam Livingstone?
No, that's not Livingstone.
Oh, it's Tom Curran. That's who it is.
Is that Tom Curran? What's he done with his hair?
I know. It's strange, isn't it? That's why I was confused. Driven in the air, but he's found the gap this time, Rohit Sharma. He's broken the shackles for a moment and he's picked up 4 runs. A sense of desperation in that shot actually from Rowett. I thought just threw everything at it, didn't try to keep it down, and it was, well, I suppose it was
I think he
safe
knew
enough.
the field we're in and he knew he was going to get enough elevation on it.
Are we changing after this ball?
No, we're changing it after 10 overs.
Are we?
Yes, so we've got the power play to be completed, so we've got 1 over after this this delivery. Wood just going for boundaries at the end of overs at the moment, which would be annoying him. He's in again, bowls full and driven, lovely shot this one. Curran's not going to get anywhere near that. That's just beautifully timed. And consecutive boundaries again right at the end of Wood's over. 8 more from it. India 34 for no wicket from 9.
Problem with extreme pace, not that it's done well for England, but you have to be accurate. He overpitched that and just invited that on drive, didn't he? But it was beautifully executed.
Yeah, and so I think in contrast to the previous one, which I said, I think it did have a little bit of desperation about it. That was just a perfectly relaxed shot, wasn't it? He just let the ball do the work, really. Nestlers.
Matthew Hall has joined us. Says, thanks, Gorillas. Loving the banter. Listening to you from Koh Phangan in Thailand. I don't think I've said that right. Come on, England. Matt plus Lou. And Rocky Biker has joined us and says, Camino.
Rocky Biker.
Rocky Biker.
What
He's
a name.
Rocky Biker. And Riley Taylor explains himself, says, video assistance referee in cricket is ready to get more washed up than plates in the dishwasher.
I still don't understand.
Well, he's not happy with it, obviously.
All right, Sam Curran starts a new over. Sugar to 1. Just turns this into the onside. There is a man coming in from the square leg boundary. I think it's Moeen Ali. Is it the first sighting of the lesser spotted Moeen Ali? The man who went home after taking 8 wickets in a test match. Came back to play 5 T20s. Didn't get a game. And now has got a game finally. It's been a very strange winter for Moeen Ali. He's had illness as well, of course, in Sri Lanka. Arrived in Sri Lanka and found he had COVID, had to isolate. So it's been
Poor Moeen.
up and down for him, hasn't it? We've now just got the 1 slip, a man on the 45, and then backward point, cover, and mid-off. He's in, hooked this time by Rohit Sharma. Didn't get all of it, but got enough of it to get it down to Adil Rashid at long leg, and they take another single. And England will be a little bit frustrated, I think, here that they haven't taken a wicket. And in a way, although it's not been rapid, signs that these two are seeing the ball a little bit better, and of course an enormous amount of talent to come in this Indian top order. So you could say it may not have been the fastest power play, but it's laid a decent foundation for India. They're 36 for no wicket, up almost around about 4 and over. Curran again flicked up to mid-on, who's quite deep, and they come through for another single. Shikhar Dhawan goes to 19 from 31. Rohit Sharma has 18 from 26. We've had singles from every ball of this over so far, the first 3. And yeah, well, you don't want to let Rohit get in a one-day international. Man, is he now got 3 double centuries at ODI level? Absolutely astonishing.
Good lord.
And of course, our jingle relates to the fact, of course, of that big score of 264. This is again a single flicked into the onside. Billings comes off the square leg boundary to do the fielding. 38 for no wicket. Who's taking over next? Going to be the Bear. You're going to have the Bear on ball by ball. You're going to have Kato, and I think it's still going to be Tony, isn't it? Or is it going to be
No,
Jason?
it's Jason. Jason comes in to be social with you.
Very social. Very, very social. We have 2 balls remaining in the batting power play, and it's little Sammy Curran. He's done a reasonably good job coming in to bowl to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. Shikhar Dhawan goes onto the back foot and guides it to backward point. Jason Roy does the fielding, and there is no run. Another lesser spotted thing is the Jason Roy smile. You don't often see Jason Roy smile. He did smile when Chris Jordan took that amazing catch the other day. But it's
Oh, he did, yeah.
You have to catch the right moment to see the Jason Roy smile.
I think Kato's gone from bathrobe to shirt and jacket.
Oh my goodness me! He's a dapper individual, isn't he?
Nothing else. Just
Pulled by Shikhar Dhawan. That's a horrible thought. They're going to pick up another single, 5 singles from 6 balls after the power play of 10 overs. India have not lost a wicket. They've only advanced to 39 for runs. Rohit has 19. Shikhar Dhawan has 20. And the next voice you will hear will belong to another.
You've
the
got
Half Bear.
Yes.
Hello. I muted too early.
Yeah, you did mute too early. You cut yourself off. And I'm joined by Kato and Jason. Good morning, boys. How are you doing?
Hello, Bear. I've woken up now.
You're woken up now. You didn't have coffee to wake up, though, did you?
I never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Exactly. Weird. That's
I'm
really
just
weird.
saving my coffee until my session's over.
I've had 3
Then
cups.
I won't wake up properly.
I've had 3 cups of coffee already. I can't wake up without coffee.
I've had some lovely water.
I've got some of that now. See, I've got my bottle of, well, it looks like Evian, but it's actually tap water in an Evian bottle. Do not do that. Oh my God, who's that? Who's that? Tom Curran, looking really odd with a black headband.
That's a Sean Tom Curran, yeah.
You need to apply the general rule that any players you don't recognise are Tom Curran.
Okay. He just looks a bit weird. He looks different than last time I saw him. Maybe it's just a black headband. He's got like a jiu-jitsu black headband on. Kind of Rambo, but black.
I feel I want to get something off my chest here, Bear.
Okay. You get it off your chest, even.
I really feel that Reece Topley should be playing. Is anyone going to agree with me on this?
Well,
maybe not.
I don't know. I mean, he was so good when he came into the T20 side all those years ago, and then he was permanently injured for about 3 years, wasn't he? And he came back, he bowled all right. Was it T20s before the pandemic?
It was ODIs. He played 11 of them.
Okay, didn't he?
And he got 17 wickets in those games, and now he's back. I just find Sam Curran a bit pop gun, really.
Well, yeah, Tom is. First ball though, he beats the outside edge of Shikhar Dhawan and goes through the keeper, and there's no run. I should find a jingle for him if I can find him. There he is.
He's not South African, but let Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more. Of the let Tom Curran.
Comes in for a second ball, straight under Shikhar Dhawan's pad. The thing is, he doesn't have a lot of pace, does he? And you're right, it's a bit pop gun. And it works into the leg side out to deep square leg, and there's no run. They like his kind of variations.
I've got variations. It doesn't.
the half
doesn't
track.
mean I should be playing against India.
No, I know. He's kind of been a bit found out with that, hasn't he? His variations don't work so well, and sometimes he tries too many of them. I mean, that was the problem with who was that guy that we used to take the piss of all those years ago? Surrey, fast. Dernbach, that's it. I mean, when he started doing T20 and he's all his variations, and everyone is like, oh, but everyone basically he bowled 6 slower balls, which kind of became his stock ball. As that one is cut by Rohit Sharma out to point where Jason Roy fields. To the point where everyone knew that the slower ball was coming in the last over virtually every ball, and it used to get slapped out of the park.
If it's your stock ball, it by definition it cannot be your slower ball, can it?
No.
He's got it. He's turned everything else. His normal ball, it becomes his quicker ball.
Yeah, precisely. Rohit's 19 off 28. Shikhar Dhawan is 21 off 35. 40 for none off 10-point drives. England done pretty well to keep them down in the power play. But we haven't taken a wicket. That's guided down to third man where Adil Rashid is fielding, and they'll get themselves a single. Don't think it'll be too long before he's on. I think they'll try and get another 5 overs in, and then pretty much Adil Rashid will bowl 10 overs and on the trot, be my bet. Take them through to 35.
I'm with Kato on the Topley issue. I think he would have been valuable on this, but I think they've gone for Curran for the batting.
If you're picking
your fifth bowler as a batsman, yeah, I'm with Kato on that. That's a bit poor. That's worked off the pad by Shikhar Dhawan out to deep square leg, and there's a single.
I mean, if Sammy Curran's going to bat at highest, he's going to be at 8. He could be 9 if Tom goes ahead of him. But you're picking someone on their ability to be the superior batsman at number 8. Then you've got your priorities wrong.
Well, don't tell that to Gary. Value of a number 8. Except for that's not a Liverpudlian accent. Yeah, I put Sam ahead of Tom, exactly. So you're looking at number 9 actually, and therefore, does it really matter? Adil Rashid's got first class tons. He's not a bad bat. Oh well, that's cut him in half. Big appeal from the bowler. Don't think he got any bat. It came back a little bit of Rohit. He's trying to force it on the offside, and it was really too close for him to that. Cut him in half. Came back, missed the inside edge, caught the top of his pad. Went over the stumps, was taken by Butler, and ends the over. There was only 3 runs off that first Tom Curran over, so it's not too bad, I suppose. Yeah, it came back a little bit off the seam, didn't it?
Nice little off cutter there. He did cut him in half. See, I always thought he was a promising bowler.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I guess
Mogg says.
Go on.
Mogg says, yeah, but Dernbach had some bitching tattoos.
Yeah.
Best sleeve in the game.
But he was quite shit.
Guerrilla Cricket at Guerrilla Cricket on Twitter, we're putting stuff out, right? Little end of over summaries with the score and so on.
I guess that's Knackle.
They're so detailed and they contain little gobbets of stats. They can't be one of us.
No, it's Knackle.
Okay. It makes sense. That it would be someone who was switched on.
I presume they've got little images. Yes.
Sometimes they have. It's just it's a decent set of stats, really.
Oh wow, that's short. The Shikhar Dhawan comes charging down the wicket at Sam Curran. The bowlers are bowling. The Curran brothers are bowling in tandem, but it's short, too short, and it's been given a wide by the square leg umpire. We should give that a little jingle.
Wide.
Butler made that look very casual.
It was about 68 miles an hour. It's a decent effort for Sam Curran to bowl a wide that's a bouncer that goes over the batsman's head.
Yeah, I guess he's bowling in the low 80s. He's definitely the better of the 2 brothers. That's short and wide though. Crashed out to the man on the point boundary who looks like Sam Billings. And 1 more run to the total.
Still got the slip in though, so they must be relatively encouraged in that he's moving the ball around. He's been pretty economical, hasn't he, Curran?
Well, all of England's bowlers have so far. I mean, 44 in a power play. I mean, Christ, they were scoring 60 and 70 in a power play in the last T20, which is only 6 overs. So, I mean, it's a different game. You've got much more time. There's certainly time to accelerate. Sam Curran is in again for full this time, and Rohit jabs his bat on it, guides it down to Adil Rashid again at third man. I guess we're in a boring middle overs for at least, 30 now?
Yep, that's exactly what Jersey Oak says, because he's off to go shopping.
This is the setup. I mean, T20's changed the way that ODIs are played so much. I mean, it's basically as long as you can just not lose more than sort of 2 or 3 wickets in the first, I don't know, 38 overs, and sort of even 35, you can basically play it like a T20 at the end, which seems to be in a modern vogue. How it's played now. It certainly wasn't the World Cup the other year. That's cut down to third man by Shikhar Dhawan this time. It's fielded by Tom Curran. They're going to come back for 2 this time. It's wide enough of him. The score moves on to 47 without loss.
It's a decent opening stand, and I was impressed that Kohli threw his weight behind these two as the openers before the game. To be honest, I don't really know why there was that much debate about it, because the Sharma-Dhawan partnership had done very well over the last 12 months or so when they've been put together.
They have indeed. I mean, I guess KL Rahul was the other guy in the option, but he'd had a pretty poor T20 series. That's clipped into the leg side. Into deep where Mohan
he's keeping, isn't he? He's keeping. He's going in at 5. That's what he did in Australia.
Yes, and you know, this was the opening partnership at the start of the World Cup. I remember watching them play. I think was it Australia? It was a cracking game. Shikhar Dhawan got 100 and something, and he looked. You know, he's a good ODI bat. Sam Curran seems a little bit slow and wide, and jabbed down to third man by Rohit, and there's no run. And of course, you've got plenty of time to catch up. And Rohit's they've got the highest ever score, 264 in an ODI, and he can accelerate. He's a dangerous man. Shikhar Dhawan, again, can certainly speed things up. Wickets in the hutch. It's all good.
They talk about anchors, don't they, at the moment? That's one of the buzzwords for the Indian batting order. You know, the Alistair Cook's style ODI approach, someone who can bat right through, and Dhawan is shaping up to do that.
Well, yeah, as he jabs that square into the offside to point, and there ain't no run. And that ends the 12th over, 49 for none. Rohit still on 22, Dhawan on 26.
It's not a love but for Tom Curran on Twitter. Various people are saying how useless he is, including Knuckle, who goes go with the poor IPL. Tom Curran had a really poor 2020 in ODI cricket. He played 7 of England's 9 ODIs, only took 1 wicket, and that was a number 9. Also, Jesse Alderson says if he played for Gloucestershire or Worcestershire, for example, he wouldn't get a look in, like quite a few others, unfortunately.
Yeah, quite possible. I don't know why they keep persisting going back to him. I'm sure, you could give Reece Topley a go.
And Jack Gibson says, I really hope his form picks up. Both he and Sam have tons of character. If only they had about 5 miles an hour more pace.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Tom Curran is in, bowls wide of the off stump, driven at by Rohit Sharma. Can't beat point, and is no run. Jason Roy's a bit busy there.
I think I know why they keep going back to them, and I admire it. Honestly, that the current England setup has this approach of having a certain order of priority. So for their seam bowling attack, they've got it's Archer, Wokes, and Wood, and then they have the next cab off the rank. Like an order of priority. Then it's Sam Curran, and then it's Tom Curran, and then it's Reece Topley, and they're determined to give the people higher up the order every chance.
Well, jabbed at by Rohit, could have quite easily edged that. He didn't. It's gone through the butler. It's no run. It was wide enough to hit, but he missed it. Yeah, there's a bit of that. I guess with all the people left at home as well, he's in the side for that reason. I mean, there is no Wokes, there's no Archer.
So I think I'm sure England aren't quite convinced about Tom Curran at this stage, and they certainly weren't after the T20 series. But they want to give, to make sure they've absolutely seen all there is to see before they move on. Maybe that's...
Well, I don't know. Down a track comes Rohit, shuffles down a track, and then tries to work it into the leg side. Tom Curran drops it a little bit shorter and beats his outside edge through to Butler, no run. You telling me they haven't seen enough of Tom Curran already? I mean, we've seen an awful lot of Tom Curran over the last 2 or 3 years, and it's all.
Well, I very much feel that I've seen enough of Tom Curran.
Well, exactly,
yes,
and if we have as fans,
giving people every chance, I guess.
Well, yeah,
I really want to see Topley. I think he's in this format. He's the more promising of the two left arm options to replace Sam.
Oh, now that's come in a bit to Rohit, but it's probably going down leg. There's no even appeal. As Rohit tries to work it square on the leg side, misses it, clatters into his pad, no run.
Normally, this is the point at which we say
You completely discounted.
I was going to say there's
Sorry,
got to be some.
you completely discounted David Willey then.
Oh, I would have kept Willie. I would have kept Willie in, so to speak, for a bit longer. But I appreciate that they've moved on from that. I'm a big fan. But,
yeah, the problem I had with Willie was he's never pacey enough. Curran is in, and Rohit just knocks it up towards mid-on with no pace on the ball whatsoever, and they scoot through for an easy single. David Willey was great at the top for about 4 or 5 overs, but he was generally pretty useless at the end, and he used to get clouted once any swing had gone. Which is why he was kind of more useful in a T20, to be honest, than he was in an ODI.
Yeah, because the swing goes terribly quickly with the white ball, and in most countries around the world.
Exactly. So David Willey used to be frustrating for me, because he could cost you games at the end. Edged. Oh, but there's only one slip, and it goes past Stokes. Might not have carried anyway. Shikhar Dhawan was advancing down the track. I think Tom Curran must have seen him coming, banged it in a little bit shorter. Caught Shikhar Dhawan out a little bit, tried to turn it to the leg side, got on edge, passed the slip down to third man, got himself a single, and that ends the over.
It's customary, isn't it, when you have these sorts of discussions to say, well, I suppose one of the Currans will take 4 for 40 today and prove us wrong.
Well, yes.
But I don't feel like saying it because I don't think they will.
No. It's quite a good pitch to bat on. There's a little bit of movement in the air.
They are bowling economically.
Yes.
Tom Curran's bowled 2 overs for 5 to open up with. He's done nothing wrong. I get that. I guess I'm just thinking more kind of long-term, very hard pitch where India absolutely go for it. Sharma gets 180 and all that. I'd rather have Topley trying to do a left-handed Mark Wood situation.
But he doesn't bowl that quick anymore, does he, Topley? I mean, he's a tall man.
I haven't seen him, you see, since all these injuries.
Well,
his
he had all
father
these injuries.
Certainly insists he's very quick.
Yeah, I mean, I did see him a bit. This is it. He played at the back end of season either last year or the year before.
He had a decent year last year, in the truncated year that it was for Surrey.
Yeah. Well, we have a change of bowler. I'll give him a jingle in a bit. First ball is to defender back down the track, and it is this man,
Ben. Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it's Ben Stokes.
Well, indeed it is.
And he's got 70 wickets in his 96 matches. Next ball is pretty full. Kind of turns Shikhar Dhawan around. Outside half of the bat, goes out towards cover, and there's no run.
It's a decent batting side that England have got, even without Root, isn't it?
Yeah.
I fancy Billings is coming on well.
I like Sam Billings. I've got to say, I think he's quite useful.
He's got his breakthrough 100. I wonder if he will bat 3 or Stokes.
I think they're going to go Stokes. They're going to give him. He's a World Cup winner, short-ish. Into the hip of Shikhar Dhawan, who just turns it down to deep backward square leg, and they come back for 2. That's good running. He moves on to 29 or 44. Rohit's 23 or 37, 53 for none after 13.3. Current run rate's only 3.93. Don't think that'll bother India that much.
Wickets in hand, one of whom is Rohit Sharma, so I'm sure it won't bother them at all.
No.
But, England, it's been quite an English sort of start pitch-wise and score-wise, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you do really want to try to get a couple of wickets in the power play. It slows everything down later in the game. Couple of sniffs here and there. I mean, Rohit could have been caught if his elbow hadn't gotten away, which caused him some pain. Short by Ben Stokes, pulled around the corner. It was 2-leg-sidey, and Shikhar Dhawan just helped it around. One bounce over the boundary at a very fine leg, and it's 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns. I
hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
If he'd have missed it, it'd been given as a wide.
Well, they haven't hit a 4 for a while, about 3 overs.
Yep.
And but it was filthy. That
Yep,
one from
it was
Stokes.
pretty filthy. I mean,
He was trying to bowl the searing leg side Sam Curran bouncer, wasn't he? But he
Yeah.
didn't quite have the pace.
Indeed. Worked around the corner. Was it leg buys or a bit of edge onto? But no, it's a leg buy. As he tried to work that once again round the leg side, and missed it this time. Shikadawan, but he'll get a leg buy. Sorry, bit of wind.
Oh, I thought, you see, there's always a bit of, when you're on air, Ben, there's always a bit of background hubbub that makes it sound a little bit like you're in a station or something. And I always feel like saying, hey, what are you watching?
Wow.
Have you got your Netflix series going on the back?
Unfortunately, I haven't. That beats the outside edge of Rohit through to the keeper, and there's no run. And that looks like it's going to be drinks. Drinks already at 14? Why 14? Why not 15? Make it a nice round number. Bit strange. Have we got any tweets there, Jason?
We have. Just see. Pitched Up Cricket says, I really think that Tom Curran is someone who really needs overs in his legs to be at his best with the ball. His best appears usually come on backs of long runs of games. Barry Goodman says, so they want to be absolutely sure that Tom Curran's shite before they drop him. Stop it, ye Swisserer. She says, my wife also wants Woody in for a bit longer. You kind of would get what you want. And Oxymoronica says, England's attack seems a bit toothless. Slightly worried face.
Yeah, it's a bunch of meaningless ODIs at the back end of a really long series for England. I'm not sure anyone's particularly bothered about them. It's post-World Cup. We've got another 3 years before then. I think they were concentrating on the T20s, which obviously we lost, having had a 2-1 lead, and we lost the last 2. And India played really well in them, which will worry England a little bit. But, T20's a T20. And things change around too quickly. Nessers has just informed us Frank Worthington has died. Former England forward.
Thick and fast on them.
Yeah, they are. Didn't he used to be on? He used to do Supper Saturday, didn't he, years ago, on Sky? I think
he was on Superstars. Then every sportsman on the earth was on Superstars in the 70s.
Exactly. Brian Jacks, of course. I think we interviewed, didn't we? We did interview Brian Jacks a couple of years ago. Something.
I don't know who any of these people are, which is
really?
why I'm keeping out of it.
You're not across other sports, Cato? You don't follow football at all?
I would say I follow the fortunes of. I mean, that's sort of a vague concept of league tables and where people are. But apart from checking the Norwich City score, no.
Well, here's a question for you. How's Iceland cricket doing?
Iceland cricket has completely changed its clothes in a metaphorical sense. In the last few months, they've suddenly gone all professional, business-like. No more sort of politics and ramshackle arguments, and immediately trying to get marijuana on prostitutes the moment they land in a foreign country on tour.
Oh, damn! That's not very. I quite like the sound of that. As an international cricket side.
It was exceedingly jolly, but it's gone. They've suddenly had a move towards the corporate.
Oh dear! Is the side the same, or have they?
Oh, the side's the same. I mean, what do you think's actually changed in personnel in Iceland? They haven't, suddenly got a whole influx of cricketers with full COVID vaccinations. It's all the same people. Yes.
Have they got anything lined up? I mean, I presume it's quite tricky for.
They have two things lined up, both of which are. Quite fun. The less interesting of the two is a potential of playing in an international tournament in Poland in June. The interesting bit of that isn't actually the Iceland bit.
I think we're back live. We are. Tom Curran is going to continue. He's bowling at Chikadwan. First ball is a dot ball.
There's a European tournament in Poland in June. Which Iceland intends to participate in, but the fun thing is that we think that will be the first international appearance by Moldova.
Oh wow!
Cricket team.
I've watched some of that European cricket, and I have to say it's fucking pretty poor, most of it. I mean,
Well, the
some
thing
of
is,
the bowling is
most of
absolutely
it's fairly decent, except the stuff that goes on the highlights is either good or hilariously bad.
Yeah, Tom Curran is in, just dropped out square on the offside and there's no run. I mean, I've seen some horrific stuff in that. Not that I see a lot of it,
but yeah, most of it is of decent club quality. The second engagement that Iceland have got, which is much more fun later in the year, is the national team will be touring Italy, which will include the first international cricket match for...
Italy.
Can you guess?
Italy, obviously.
Vatican City.
Vatican City.
Iceland, Vatican City is scheduled for October.
Guided by Shikhar Dhawan down to third man. There's no run. Didn't the writers played the Vatican City the other
but the last time I looked, in spite of how they speak about themselves, I don't think the authors are an international cricket team.
Well, no, exactly. But I mean, if that bunch of shysters can play the Vatican, then, you know.
Well, hence choosing Vatican City as a side we might actually beat.
Well, how good are Italy? Where are they ranked?
Oh, Italy are the highest ranked of all the amateur European cricket nations.
Oh, okay.
That's so after Netherlands and Denmark as associates, Italy is the next one.
Okay. Down the track comes Rohit, showing some intent and smashes Tom Curran with that sort of pretty rubbish ball out to cow corner, and he'll get himself 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Maybe they've had a little chat at drinks and said, right, it's time to put a little bit of pressure back onto the bowlers, a little bit of intent. And it certainly was in that shot. There's no one out there.
Yes, if he just bowls a little bit short, Tom Curran, he doesn't have the pace to worry the batsman.
Well, there are plenty of bowlers around the world who don't, as fifth bowlers, it has to be said. That's squared up Rohit a little bit, though. Outside half of the bat goes to point, and there's no run.
He's bowling proper English seamers, isn't he, Tom Curran? Just dragging his fingers down each side of the ball, to be fair to the pitch here at Pune, he is getting the ball to just seam in and seam away a little bit. It's only when he drops short that it's a real gimme.
Yeah, and Rohit's not going to miss out on that kind of stuff.
If this were a green seamer at Derby, he'd be all over them.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll get our chance when they come back to England this summer. Tom Curran is in once more. Last ball of the over. Oh, dear. Just dropped into the leg side by Rohit Sharma. Calls the single. Tom Curran goes across shoulder barges and then falls over against Shikhar Dhawan. And they get through for the single.
That was borderline assault. Curran was going for the ball and realised that he was never going to get to the ball because Shikhar Dhawan was running straight down the correct line for the batsman, and in the end he sort of pulled the bottom half of his body out of the move and gave him the full charge. That was massive. And we know who the stronger man is because Curran went down like a sack of potatoes.
Exactly, and he's a bigger man out there. Shikhar Dhawan's not exactly a big man, is he? He's quite slight, and it seemed to brush him off. Anyway, it ended up being a single, so Rohit will retain the strike as Stokes comes in to bowl the next over. Wide of the off stump, and I think he's gone. Looks like a feather through to the keeper. It is indeed. Rohit's chased a wide one. It's a pretty shit ball, actually. It probably should have gone to the boundary. But Rohit, as normal, just sort of flashed his bat. He doesn't move his feet a lot of that shot. And having got to 28 or 42 and looked like he was about to step on the pedal, it would have been a wide as well, to be honest. It's got a big fat edge. It's gone through the butt. That's the easiest of catches. And we have to say goodbye to Rohit.
That was a real steal, though, wasn't it?
It was a real steal.
I mean, it was a bad ball because it swung away from the bat more than Stokes expected it to. And Sharma, his eyes lit out. He thought, this is absolutely here for the full-blooded cut. And he gave it everything. But it was just too wide, like you say, Bear. By the time it reached Sharma, it was outside the wide marker. He just got a little top edge on it through to the keeper. Can't help but feel a bit sorry for Sharma there, because England have bowled quite well. and he gets out to an absolute stinker.
Well, yeah, you could say that's give and take, isn't it? And they bowled some good balls that haven't taken wickets, and they had a drop catch off Shikhar Dhawan. It was a tough one. But sometimes shit takes wickets. In fact, we have a T-shirt for that, and you can buy that in our shop at Redbubble. Well, that brings this man to the crease.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on our arse. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers
And the first ball is driven quite sweetly by Kohli, but straight at cover. And there ain't no run.
rides around and says Kohli's the cat, Kohli's the cat.
And he just didn't move his feet at all, did he? His eyes just lit up, as you said, and he just flashed at it. Which is why I think if someone was asking earlier, we're going to predict England's scores in England. I think we'll win the Test series when we get our revenge in England.
They'll tell you what, there'll be questions asked if we don't.
There will
because we really ought to, shouldn't we?
Well, we should do. That's driven sweetly by Kohli out to the man in the deep. It looks like Moeen Ali's out there. And it'll be a single. I can't see it's going to be too long before the spin twins will be on for 20 overs on the trot or something.
Oh, they'll fancy Rashid at Kohli, won't they? I mean, this be fun to watch. He may be a man of indifferent lovability, Virat Kohli, but I think it would be a pretty strong case to say the greatest one-day international batsman we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, he's a class act. I like him for all his grumpiness and all that shit, apart from the fact that obviously he's an Indian and when we're playing them, it's kind of annoying. Aerial for a little bit as Shikhar Dhawan tries to drive that into the offside. Doesn't time it at all, but it's about 10 metres wide of cover. Goes out to the man in the outfield and there'll be a single.
I struggle with him obviously, for two reasons. One is that he's just such a nutter when it comes to getting cross. He has no anger management at all on the pitch with his own players or the opposition. I mean, there was that moment in the one-day international where he got so cross, he smashed down the stumps with the ball in his hand and gave away a run. I mean, that's too much if you're gonna lose your temper and concede runs as a result.
I like a bit of passion in my players. That is guided by Kohli down to third man and there's no run. I think
you need to be able to rein it in rather than giving away runs because you're so angry.
Yeah, I know, I see your point, but it's entertainment, isn't it?
The other thing is that he is an unparalleled whinger. Barely a game goes by that he doesn't have something about the game that he says, well, I think we should have a look at this, or we need to change how we do this, or this needs looking at again. And of course, he always follows up with, now I'm not using this as an excuse for why we lost.
Yeah.
But for someone with no excuses, he complains a lot.
Yeah, well, clipped sweetly by Shikhar Dhawan. It was aerial for a long way, but it bounces wide of the man down at deep square leg and bounces straight over the fence after that for 4 runs. Picked up sweetly off his pads. Really well timed.
He's just getting some rhythm going now, isn't he?
Yep.
And he doesn't have to do anything. That's the beauty of batting with someone like Kohli. It's all almost effortlessly managed. There won't be either of them thinking even remotely, oh, well, we need to do this, we need to do that. They probably don't really even need to talk between overs because, they're cool, they've got it all sorted out. They both know instinctively what they should do from here.
Well, I know, and that was my point about how T20s changed ODIs in the last 3-4 years. I mean, it's really noticeable that after the IPL became really big, that teams suddenly decided, well, actually, we can play the last 20 overs as a T20 as long as we've got wickets in hand, so we can still get to 300 even if we're 120 for 1 after 30 overs. It's like. As long as you've got the wickets in the hutch, you can play
exactly.
that way.
As long as it's for 1 or 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Get to 30 overs, then crack on.
Exactly. Kohli is going to face up to Tom Curran, and he goes right across his stumps, works that very fine down towards fine leg. Who's that down there? It's Sam Curran. They'll get back for 2, and of course he's very quick between the wickets, Kohli. Works the field really well.
It's a supreme touch. You can tell from that shot there because the ball was, appreciably outside off stump in the channel, and he moved his front leg right across, well outside off, and still leg glanced it almost fine enough to beat long leg.
Yep.
That's the footwork of a man who is in supreme touch.
Tom Curran is in to Kohli. It's outside his off stump. Leaves that through to the keeper and there's no run. I mean, I know. Well, I was going to say Mash thinks that you've not met Mashal, but he's does the Caribbean podcast and he's a West Indian. Obviously lives here, teaches here, but he gets really upset that the big three always seem to be playing the big three, and Australia don't play anybody, which is weird because they've just decided they're going to play Ireland in Tasmania. But do you think it's a bit too soon, England having back-to-back series against Australia? I mean, against India in 1 year, as that's defended back down the track by Kohli, fielded by Tom Curran. There's no run.
To be that way though, that they play bilateral series and there's one away and one at home in the space of about a year or so. It's happened with Sri Lanka. It's happened with India. It's happened with West Indies. It's quite a common event at the moment with the current.
I guess with the pandemic it is, and maybe it was preordained, but I mean...
And it was preordained. I mean, this stuff's been on the Future Tours programme for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Pandemic or not, this was always the schedule.
I guess. Tom Curran in, Kohli just defends it into the offside, straight out to cover, no run.
But of course the Future Tours programme isn't simply written by someone saying, well, let's try and get the fairest and easiest distribution of everyone playing everyone in similar length series, nicely spaced out. That's how you would do it if there were no other influences. But of course there are other influences, chief amongst which is if you play among the big three, then the board can sell the rights for huge sums of money to television companies, and it's the money that they need to run their cricket operation.
Yeah, well, this gets back to the ICC, as that's guided by Kohli down towards third man, and there will be just a single. I mean, this is where the ICC has to come in and has to act in a more efficable manner, although it's not there to do that, as we've discussed.
What it does, its priority is to maximise the incomes. That is the main purpose of the ICC, and the reason why that is the priority of the ICC is, of course, it's run by representatives who have a lot of clout from those three boards.
Yes, that's true, but I mean, in order for cricket to thrive, there needs to be better distribution of funds.
Oh, absolutely. And better distribution of games.
Yes, well, that will come for distribution of funds. That's clipped down to Adil Rashid, who comes in off the fine leg boundary. They'll get themselves, Dhawan will get himself a single. He was to 40 or 52. Kohli's 5 of 8. India is 75 for 1. 17 overs gone. The run rate is 4.41. And we got tweets.
We have. Martin Lawrence says, a couple of things. An hour and 12 minutes for 14 overs. Is that slightly slow?
Well, it is, but it's not as slow as it has been in the T20s. I mean, those T20 games, some of them were going up 4.5 hours without any pay-TM fucking ad breaks either.
Warren says, good morning all. Grand Theft Auto says, given Topley is taller, quicker and left-handed, I'd really have him in a game over Tom Curran. Actually, I was talking about him over Sam Curran, who has been well and truly worked out after his time in the BBL and the IPL.
I've got to say, I think Sam is a better player than his brother Tom. All
I
round.
agree.
He's a better bat. He's more, he doesn't have as many variations, but I think he's a better bowler. Well, here it is. 17 overs gone. It's time for England to get into the spin of things, and it's going to be this man.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 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 Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it.
First ball is outside leg stump, and Shikhar Dhawan just guides it down to fine leg for a single.
So here we go. Best bowler to best batsman.
Yep.
I tell you what, they didn't half do him in the 2020 internationals with that googly.
Who? What? What?
Rashid Kohli, the googly that turned through him.
Oh, yes.
I don't think he read it.
No,
wasn't he misplayed it? He didn't read it, I don't think.
I mean, he's a class bowler. It is odd that he never gets an IPL contract. That's driven back down the ground and is mistimed by Kohli, straight back to the bowler. There's no run. Yeah, I mean, it was they had Dinesh Karthik then on the TV, and I guess they got so many leg spinners in India that getting an overseas one may be a little bit pointless. But if you want the best players, he's got to be one of the best limited overs bowlers around the world. Onto back foot, Cody intimates that he wanted to play it in the leg side, but he just poked it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
We've all got chicken pox here.
What?
We've all got the pox. in his household.
That's full and worked into the leg side square. It'll be fielded by Mark Wood there, back on the 45. He comes round to the square leg. Fred has joined us. He will be coming on, I think, in the next little spell, which will be at 20 overs, 2.2 overs to go, and we'll be having another little change. Shikhar Dhawan is facing up to Adil Rashid. Fifth ball of the over. It's a standard leg break, decent length.
Just don't pick it up, son. Dhawan is having a laugh now because he did something very club crickety, which is thoughtfully and kindly stooped to pick up the ball which had just stopped dead under his bat to hand it to a fielder. And I think we all know someone who would be appealing for that.
Defended into leg side and there's no run.
Unfortunately, common sense prevailed and no one went absolutely nuts, and Dhawan smiled happily, ironically, at his potential mistake.
Last ball is dot ball, and that's the end of the over. 18 gone. Any more tweets, Jason?
Just Nestler's saying that he's been reminded that on this day in 1983 he went to the Smiths' first London gig at the Rock Garden, Covent Garden, which is now the Apple Store.
Yeah.
Remember the Rock Garden?
I remember. What reminded you, Nestle?
Yes, we've just been reminded, he says. By what? By something in the cricket?
Or as, what's his name? Who was the lead singer of, I can't even remember his name.
Morrissey. Miserable Morrissey.
Miserable Morrissey.
Yes, he's a grump, isn't he?
He's a grump. He's turned into a kind of right-wing nutter, isn't he? Which is kind of weird considering where he's from. Kohli is going to face up to Tom Curran. He's bowled 4 overs for 15. It's not bad. First ball's a length ball, just worked into the leg side by Kohli. There is no mid-wicket, god damn it. Mid-on goes around fields and there will be a single. And the score moves on to 78.
Yeah, there should be a mid-wicket, shouldn't there? For when the bowlers are bowling straight, wicket to wicket, haven't got much pace, Kohli get on the front foot or step across his stumps and work it to leg. You think you'd want someone. Maybe they're all out on the boundary for when he hits
Drives
that shot.
me fucking
I think
insane.
you're preaching to converted to bear about mid-wickets.
Drives me mad how many times they don't have mid-wickets. Everyone on this show knows. But, I mean, I just think the natural angle of that shot, which is played so often in cricket if there's nowhere else to play it, just necessitates a mid-wicket. Other people will say, well, you know, just opens up space somewhere else, which I get, but still. That's my little bugbear. Cut by Shikhar Dhawan out to point, and there's no run.
Well, I try not to get too upset about cricket positions. For the sake of commentary and analysis and giving our dear listeners and tweeters something to think about, great. But I admit when I'm sitting watching for recreation, I never think, why isn't there a mid-wicket? Life's probably a bit too short for that, is it? I'm sure you don't, Bear.
Yeah, well, I just watch so much of it. It's just something that bugs me a lot. Tom Curran is in close to Shikhar Dhawan, who tries to cut and guide it past Jason Roy, who's at backward point. He can't get it past him, there's no run. He's on 41 not out of 57 deliveries is Shikhar Dhawan. He's played alright. Got dropped by Jason Roy. It's a difficult chance there. Would have been a
It's just what's required of him, wasn't it, Shikhar Dhawan? It's what they would have wanted him to do, is just anchor, help build the platform. I wouldn't be in the least surprised if Dhawan went on to get a ton here.
No, I wouldn't, and you know, something like 140 off what ends up being 120 balls or something. It'd be depressing to watch as an English person, but the pitch seems okay. It's interesting, it's a different pitch. They've played so many games at Ahmedabad, they're a bit different bit of green. It's driven up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, Ahmedabad gradually got better, didn't it, after that third test match? Fourth test was pretty decent pitch. The T20s were all right, but now we're seeing at Pune just what I know there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, about, well, Indian soil, you see, this is pitches in India, this is the soil we have to deal with. But this pitch here at Pune is doing a very good impersonation of a genuinely decent track.
Well, exactly. I mean, I think that was a lot of nonsense, wasn't it? I mean, of course, every English person said the first wicket was a great test wicket. That's cut out to deep cover where Moeen Ali is fielding, and will be just the one run to Shikhar Dhawan. Because it took its time to deteriorate. And by the end, it was a difficult pitch to play on. But the third,
it's kidology, isn't it? I mean, that third test pitch at Ahmedabad, it was almost Trumpian in the "you are not seeing what you're seeing" stuff that was going on. After the first 45 minutes, the ball was exploding off the surface.
Yeah, it was a terrible.
And yet we were told relentlessly, the ball is not exploding off the surface.
No.
You're not seeing what you know you're seeing.
Exactly. That's cut by Cody. Not particularly well timed, but out to Billings on the deep cover boundary. It'll be another single. 19 overs gone. 80 for 1. Yeah,
but you never see in an IPL match ever the ball exploding off the surface.
No.
So it's not just, oh well, this is what pitches are like in India.
No, it was prepared that way, obviously. Jason, tweets.
We've had an answer from Chris TB about two pairs of brothers playing in the same match. It's happened 11 times.
When was the most recent?
4 players in the same game. He hasn't given us that information.
Give us the most recent one. I swear we had this conversation in a game where 2 sets of brothers were playing off against each other not that long ago.
Nestler says he was reminded by a friend about the Smiths, nothing to do with what's happening in Pune. Warren says someone has the pox. Is that what happens when you keep Willie in for too long?
Hey, boom, boom. Rashid's going to start his second over. Went for 2 in his first. First ball is too short, and Cody might think he missed out a little bit there. He tries to drag it into the leg side. There's a mid-wicket, goddammit! And he fields it, goddammit. No run. Imagine that.
It's the happiest I think I've ever heard you.
Yeah. I'm always happy when there's a mid-wicket. Driven, and I think Adam Rashid did himself there. I think he thought Cody was going to drive it a little bit squarer than he did, and he drove it straight back down the ground. He wrong-footed himself, went to get the ball out wider, and it went inside him. Didn't particularly time it, Cody, and mid-on and mid-off are up. They converge, pick it up, and it's a single. 81 for 1.
I admit to missing the brothers question. You might have to fire it at me again if we haven't had an answer.
Okay. Oh, now there's going to be an appeal. That's a decent appeal. Maybe outside the line, maybe. I don't know. Full ball by Adil Rashid on a roundabout leg stump. Attempted sweep by Shikhar Dhawan. Might have got a slight under edge. It crashed into the pad after any of that. But may have pitched outside leg. Didn't look a particularly bad shout, but Morgan is not interested in reviewing it. Adil Rashid comes in again. That one's too close to cut. And skids on a little bit to Shikhar, who tries to cut it again. Under edge into the ground, goes nowhere, no run. Pitched probably in line. Oh, it was a standard leg break, so it was probably spinning down leg side. I didn't get to see a lot of that in real time in terms of which way it was spinning. If it had been the straight honour or the googly, would have been interesting. That's too far outside leg stump. Swept down on the ball by Shikhar Dhawan. But out to Tom Curran, who's at deep fine leg. Going to get himself a single. Pardon me. 1 ball left, and then we're going to have a little change. Next voices you will hear will be Cato, Tony and Fred. Cato is going to be taking over your ball by ball. Last ball of this over, and Cody just defends it out to point. They set off immediately, and then there's a single. 83 for 1. Cody's on 10 off 16. Dhawan is on 43 off 62. Adil Rashid has gone for 5 in his 2 overs. And I hand it over to you, Cato.
Thank you, Bear. Well, things are going swimmingly for India so far. While you wouldn't say for a second that they had dominated, what they've done exquisitely well is build a solid platform for taking off when they get to about 30 overs. 83 for 1, just the 1 wicket to fall so far, and that is the rather unlucky Rohit Sharma chasing a wide one, a very wide one from Stokes outside the off stump and getting a top edge to Butler. 28 from 42 balls he went for. That was 64 for 1, and the 19 that have been put on since then have been shared between Shikha Dhawan, 43 not out, and Captain Kohli, 10. Just whiz you through the bowlers. Mark Wood, 24 off his 5. Sam Curran, 22 off 6. Tom Curran, 18 off 5. Stokes now coming back. 1 for 13 he has from 2, and this is his third over. And it's greeted with a gorgeous Kohli-esque trademark cover drive, piercing extra cover and mid-off for 4. And Mr. Jingles has disappeared from his chair for a moment, so we'll have to ask,
Jingles.
we're going to ask Tony to sing it.
Well, which one? Ishni Sanshi. There we go, that was simple. And a great t-shirt, by the way.
There we go. Just that lovely caressing of the ball with the full face of the bat pointing towards the offside and the high left elbow. And Kohli picks up his first boundary, goes to 14, India 87 for 1. And the next ball he just drops into the offside and stays where he is. You just keep seeing replay after replay of that Kohli shot. I mean, it almost seems harsh to limit Virat Kohli to saying that he has a signature shot, but he's got so many shots, of course. He has another go at it this time. This one, I fancy, just had the pace taken off it. It means he's hasn't quite got everything on that cover drive, and it goes a little bit squarer than the last. He's restricted just to the single, and it's 88 for 1.
A lot of people have signature shots to wide half volleys.
Yes, they do. But of all the shots you associate with Kohli, Fred, is that the... Would you say that's the trademark?
No, I would associate him with not going after being given out.
Oh, yes. Of all the shots is kind of what I meant.
Yeah.
There are all sorts of other things we associate with Kohli. Dhawan faces Stokes, and that's a very straight ball, just tucks him up, and he drops it into the pitch in front of him. How are you, Fred? Where have you been?
Thank you.
Do you sleep a little bit longer when it's these earlier starts?
I like sleeping all the way through ODIs generally, but you know, I've had quite enough sleep today, so I'm refreshed and ready to entertain my audience. So I know tune in especially from all over the world when I'm on.
Have you been watching it up to this point, or have you just joined us cricket-wise?
Bits.
Again, parsimonious line and length from Stokes, and Shikhar just happy to get in behind the ball and not looking for runs every time. Doesn't need to.
You know, as regards run rate in ODIs, I mean, we had a massive escalation before would be about 5-6 years ago, when we were seeing regularly scores of 400 plus, and they tinkered with the power play regulations, and they've reined that back somewhat. It's still very much a batsman's game now.
It is. Last ball from Stokes. This time, one just opens the face and tucks it away fine of gully down to third man. Trots the single to retain the strike. And he concludes the 21st over on 44. And India are 89 for 1.
Chris TB says that's it. 11 times with 4 players in all in the same game. I'm not quite sure what that was relating to.
Those are the two. Those are sets of brothers that we were looking for. 11 times when brothers have faced brothers in an international match, and all we've been able to do, I think, is list various pairs of brothers who might have faced off against each other without a definitive answer.
Without ever being sure.
You could probably, if they're in the 90s, you could probably say, well, they must have played against the War brothers.
Yeah, that would be highly likely. A lot of people on Cricket Tracker, Bipul Chowdhury and Abhiyal Bhavskar are definitely with us. I'll say hello to a few more people when I get the chance. Probably not during this over, though, because it's Adil Rashid.
We'll give you the chance. A slip in for Rashid to Dhawan, who lunges down the pitch and defends. I thought you were going to jump in there with a few shout-outs to our followers on Cricket Tracker.
I can do. It's just Rashid tends to wheel through his overs at it's not quite short, but I will do. Okay, between balls, I will do.
And, well, this has flicked away over leg side. There is a long on. So a good shot from Dhawan, but it just brings him the single, 90 for 1.
Agaraja, Venkashla Joshi, and Laxmana have all sent us love hearts, which is very gratefully received.
I'm impressed by that because I called Coley a bit of a whinger about 2 overs ago, so I'm surprised that
they may have been before you started to diss their captain.
Now he's looking very much the imperious batsman now, as he's taken his helmet off to face Rashid and comes down in the most confident forward defensive you've ever seen, almost aggressive in defence. He looks ready, doesn't he, Coley? Slightly shorter ball, and Coley moves to leg, opens his face and cuts backward of square on the offside. Barely any width to cut, but he's deftly placed it and raced back for a couple. 92 for 1.
Red, you do have pan
he's
mail.
opened his face. It's easier to breathe that way.
Good punning early on. It's almost too early in the day for puns. Just cleared his front leg there. He is in form, Coley. Leg break outside off stump, this time from Rashid, but a good sprawling stop. That extra cover prevents Coley from taking the quick single. He's starting to look like Viv Richards in his mannerisms, his shadow defence between balls.
No one has the posture, though, the posturing that Viv had. The puffing of the chest,
you need the shoulders, don't you?
in the eye.
Last ball of the over, another leg break outside off, and Coley goes deep in the crease, hangs his bat outside the off stump and plays it across the line to long on to retain the strike. With a single. 18
Fred,
to him.
You do have some fan mail, Fred. It's Diana Patterson. She says, yes, some of us do tune in from the far reaches of the world to listen to you.
Thank you very much.
So there you are. You can bask in the glow of that for a little while.
You need a contrary voice. If everyone on air is agreeing about everything all the time.
Voice? Excuse me.
You've come up from a country.
That's not the contrary voice. That's the mainstream opinion, I think you'll find.
That people tune in order to listen to you?
Absolutely.
I admit I always find it much more interesting when you were on here giving it some air.
Well, that's 2. I think that's carried unanimously. Yeah.
93 for 1 off 22. Here's Stokes again to Coley. Short, and he pulls it through the onside. He's going to get 4 here, forward of square. He just rode the bounce there, and it kind of just sat up to be hit. And Coley moves into the 20s. 97 for 1.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Just riding the bounce there. Waited for the ball, rolled his hands on it.
It's not spectacularly good bowling the last couple of overs from Stokes, I have to say. Albeit he's bowling for a man in form.
Floats one up this time, outside off stump. There to be hit, but Coley just middles it straight to short extra.
Stokes, there's been some mutterings which have grown louder about Stokes' value to England in this white ball team, and I think he's such a big name and a big presence that it would be a big decision to leave him out. But I'm not sure. I don't think I know many people who are convinced that he's in England's best 11 at either of the short formats.
Very wide of the off stump, just tickling the blue wide line here. Coley leaves alone, and the umpire decides that Stokes is legal. I would split it halfway, Fred. Actually, I feel that I could make a fairly decent case in this format, but I'm rather unconvinced when it comes to 2020. And let's face it, an opportunity to give the man a rest from one format wouldn't be unwelcome. He does so much work.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'd quite see it that way, though. People do like to play as much as possible.
No doubt. And now this one jars Coley. It was short, an off-cutter, banged in outside off stump. Didn't seem that quick, but Coley got in a bit of a tangle, and it ended up hitting him on the front hand, jamming it into the bat handle.
I think he was out twice that delivery, because he then shoveled the ball away with his bat and then picked it up. So he's getting through his 9 lives.
So that's twice an Indian batsman has picked the ball up when it was safe, and it's nice to see that some informality in cricket still exists, isn't it?
Do we need an international incident?
We always need an international incident. And another off-cutter beats Coley. Quicker, ducking in. He waited on the back foot to play it to leg, but it hit him just above the knee roll of his back pad probably would have gone over the stumps. There was no more than an inquiry for Stokes from this one. In fact, it hit him on the back thigh pad, a little bit higher than the knee roll.
He's such an explosive cricketer, Stokes, that he's the type of player that you want to see in a team because you know he can pull out big spells with the bat and the ball. But, you know, if you look at the numbers, they're not all that impressive in short form.
Another ball in the corridor, and that concludes the over with 5 dots in a row as Kohli defends that last. So a decent over from Stokes. He has 1 for 23 from his 4. And after 23, India are 97 for 1.
I'll have a run at some hellos. Oh, sorry.
Yes, I was just going to follow Fred up on this because we had a very brief joust about this on Twitter yesterday, which is, you say the figures aren't that glamorous, and I know what you're going to say in response to this, which is to chastise me for being interested in averages. He does average 40 plus in ODIs, and I may be old-fashioned, but I think that still stands for something.
Mm-hmm.
Tony?
Yes, the hellos are Sunil Afparia, Nick Raab, no relation, I suspect, to Dominic. Shaba, Sudipta Banerjee. That's just even on our own. Okay, if I quickly probably wait until after this ball.
Rashid goes for the leg break, half volley outside off stump, and Dhawan climbs into a slog sweep forward a square, and it goes all the way. Well, I thought there was going to be a jingle there, but that 6, which is Dhawan's first, brings him his half century, which has taken him 68 balls, and there were also 5 fours. And the perfect way to start an over against Rashid. Slip is still in there, and now he tries to sweep again. It's a length ball right in front of the stumps, and he's hit on the front pad. There's a huge appeal, which is answered in the negative by the umpire. I think he was far enough down and this ball was short enough that it's going over the top, and appreciably so, but Morgan doesn't agree, and he's gone for the replay. Fred, talk us through it.
Oh, well, I'd like to see a replay, but in the meanwhile, let's have some tweets whilst we're waiting.
Well, here is the replay, actually. Sorry, old boy.
I think that's missing.
That looks like going down leg
It's a
to
long
me.
way forward, and it looks like it's going down the leg side, but I have been deceived by these before. No hint of an edge. So it's all about the ball tracking.
Yeah, I don't think it is too high. I think I might be wrong on height. I'm fancying your analysis here, Fred. Is it pitched on leg? It's straightened. It is going to hit the top of leg stump. There we go. Umpire's call. Umpire's call for clipping leg. It's the not Fred analysis that proved to be correct on that occasion. Wasn't going over the top, but most of the ball was missing leg stump. So it's that infuriating umpire's call, and Dhawan survives.
Well, depends if you're the bowling side or not, and who's getting the call.
Oh, no. I mean it from a completely objective perspective. I'm like Kohli, I am sick of umpire's call, however anyone is advantaged or disadvantaged by it. So, Rashid is in again. This time he bowls fuller on the off stump. Dhawan makes room and plays a ball down to third man right off the stumps for a single.
You had this discussion about the soft signal in one of the T20s. There was a catch which engendered a lot of...
Oh, it was Milan's catch, wasn't it?
Yeah. I wasn't actually watching it, but I was listening to it as I was driving around.
Takoni gets a leading edge to backward point, survives, there isn't a run.
And somebody made the point, I think it was UK, that the umpire's soft signal from possibly 80 yards away and not very well sighted overrides the bloke looking at 15 replays with multiple camera angles.
This one is drilled back down the ground by Kohli. Rashid couldn't get down to it quickly enough as it raced past him, and Kohli has absolutely smacked that straight for 4. And I know why Bear is half smiling as he plays that, because we've alighted upon a new verb for that shot. Last ball of the over, and Kohli goes back in his crease, opens himself up and just guides it down to short fine leg for a single. he wants to keep the strike, and he does. 24 gone, 109 for 1. Kohli on 27 and Dhawan on 52.
Right, quick tracker roll of honour. Sanjay Hora, Animash Pal, Mambula, ODI Antar, Rinkutak, Hardik Kanpara, Blacking Meta Shah, Piaji Reddy, Shadi and Rabadi, MD Tutul Thakur, Balabala, Agidara Chahan and Manoj Bis are all with us. So warm welcome to all of you. Jersey Oaks told us he's had to go out shopping, so we'll be keen to know what he's come back with.
Oh, why has he done that?
And Warren has said, might be a leading question, what does Kohli do with his helmet between overs?
He just pops it behind the wicketkeeper between his legs, doesn't he?
I wondered where you were going with that.
Well, it wasn't me, that was Warren. No, I'm just the messenger, Fred. Apparently he goes behind the wicketkeeper with his helmet.
He tucked it in.
Now it's a change in bowling here. It's going to be double spin, so Kohli doesn't need to do anything with his helmet anymore because it's this man.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Whose first ball to Kohli is a half volley and just drilled straight back at Ali, who fields it. And then the second ball, a little bit of width for Kohli to work with, and looks a bit frustrated that he didn't bring off that cut expertly well. Not much timing as he takes a single out to deep extra cover.
That's true professional commentary there from Cato. The gap between the balls, not giving the impression that he was 12 seconds late on the first delivery.
I didn't know if I was allowed to talk over the jingle.
Can.
Straightening ball from Ali around the wicket to the left-handed Dhawan, who just tickles it down the leg side, and there is a misfield from Rashid at short fine, and Dhawan spotted that very quickly as he made the non-striker's end and called his captain through for an unwarranted second.
Yeah, it's a bit sloppy, but actually his fielding has improved from when he first came into the game. He just went down with one hand and slightly took his eye off it.
The most impressive bit was the fact he actually went to throw, even though the ball was by his ankle. He was halfway through the throwing motion when he realised he didn't have the ball in his hand.
And he floats ones up outside Dhawan's off stump, and he goes for the big hit down the ground. He pretty much middles it. Almost looked like he might have the lofted hit, but closed the face. And a decent bit of fielding from Wood at mid-on restricts him to a single. That's Kohli on strike. Goes back to cut it well, and this time he does find Rashid, and Rashid fields cleanly, so there's no run.
The 20 over mark was exactly on 100 minutes, which is 5 minutes and over. I'm pretty sure the guidelines say 4.
Another half volley outside off this time to Kohli from Rashid, and that is cut backward of square, sliced away. Kohli still seems a little frustrated with how the ball's coming off the bat, but nevertheless he has once again found the line.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
So, decent over from India there against Ali. 8 runs from it, that was his first. And after 25, exactly halfway through this ODI innings, they're 117 for 1. Dhawan 55, Kohli 32.
Rocky Biker had said Camino. I'm not quite sure what that was relating to. RK says great to see the Pandya and Curran brothers next day. Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about sets of brothers. Michael Bedford said Shikhar Dhawan will be tickety-boo.
Shikhar Dhawan will be tickety-boo?
Shikhar Dhawan will be tickety-boo. And he has been fairly tickety-boo so far. He's been 55 worth of tickety-boo, isn't he? So he's going well.
And Kohli is just being Kohli at the moment. You don't feel like he's dominated the game particularly. He's just been moving the ball around. 32 off 36 in the blinking of an eye. Here's Rashid to Dhawan. Reaches for the ball very wide of off stump, a full leg break, and sweeps it to deep backward square for a single. 118 for 1. Kohli just seems he's
pretty comfortable at the moment, the batsmen. I haven't seen them look in difficulty against any particular ball or any particular bowler.
Absolutely. This is a short ball, a leg break. It doesn't quite come off, and unfortunately, neither does Billings run round the boundary at deep mid-wicket, and Kohli is able to smack it away. It wasn't a great ball. Rashid dragging it down, and there is another 4 to Kohli, who's just cooking now. 36 he has. 121 for 1.
Prettiest of shots, to be honest. But he sort of he stepped back and sort of dragged it away, didn't he?
He dealt with it, is what he
dealt
did.
with it.
Leg break, outside off. Kohli reaches for it. They've still got a slip in, which seems to me a moment of great optimism in Kohli in this current frame of mind. He's able to get a single on the offside. 123 for 1. Rashid was not best pleased with Billings on the line when that ball went for 4. Another very full ball from Rashid is bunted past the diving mid-on. Jason Roy kind of dived over the ball on that occasion, and just at the moment England are looking a touch loose. Dhawan rotates a single, passes the strike back to Kohli. 124 for 1. Kohli says, "Come on," to himself. Focuses hard, comes down the pitch, and just pushes the ball straight down the ground to Bairstow at long on. 125 for 1.
We were talking about Stokes and his place in the team earlier. I'll give you another question after this ball.
This is the last ball of the over. Fuller, flatter, and Dhawan's cut only finds short third man. So India just picking the runs off that over. Another over goes for 8, 2 in a row. And after 26, it's 125 for 1.
Or maybe I ought to let Tony read complete.
I'll just say hello to Farong, who's said afternoon from a scorching Dhaka. Bring on the monsoon season. Cheers, Farong, who kindly contributed to our little look forward to Bangladesh's tour of Sri Lanka, being our man on the spot.
The other person I wanted to talk about was Moeen. I think people forget of a couple of years distance that he was dropped during the England World Cup run, and England won the last few games, the important group games and the semi-final and the final without him. Would you say he's in England's first 11 in this format?
His next over begins, his second, and Kohli just takes the single to mid-wicket. 126
I mean, obviously
for 1.
horses for courses as regards the type of wicket you're playing on. But,
well, they want 2 spinners, don't they? I think that they want 2 spinners who can trouble both edges of the bat. And they really are struggling for an off-spinner who isn't Ali, aren't they? He maintains his round-the-wicket approach to Dhawan, who waits in his crease and plays an almighty heave straight along the ground to Wood at deep mid-on. And there's another single, 127 for 1. I mean, who are the other off-spinners if you were absolutely insistent upon having 2 contrasting spinners?
Well, if you
dot ball to Kohli is the third of the over.
If you haven't got a practitioner of any particular skill that's worth his place, then you have to manage without it.
Yes, very true. Kohli, the very picture of focus and concentration. Ball outside off, just opens the face and drops it short of short third man. Comes through for another single, 128 for 1.
I mean, I know he's a leggy, but do we think we might see Parkinson at any point? He's floated from bubble to bubble without ever getting close to a look-in.
The one goes for a bigger hit this time. A pull in front of square, but out there on the boundary is a sweeper. So again, just the single, 129 for 1.
I mean, if Rashid wasn't available, you wouldn't say, well, we have to have a leg spinner, so we'll pick me or Knuckle to play for England, just because when the ball bounces occasionally, it does turn away from the right-handed batsman.
Might be good for a pub quiz, not necessarily an ODI.
Again, to this last ball of the over, Kohli showing his skill in just waiting for the ball and dropping it with very soft hands behind square on the offside to take a single and keep the strike. Better over that time from Moeen, economy-wise, just 5 singles from it. And after 27 overs, India are 130 for 1, Dhawan 59 and Kohli 41.
Looking very comfortable. As I say, that none of the bowlers seem to be causing them difficulty. And within those bowlers, there's no particular delivery. They're finding the gaps with ease. They're finding boundaries quite simply one and over. At this rate, they're heading for a very, very big total. You're looking at 300 and comfortably plus.
Yeah, absolutely. They have the platform to make 300, and at the moment they look like getting it. So Rashid whirling into another over, his 6th. Kohli lunges down the pitch, but finds the ball just a little dipping short of him, so he defends at the last moment.
356 is the highest on this ground.
What is it?
356, but that's only in 4 ODIs, so it's not a huge sample to talk about.
Yeah. Still the slip. Kohli plays a lovely off drive straight down the ground, and will just get the single to the straight man. Tricky, really, because he's not
Which one's the comedian then? Which one's the funny guy?
I think Kohli is the comedian, the way he carries on. But, again, they're just trading in singles now, as they have done for the last 15 balls or so. 131 for one. Dhawan is on strike and now goes for a slog pull down to deep mid wicket. Ali gets some hands on it to stop it going all the way. Now, talk us through what happened there, Fred. They all seem a bit annoyed about that. Was that a chance?
I'm not sure of the route that Moeen took to that ball. It's possible he didn't pick it up all that well, but it bounced. Oh no, it was a quite comfortable drop.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah. Chest height. He was running to his right, and it came to him at a good height, and he's put down a fairly straightforward outfield catch.
We had a funny camera angle there, but I'm afraid you're right. That is a regulation drop by Ali off Rashid, and Dhawan has had a life on 59, and we're just looking at that again. Yes, I'm afraid that's a bit of a shocker. Big chance goes begging. He did get the single, and now Kohli has taken a single to get Dhawan back on strike, and Rashid is very disappointed, and Moeen looks as guilty as a child with his hand in the sweetie tin. Dhawan goes for a safer pull this time. Low pull across his body, straight into the ground. Jogs a single to square leg.
I mean, to be honest, if he had his hand in the sweetie tin, it might have been sticky enough to cling onto the catch, but there you go.
Yes, England's fielders' hands under Vaughan were known for jelly baby stickiness, weren't they?
Rashid bowls to Kohli, who waits for the ball very patiently, just plays a soft-handed defensive, only a couple of yards in front of him, and a brilliantly run single. Now 5 consecutive singles off that over from Rashid, who's bowled 6 overs now for 34, and India are 135 for 1. So big moment. Dhawan dropped by Ali. England have been a bit pointless in the field for the last 2 or 3 overs.
Well, the thing about Rashid showed his displeasure. He wasn't stiff upper lip about that drop catch, but I think people underestimate that catches on the boundaries off slow bowlers are not some kind of added bonus if there's a man out there. You actually bowl to get people caught out on the boundary. It's not, if somebody takes a wicket out, it's not a case of the bowler's being lucky. That's what you're bowling for, and when a regulation catch goes down like that, it's understandable that the bowler shows a little bit of displeasure, although we'd all prefer it if he just sort of gave a little clap in his direction and said chin up, but it's not going to happen, is it?
No, not under this pressure. But he wasn't angry.
No,
he just showed his disappointment and frustration. Kohli on 44 to face Moeen, starting his 3rd over. And straight away, drills the ball, it's misfielded, it's going to be 4. Oh, this isn't a shocker. England have totally switched off in the field in the last 10 minutes or so. This was Ben Stokes at mid-off. They weren't even going to take the single, and it just went straight through him along the ground, and Kohli has got 4.
Well, he weren't going to take the single. He was worrying about picking the ball up and trying at the stump before he actually did the business of picking the ball up. So he sensed a run out, and that's what caused him to misfield, I think.
Next ball is straight on Kohli's pads and clipped square on the leg side for a single. That brings him to 49 139 for 1. But I think Stokes was imagining it almost. I mean, you say he sensed the run out, but the batsmen hadn't come down the pitch at all. They were just staying where they were. So I don't know where he got the intuition
it was
from.
One of those where you think, there might be a chance of getting something here, and you have to concentrate on actually picking up the ball. That's what I've always been told. It has to work, though.
No, but you were told the right thing.
Yes.
England looking pretty down just at the moment. Dewan on 68 just steps to leg and plays the most wonderful imperious shot, a lofted extra cover drive to a full ball, and it goes all the way over the line.
That was all timing. He didn't even try and hit it hard. He just lifted it up over extra cover, wided it off. It's just beautiful timing, and it carried all the way.
It's a cliche to say, rubbing salt into the wound now, but they really are. And this ball is just speared down the leg side, and it's going to be another boundary, 4 this time, as Dewan gets the requisite tickle on it. And now Moeen's 4 balls in his third over have gone for 15.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm sure all the Moeen apologists are already furiously tweeting that it's because he's been messed about all winter and he hasn't had any games. How do you expect him to come in and bowl in an ODI for Kohli and Dewan? But that's the job of an international cricketer, I'm afraid.
This time Dewan looks for the single, dropping the ball into the onside. Sent back sensibly, I think, by Kohli. You can't say England haven't had their chances. Dewan was dropped at point by Roy on 16 and dropped at a very difficult one. But then a much easier chance to Moeen Ali at deep mid wicket on 59. There is a misfield to this drive off the back foot by Bairstow at cover, but it hasn't conceded a run. And a rather forlorn looking Moeen Ali takes his cap from the umpire. I expect that's the last we'll see of him for the time being. 29 gone, 150 for 1. Kohli,
do you sense that,
1 short of his half century.
you do sense that, like prowling lions, these two have marked Moeen Ali down as the wounded buffalo that they want to bring down and chase after, don't they?
Well,
Certainly
to be fair,
going
England have
after
at least got. They don't have to bowl him. They've got 6 frontline bowlers, and that's one thing I will say that England have done very well since 2 World Cups ago, when they went in with 5 bowlers and were always struggling towards the end of an innings when somebody had a bad day. They always go in with 6 bowlers, and you pretty much have to, even though India didn't in the recent T22, which they
law of averages, someone will have an off day or get chased by the batsman.
Fred doesn't believe in averages.
You give yourself options.
Yeah.
Right, Kohli on 49 is going to bring up his 50 off the very first ball of the 30th over, just by playing that signature shot, pushing it through the covers for a single. 50 at even time with 6 boundaries and completely chanceless to boot. 151 for 1.
Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job is only just...
Rashid to Dewan, waits for the ball, just tickles it away off his pads for a strolled single. It's Butler, the keeper himself, who has to do the fielding. 152 for 1. Is there any sense more inevitable than a Kohli century here? I know I said I felt Dewan could get one, but he has been dropped twice. I wouldn't be surprised if Dewan get one, but I would be surprised if Kohli didn't.
Well, considering he hasn't got one for about a year and a half, that's...
I think today's the day, Fred.
Law of averages?
You don't believe in averages, we've established that.
I'm asking you.
The floaty ball up on middle stump, nice and full, and Kohli just bumps it straight on the onside for a single. They're just happy to rotate the strike at the moment, as well they might be, in the 30th over with a great platform. 153 for 1. They're going to do what not Fred told you they were going to do, which is play this as a 2020 with 30 gone. Another slug sweep from Dewan. Over leg side, over square leg, and 2 bounces into the boundary boards for 4.
The GPL should still be open, am I right, Bear? Is the GPL still open? Therefore, if you think India are going to pile on the runs in the last 20, then it's a good time to pile in to the GPL. Go to the website and you'll find all the details. It's a pound ago, you guess, you could win the pot. And what is the pot at, Bear?
Shorter ball from Rashid this time, and it's swept out to the culpable alley. Deep forward square, just the single this time. 158 for 1.
The GPL was open till 10, Tone, so it's closed. But we had 9 entries, ranging from 497 up to 631, which could be short.
Last ball of the over. Quicker one this time from Rashid to Kohli. They race through for a single, and they make it safely. Kohli 52 to 177. At the end of the 30th, India 159 for 1. It's all been about India. Just the 2 chances so far. Wicket of Sharma was the 1 wicket to fall to the bowling of Stokes. 2 chances dropped. Dhawan has made it to 76. We haven't seen much of the Rashid Googly, and for the time being you won't see much of me because we're at the 30 over changeover. And after a few words from Tony with the tweets, Fred will be taken over ball by ball.
Well, I'll just quickly say, Warren, these two looking very set. Tweeters curse, and then I'll let Hendo pick up from there for wrong being the next message.
I think it's wonderful what Not Fred is doing for the economy, because apparently as soon as he comes on, everyone goes out shopping. What's going on, Fred?
Well, in different countries, so I'm not doing much of the economy here. I would like to thank Tony and the pretty average Cato for that spell, as we welcome Hendo and also Jason back into their respective seats of glory. 30 overs have gone. India 159 for 1, and England looking very flat with the ball and even flatter in the field at the moment.
I think it's a good time to bring back Mark Wood. I mean, he bowled pretty well this morning. He was unlucky towards the end of last couple of overs that he bowled. He got hit for 2 or 3 boundaries, but he was right on the money. Could have had a couple of wickets. England will feel a little bit, I think, perhaps frustrated they didn't get those wickets, and maybe the morale has been sapped a little bit from them.
Well, Jason is yet to appear, so I'm going to take over his slot for the time being.
Okay, as Wood's first ball of his latest spell to Virat Kohli, it's a good ball on off stump, and Kohli just defends. We haven't seen many defensive shots in the last few overs, but Wood has induced one first up.
Let's have a jingle for the new bowler.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
And if you do think that he's a horse and you like Mark Wood, go to our T-shirt emporium and you can buy a T-shirt emblazoned with that image. As the next ball from Wood is again good ball on off stump and again defended by Kohli. He's having a look at him.
I'm told we've got a new listener on YouTube. I can't tell who that is, but whoever you are, welcome. Because I haven't got YouTube up. I've got enough things on my computer. And I'm also trying to write a story for later on. It's an interesting story. You might have heard about it. I don't know, about Matty Parkinson's tweets. Have you heard about this?
No, explain.
No spoilers.
All right, no spoilers. I'll read it later.
On Gorilla Cricket.
Indeed.
.com. Is it .com? Yes, I think
it is .com, yes.
We are a .com, yes.
Without the bubble. As Wood bowls a little shorter, and Kohli just works this down to third man, where Rashid fields, single to Kohli, so some measure of control perhaps back in the England bowling. Only 1 run off the first 3 balls of the third.
Did we have the tweet from Farong saying greetings from a hot and balmy Dhaka?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did. We've had that one. Okay, well, I'll move on to Chris the Quiet. I don't quite understand your tweet, but I will read it out in a minute.
In the spirit of Tony, you're about to say, I don't know what that's about, but I'm going to read it anyway. 160 for 1. Shikhar Dhawan on 77 is facing up to England's strike bowler in this game, Mark Wood. He's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls, and this is just dropped into the offside. Kohli comes some distance. There is a shy at the stumps, And for once, England's fielding is competent. In other words, it doesn't hit the stump and go off for 4 overthrows or missed by the backup man. So it's a dot ball.
Christopher Quire says, I knew that a Frood could be hoopy, but not that a dude could be Froody. Apparently May the 25th is World Towel Day. Does anyone understand that in the context of what's been going on before?
No, I don't know what Froody means.
Me neither. Hafiz Shakil Ahmad has been in touch as well. He says England's ground fielding not up to mark. They dropped 2 very important catches. Catches win matches, bro. They certainly do.
Yeah, they do.
Well, one very difficult one and one very easy one. It's a full ball, the off stump, and it's driven wide of mid-off. That's a beautiful shot from Dewan. No chance of Vex recover cutting that off. It's 4 runs. As we belatedly welcome back Jason.
Hey!
Stint. He's going to do some naughty boy nets afterwards for turning up late. But Bear, you can stand down for the moment.
Curious, I thought that. I suppose it's one of those things. It was a plan in advance at that point. I'll come back to this.
Wood ball's again a little bit shorter, having just been driven as an off in the way, and this is just fended towards point. No run.
You sound very distant to me, Fred. I don't know whether you're sounding like that to the listeners. Hopefully not. Moeen Ali.
There's a distance between us, Hendo.
There is.
Can't be bridged.
It's emotional, mental, and because I like the fact it's physical as well.
Philosophical.
Anyway, philosophical. Maybe that too. Political, definitely. Moeen Ali came on to bowl. He hasn't bowled very well. He hasn't had much bowling, has he? He just had that one test when he did reasonably well, although it was a little bit expensive. But was it the greatest piece of captaincy to bring him on to bowl just after he dropped Shikhar Dhawan with a dolly on the boundary? I mean, I suppose if you had planned to bring him in at that point, it's difficult, but and you need to get him on, don't you? But he would.
The thing I say about captaincy nowadays. We have no idea how much of it is spontaneous, how much of it is worked out in advance. How much of it is, well, if this happens then X or the other happens then Y. It's very difficult to know. I saw somebody ludicrously describe Morgan as the best captain since Brearley on Twitter the other day, but that was David Townsend, and he's got a soft spot for an Irishman. I wasn't sure if he was being serious or not. But again, it's very hard to say. A lot of these decisions are taken at the very least as a combination of the captain and the team manager, and sometimes the captain has a lesser role in that partnership.
And of course, also, I mean, they take into it. They obviously take stats into account these days as well, don't they? They look at the stats, they look at the videos, various things like that. So a lot of preparation before the game, one would think.
A lot of plans, and the fact that he's dropped a sitter on the boundary doesn't mean that you can necessarily tear up what you had planned and then come up with a new plan, because it's going to affect other stuff later on.
That's true, but also that is surely when the captain's real skill comes in, or is when to deviate from that plan.
Yes, and as I say, we have no actual idea of whether that happens or whether it doesn't happen.
No, absolutely.
Jason, what are the people saying?
To quote a phrase, the more I plan, the luckier I get.
Well,
that was practice, wasn't it? That was Gary Player, and it was about practice.
Yes, it was. I've bastardised it for the purpose of making the point.
Yeah, well, it's true.
Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Surely you remember that. Fred, apparently you sound like you're outside the bubble.
Let's play with my audio settings.
Yes, I think you should. Chris Quire says Douglas Adam and the earlier tweet regarding 42. That's what all the Froods and the Hoods and the various things was all about. Morning, Hendo. He says, Mog says, how are you uneducated in the classics of English literature, Hendo? Towels, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I've never read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I have to say.
No, I haven't either, but I believe I'd probably like it. And apparently he wrote one whole book about cricket.
Yes.
Andy Ward was talking about this the other day.
Oh, I remember. That's Genro said that's how she got into cricket. I think was Douglas Adams turned her onto it. So There you go. We should definitely name check him from time to time.
Let's get him in.
Yeah,
he's been dead for a while, but
he
let's get him in
died.
anyway.
He died on a treadmill, didn't he?
Well, there's a lesson to you all.
Don't do exercise. Absolutely.
The bloke who invented jogging died of a heart attack whilst jogging.
With a heart attack,
anyway,
he did, yeah.
Yeah.
How the hell do you invent jogging?
He invented jogging as a sport. We're going to change your bowling. It's going to be the Demon Boy Child coming back into the attack. And after his first ball, we'll play his jingle. He's right arm over the wicket, number 59 on his back. Oh no, it's not the Demon Boy Child, it's his brother. As the first ball is played up to to mid on, and they do come through for signal. Let's have the jingle.
He's not South African, but let Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more. Of the let Tom Curran, the let Tom Curran.
Tom Curran is another one whose place has been questioned in this team. Although, to be fair to him, I don't think he's a first choice. He's just somebody who's always in the squad and makes up the numbers as and when. As Curran is in again, and down the wicket comes Dewan, and he slaps this behind square on the offside. There is a man at deep point, so it's just a single. We are in power play 2. We are reminded, so 4 players are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Somebody asked, was it Michael Crichton who died on a treadmill? Well, it's obviously dangerous for orphans.
Well, I suppose it depends whether you fall off it and crack your head, or whether you die just of the exertion.
Yes, it's a government health warning. Exercise is bad for your health.
Absolutely, and this is just dropped into the leg side by Virat Kohli. The bowler heads towards mid-wicket to field. It's a single. It just shows there's so many ways of killing yourself on a treadmill. Don't do it, people.
Yep, you've only yourself to blame. Warren says Tom Curran has gone the full Rambo. He has. He's got a headband on, hasn't he? Or rather, it looks like it should have come out of Good Morning Vietnam or Apocalypse Now or something like that.
Well, talking of,
he needs to up his firepower a bit, though.
Well, cultural events. I don't think I've ever watched any of the Rambo films. Have I missed anything? I don't think so.
No, I did see.
It's not high art.
No.
Never been a great fan of Sylvester Stallone. This is tucked off his legs by Dewan to deep backward square leg for another single. So some measure of control from Curran. He's in his 6th over. He's only gone for 22 runs, which is a pretty good game.
Diane Patterson, Mrs. Shandy, says, speaking of distance, there's a huge distance between your words and the movements of your mouths. I tried refreshing and couldn't fix it. It's a bit disconcerting. I must look away. No, that's actually how we speak. We speak in delayed
we're all ventriloquists. Coming in again, got the gear. And this is played possibly off a leading edge up by Kohli towards mid-off, no run. So Curran needs to. He reminds me a bit of one of the Neville brothers at the moment, Tom Curran, because he's got a bit of an excuse for a beard on the bottom of his chin. Is it Gary Neville?
Yes, Gary Neville. Yeah, it is. No, it's not attractive.
Another international sportsman whose brother played at the same time as him. So there's some comparison.
Didn't play in a one-day international together though against.
No, but apparently good cricketers, both of them, the Nevilles.
Yes, allegedly.
As Curran bowls again, full of ball, and it's driven straight. Across comes, I think, the other Curran, and fields at mid-on. So just a single, a good over there from Curran. Just 5 runs off it. 32 overs have gone, 169 for 1. What are the tweeters saying?
Felix Stock directs us to an article on cricketcountry.com, which is celebrating Douglas Adams Day on May the 25th. Knackle says Tom Curran is cosplaying as Dale Steyn. I'd rather he was playing as Dale Steyn, full stop, and taking some wickets and bowling with some pace.
He's what?
He's cosplaying. I think that's to do with
something to do with lettuce.
There's the one where you dress up.
Oh, he's dressing up. Okay, Wood in again, and this is slapped off leg stump out to the man at deep square who takes the catch. Kohli is absolutely furious with himself. redemption for Moeen Ali as he takes, well, not too difficult to catch, but his heart would have been palpitating as it came to him. The wicket has fallen. Kohli has gone. He's not got a century against all the prognostications of the earlier average pundits, and England have taken a second wicket.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you up. How's that?
Actually, he was probably pleased it came to him pretty quickly, actually. He didn't have time to think about it, but he was just in the right place. And, Kohli has gone for 56 of 60 deliveries. He looked pretty good. He looked as good as he's been for ages, but he's gone.
Isn't that just slightly below his average? He averages 60, isn't it? At the moment?
Yeah, 59 point something. Absolutely, yeah. He's a magnificent one-day international average. It's extraordinary.
So it's a Kohli failure.
Well, technically, and it was actually a brilliant shot. The control of it, the way that he used the bottom hand, but obviously hadn't looked out there to see Moeen Ali in position, or thought, well, Moeen Ali's not going to catch anything today. It was one of those shots you play and think, oh, that's a great shot. Then you look up and think, oh, bother.
I said earlier that boundary fielders are attacking fielders for spin bowlers, but probably not to a bowler of Wood's pace, being caught well in front of square on the boundary. But hey ho, you take the wickets where they come, and England badly needed that.
Yes, they did. It's been a struggle, hasn't it? They bowled pretty well up top, I thought, and were unlucky not to get a couple of wickets. But since then, it's been all India. Shikhar Dhawan has really batted well, apart from that drop, of course, when he was on 59, gone on to 83. It's Shreyas Iyer has come to the crease.
Yep, Langston Shreyas Iyer has come to the crease.
The place so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again. It's tragic. And you and your burning desire, you took my place.
Well, thank you to Perko for murdering that ELO song as Wood comes in to bowl for the new batsman, who gets us a little bit high off the bat, but does guide it down to third man to get off the mark with a single.
I'll just keep him down now to just under 350.
Yes, possibly. Farong says, stick to safe sports, for example, a sport where you bend your elbow, i.e. darts and knocking down pints. Hard to go past a finer sporting specimen than Jockey Wilson. And Warren provides us with a picture of the Neville brothers, but this is the soul band,
the Louisiana wonderful singers. It's Aaron
Yes.
Neville, as Wood is round the wicket again to the left-handed Dhawan, and he's pulled this in front of square all along the ground. He's seen the ball like the proverbial football, and that has gone for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a man.
It was a short ball. It got to him pretty quickly, but he got on top of that. He rolled the wrist, he kept it down, and he put it into a gap. It's going to go for 4. I'm not an expert on Indian stadiums or stadia, but this looks like slightly unfinished. It's only one story all the way round, as Wood again bowls a quicker ball, which Dhawan just blocks the bat down and plays it to mid-wicket. I haven't seen any other grounds in India which are just one level all the way around the ground. Oh no, there's more. Well, okay, it's just there is a second stand over to one side, but most of the ground looks like it's just one.
They've got one great stand. You've got one great stand like Melbourne used to have, and then
great southern stand.
The rest of it is fairly
even and low. I don't know how many people it holds, or whether it's a work in progress. A lot of grounds have used this lockdown time as a chance to make themselves bigger, as Wood bowls a shorter ball. Dhawan goes onto the back foot and just blocks this to point. No run.
Mog suggests that the Shreyas Iyer jingle is actually fucking mint. Is that because he did it? I'm not sure. I think isn't it a Perko version? It sounds Perko to me.
Yeah.
It's not like Mog to actually boast about his own jingles anyway, so he's a very modest man.
No, he's suitably modest, I think. He's got a lot to be modest about now, Mog. as Wood is going to bowl the last ball of the 33rd over, a successful over for him. He got the wicket of Kohli with the first ball of it. And he's in now to the left-handed Dhawan, who moves across the crease and he shovels this into the leg side again in front of square. I don't think mid-wicket's going to catch that or cut that off. He hasn't, and he looks like he's injured himself into the bargain. Clutching his shoulder as he made the dive. Who is that?
I think that's Sam Billings, isn't it?
Is it Sam Billings or Jason Roy? Jason Roy has known shoulder issues.
No, it's definitely Sam Billings.
That's Billings, and if after his first game back after a long absence he's hurt himself before he's had a chance to bat, that would just be the icing on the cake on England's fielding performance. It hasn't been signalled before. I assume it's gone before, otherwise it did. Running and they'd have got that 15 by now. He's got a hand on it.
He's already touching the boundary with his back leg anyway, as he feels that.
That is going to be a boundary, but let's see what's happened in terms of his injuries. Whilst we're waiting, Jason, and don't run us through some tweets.
Well, I'd like to, but I don't think we've got too many. Since you brought it up, I will also note my Iyer jingle is pretty good too, says Mog. So we have competing Shreyas Iyer jingles. I don't know if the bear can dig Mog's out, and we can be the judge of that, perhaps.
I have to say that the idea of that Iyer jingle for Iyer and Iyer, Baby You're a Living thing, is absolutely fine.
So it's shot selection that you're more worried about, is it?
Execution, more about execution. The theory was fine. Well, Billings has landed very heavily on his shoulder as he attempted to scoop that one back from very close to the boundary. It's his left shoulder, and well,
he's got himself into a very awkward position there, hasn't he? He really has. It's a very odd way that he's gone over.
Well, he's tried to scoop the ball back sort of behind him, like a goalkeeper going with the wrong hand. And I have a feeling that might be the end of Billings' day, which will further hamper England's chances of chasing down this score, which is likely to be in excess of 330.
Can we have a shoulder substitute as well as a concussion substitute?
Oh, maybe they're
quite handy with
his head. Yeah.
Start rubbing your head, Billings.
Physios, go for his head.
Knuckle says Gary Neville opened in the Bolton League with Matthew Hayden, who made his Test debut 2 years later. And Freddie said Phil Neville was the best junior player he played with. And we've got he's sent us a copy of the Bury Times from Friday, July the 24th, 1992. And there indeed is a picture of it's a curious one because it looks like Matthew Hayden is back. They can't have switched this photo around, but Matthew Hayden appears to have taken up a position as a right-handed batsman, and Gary Neville seems to be a left-hander, according to this picture.
Well, you'd know that as a long-standing newspaper man, Hendo, that often photos get transposed.
Well, they do, but I would suggest that this one hasn't, because it's got a scoreboard in the at the back, and that seems to be the right way around. So I don't quite understand that. Very odd indeed. But there you go.
Billings has left the field. And I'm wondering if we're going to get a chance to see him again, which will be a great disappointment for him and his fans. There's many fans in the southeast of England. But at the end of that, over the 33rd, 178 for 2 India, with Dhawan on 91 off 95 deliveries, and Iyer, who's doing better than that because he's got 1 off 1, so he's got a better strike rate.
Shikhar Dhawan is moving within reach of an 18th one-day international 100. He's got 30 50s alongside that. Well, 31 50s at the moment. It'll go back to 30 when he gets to 100. That's the curious way of things. We have a substitute fielder in the form of Liam Livingstone coming onto the field as well.
I wonder why I didn't recognise him. Well, the bear has found Mog's Iyer jingle, so maybe we'll have a jingle off. Maybe you can vote the weakest jingle off the island, if I'm not mixing my various reality TV metaphors. But Tom Curran is going to bowl his 7th over from the hill end, apparently, and he's going to be bowling to the jingle. It's a short ball, and he goes to flick it down to fine leg. Misses the ball completely. Those are often given as wide, but I don't think it has been. It's going to be a top ball.
It's interesting to see Curran coming on at the hill end, because we did see the hill earlier, and the hill is very big, and I'd love to see him coming down the hill to bowl. Ooh. That would be fun. He'd get some pace.
Say that at Sussex, when Imran Khan and Garth LaRue used to bowl down the hill.
Yes.
It's pretty flat ground, but there is still a little bit of a hill.
What, a Hove?
At Hove, yeah.
Oh, there's a big hill at Hove. I would say that's very much a hill.
In mountainous terms, it's pretty flat. As this is dropped into the offside by Shreyas. His strike rate's taken a calamitous dip to these last two balls. He's now 1 off 3 because it's another dot ball.
Yeah, I think probably Hove. If you're comparing it with the Himalayas, it's quite flat. Yeah.
Of course, Lords.
Compare it with Lords. I think it drops more than Lords does side to side.
Yeah, Lords is side to side, and Hove is
top to bottom.
Wicket to wicket. As in comes Tom Curran again and bowls, and this is just turned comfortably in front of the umpire, or through where the umpire would have been, but he vacated that area. It's a single to Shreyas Iyer, 179 for 2.
Martin Lawrence posits the question: is diving worth the risk? I don't know whether it's worth the risk. It's just what happens in top level cricket now, isn't it? And even lesser levels of cricket, you're expected to give everything in the field in the way that you weren't 50 years ago.
Yeah, fortunately,
there's a technique for diving to do it safely.
Yes, they do practice it, and they are very good at it. But accidents will happen. This is cut by Dewan and cut beautifully. He's timed that to absolute perfection. That's going to take him to 95, another boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
At the end of this over, perhaps we can have the Mog Iyer jingle. And the jingle off shall begin. He just waited for a shorter ball, and he looks like he's got all the time in the world as he cuts his past that last ball past the point fielder.
Yeah, he struggled early this morning, did Shikhar Dhawan, but since he started hitting fours, he's not really stopped.
As he's just nudged to that man at backward point. A dot ball, 95 off 97 deliveries. He's given India a tremendous platform with 16 overs to go after this to really, well, they've got the wickets in hand and they can really have a go. And it's going to be some chastening work for England, some of it self-inflicted by a couple of drop catches, but they're going to have to work hard to keep this target within range as Curran completes the over, and it's another dot ball. It's just dropped into the offside. The end of the over, it's 34 gone, 183 for 2.
Jason, you're about to say something.
Diving away at the edge of the place, so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And you and your burning desire, you took my place.
That's the same as the last one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
You've ruined that, haven't you?
Very good, Bear. Very good. Have we got the alternative?
So
I'll have to go and find it. I've got four Shreyas Iyer jingles, and they all seem to be by Perko.
We've got a new over, and it's Mark Wood bowling to Shreyas Iyer, a short ball. He just rides the bounce, plays us into the offside, but can't beat the man at the cover point. Who's Jason Roy?
Mog says, we've moved the boundaries in to prevent players smashing their skulls against fences. The ropes are padding now. What else can you do to stop driving injuries? Lacrosse sticks for fielders? Well, I did suggest that perhaps Chris Jordan had one of those when he took that catch the other day.
Maybe they could wear American football style padding in the outfield so that they didn't have to roll. As Wood bowls short, and it's pulled well by Shreyas Iyer, well in front of square, all along the ground, 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Thank you, Bear. The search for the Mog Iyer jingle goes on.
Well, it's going to be so worth it when we finally get to hear it, isn't it?
Well, it better be. Yeah.
Well, yeah, true. Warren says, wondering if the photographer took artistic license because of the scoreboard behind Matthew at 1 and Neville at 2. So you had Matthew on the left-hand side of the photograph and Neville on the right-hand side. And yes, they did. I think you're probably right there. That's what it was to do. It was to get the symmetry of those things into that picture from the Bury Times, 1992. You'll find it in all good newspaper libraries. Yeah,
they've probably gone bust like the football team. As this has been pushed. The next ball is pushed to cover by Shreyas Iyer. Production notes on air. Bear, why don't you search your mail account for an email from Mog with the word Iyer in it?
Funnily enough, Fred, this is exactly what I'm fucking doing. Now shut up.
Well, I'm glad we're on the same page.
You've railed the bear. You've got him going.
Quick, Mog, send him Perko's one just to confuse him further. Well, 187 for 2. Shreyas Iyer. And he's going to be facing up to England's fastest bowler in this match, Mark Wood. He comes wide of the crease and has a successful result in that it's a dot ball. As Shreyas watchfully plays this on the offside. What do we think, Jason, Nigel, India are looking for as a total at this point?
As much as they can get.
Good.
I
Thank
think
you.
they'd be disappointed if they don't get 330, probably. I think they'll probably get 345.
I think a lot of it depends how many wickets they keep in hand. I mean, they've got Rishabh Panda, Hardik Pandya. We've seen Pandya in good form recently. Rishabh, although he hasn't reached the heights in one-day cricket yet that he has in tests, there's the danger, isn't there, of him?
Wood bowls again, and this is out off the outside edge, high into the air, and catch is taken, running in off the cover boundary, the substitute fielder, and the third wicket has fallen. Shreyas Iyer going, well, I'm not quite sure, he misplayed that. He was going for a big drive, but he's got a big, thick outside edge, and it hung in the air long enough for the fielder to come in off the ropes. A third wicket has fallen. Well,
Yeah,
Wood's taking some wickets in funny areas, isn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say Billings would never have got that. Certainly not with his injured shoulder. It was a good, decent catch, low down in the end, sliding in. Iyer lost control of the bat, didn't he, as he played that shot? Most inelegant from him, really. Worrying point that Knackle brings up with regards to Billings' shoulder. He says it's the same one that he dislocated in 2019, meaning that he missed the World Cup. Hope it's not as serious as it looked. This is a big few weeks for him with this series and an IPL contract with the Delhi Capitals. Yeah, who was he most recently with? Was it CSK he played for a couple of years ago? Mog says, so this is how our handcrafted jingles are treated, eh? And Big Ol' VJ says, looks so bad, too bad for it to happen to him. Venkatesh says, excited to see how Prasid performs today. Well, we'll find out later when India get a chance to bowl. And Mog says, if you're not fans of heavy metal from a certain period, you're going to be very disappointed in my Iyer jingle. Well, he saved you, really, Shreyas Iyer, by getting out. And so we don't have to play his jingle. KL Rahul, man who can't buy a run in T20 cricket at the moment, is coming out at number 5. I think there's a
semaphore from the bear.
I think there was a jingle there, but I couldn't hear a thing. I don't know about you, Fred. Well, sometimes on this platform we don't hear the jingles, but I'm sure that the people at home do, because when I've been listening on YouTube, for example, they come through loud and clear, but for some reason we can't hear them sometimes. Either way, it's going to be Mark Wood to Dewan, because they crossed while the ball was in the air. He's on 95, and he's still on 95 after that delivery, as he just drops this one to backward point. No run, and another successful over to Mark from Mark Wood at the end of the 35th over, 187 for 3.
This is the best chance for England to get back into the game, is to press the incoming batsman and get them, and they will get out trying to go too hard too quickly.
Right, an aerial view of the ground shows us that there is a second level stand on about, what would you say, that's about 20% of the circumference of the ground, but the rest of it,
yeah, I mean considering you know how hot it gets in India, there's very little cover there, isn't there? It's almost entirely open apart from that one stand. I don't know if anyone's been to Pune and can testify to how uncomfortable it gets on a hot and sunny day there. But
well, you're dealing with people who are used to the heat. To be fair, most of the crowd at Pune will be comfortable with hotter conditions than you or
well, you say that, but I don't think people, you know, they're more intelligent than most English people going out there, going out into the sun, because they exist under it quite a lot of the time, and they they do. I think you find that those grounds where there is shade, that they go looking for it.
Well, replacing his older brother, that's a bit clue who's coming on to bowl. It's this chap.
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His notes from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And his beloved Eyeless Yates.
Sam Curran.
Well, his first ball is driven, but straight to the man at short extra cover, no run. So we look at that Iyer dismissal again. He was trying to loft it back over the bowler's head, but a big thick outside edge, and it stayed in the air for long enough for the deep cover fielder to come in. Must have been a good 25 yards as Sam Curran bowls again to Rahul, who tries to get off the mark. He does with a sharp single, but a shy at the stumps. I think Dewan might have been struggling at that hit, and he may not have been all that friendly to Mr. Rahul as he headed back. Let's have a look at that again. It was just cut into the ground by Rahul, who set off, and he would have been gone had that a very difficult pick up and throw as he was falling by the Jason Roy at backward point. But had that hit, Dewan would have been run out for 95.
Brilliant. He's a brilliant fielder in that position, and as you say, he's having to throw it back the way he's come, which makes it so much more difficult. Did really well.
Curran in again, and that's another dot ball. As Dewan just digs this out into the offside. Hendo, talk for a second. I'm going to change my audio settings and see whether anything changes. So just take the next ball.
Okay, India 188 for 3. Rahul has 1. Shikhar Dhawan has 95. 1 big 6, and I could have the glory of his 100. It'll be an 18th one-day international 100 if he gets there. Kohli went for 56. Shreyas Iyer for 6. Rohit Sharma for 28. And we're into the 36th over. In comes Sam Curran over the wicket. It hits him on the pad as he looks to turn it into the onside. He'll get through, I think, for a leg bye as Jos Buttler goes across to field it. That's just being signalled by the umpire. India onto 189 for 3 at the moment. Sam Curran's been pretty economical. 2 balls left in his 7th over. He's only gone for 23. Opened the bowling this morning with Mark Wood. Done a pretty good job. How are you, Fred? No, I can't. You're even worse now, Fred.
No, that's bad.
Try something else. We can't hear you at all. Some people might enjoy that, but work on that. I'll do this next ball. It's Curran round the wicket, and he bowls a floaty, slower one that Rahul has to wait for, then drives, but straight to extra cover, and there is no run. Fred, are you back with us yet?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that seems to be a bit better.
Yeah, that's much better.
Yep, we'll go for that.
At least one person will be cheering around the world that I can now be heard. This has been a good spell from England, actually. They've taken a couple of wickets, and wickets do slow down the momentum, or the memento, as an ex-teammate of mine used to call it. As this is edge just past the diving Buttler. Would have been a comfortable catch to first slip, but there's not going to be a first slip, and off the edge, KL Rahul gets his first boundary.
I'm not sure. Did he play that? I think he played that deliberately, didn't he? I thought that was a decent, quite clever
I think
shot.
He might have been trying to angle it down to third man, but it went much, much finer than he wanted. So, legitimately an edge, I think.
Mrs. Luigi Magpie says towel, toothbrush and guide, which I think is her joining in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy stuff. Ravinair says that stadium is bizarre. It's miles west out of Pune. No public transportation network, no shade. I'm surprised anyone goes for anything except night matches. The locals don't mind the sun, says Warren. Maybe the most imperial statement I've heard in quite some time.
Not quite what I said. I said they're more used to it than Hendo or I.
No, I spent years in the sun. I'm very craggy now. Morg says, whatever you did, Fred, it's not helped. We can still hear you.
Hey.
Someone had to say it.
Unlike your jingle, which has been lost.
All right then. Simmer down, you two. The fact that the Pune ground has almost no roof is part of the reason why no one goes for day games, even if they could, COVID-wise. Inexcusable for a ground built less than 10 years ago, and it's an hour outside the city. It's basically off a motorway. So what were they thinking when they built that ground? Can someone give us an insight? Did someone do well out of it financially? Presumably, someone with a lot of cement.
Guerrilla Cricket is disassociating themselves from those comments suggesting there was any corruption involved in the building of the stadium.
I didn't say that.
That
I
was
didn't say
Nigel
that.
Henderson
I
with the
didn't say
provided
that.
address on demand to any lawyers.
I was merely curious as to why one would build in such a location.
Well, 10 minutes after he got out, the Bear has finally found Mog's Ire jingle. Should we play it anyway?
Go on
I think
then.
we should. Nothing's going on at the minute.
Schleier's Ire, you've been down too long in the IPL. Come join the test team as well. When he hits it hard, but he hits it clean. Oh, you see what I mean? He'll take the game away. Schleier's Ire.
I quite like that. That's good, isn't it? Yeah,
that's pretty good.
that's really good, Mog. Don't put yourself down. New bowler, by the way.
That's our job.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, we do have a change of bowling. Dewan, who's been on 95 for what seems like ages, will be facing this man.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
His first ball is watchfully played by Dewan, who hasn't scored for a while. As I say, he's on 95, but interesting to bring back Stokes at this point. I wonder if it's a case of getting a couple of overs in whilst Dewan's a little bit fiddly on 95 and the other bloke's new to the crease and not in any form. Single from Dewan as he touched this off the legs into the leg side for a single.
I'm also wondering whether it has anything to do with how poorly Moeen Ali started when he was finally brought on. That he may be trying to use up some of Moeen's overs through an extra bowler. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, you've got the 6 bowlers, and that gives you some leeway. Let's see how many overs the various people have bowled. Moeen's bowled 3, and this is
3 for 28.
5th. Yeah.
I can see why he's come off.
As Stokes bowls again, good ball on off stump, and Dewan's come a long way down from the non-strikers end, but there is no chance of a shy as the man from Gully came into the field. But he did come quite far down.
Moeen Ali seems to be in a sort of strange period of his career where everything he does, for one reason or another, doesn't go quite right. Whether that means it'll be terminal, I don't know. But he just seems to be struggling with illness and going home and coming back, not getting picked.
As Stokes bowls onto the legs of Rahul, who just nudges it through the mid-wicket region, takes the single. Dewan will come on to strike on 96.
Yeah, looking at those bowling figures, sorry, go on, Jason.
I suspect that Moeen will survive until the T20 World Cup at the end of the year, and then maybe jettison. That may be harsh for him, but I think
if you
that
want to
might be
jettison
the
somebody,
long-term game plan.
if you want to jettison somebody, I would suggest probably makes sense to do it before a major tournament if you're worried about him, rather than after it. As Stokes is in again to Dewan, this is outside leg stump, and it's tickled out to a deep backward square leg for a single. It's 97 to Dewan, 196 for 3. 1 ball left of the 37th over.
Yeah, and Ben Stokes was sort of holding his face in his hands there in a sort of Stuart Broad look, because he was looking for the Yorker there, and it was low down on the bat that Shikhar Dhawan got it, but he still managed to time it quite nicely.
Well, it was a full toss. I'm not quite sure why Stokes' histrionic reaction.
Well, it was a
warranted.
very low full toss. That's the point I was making, Fred.
Yeah. It wasn't. Anyway, the next ball is to Rahul, who defends. So the runs have dried up the last couple of overs, as often happens when wickets fall, and especially as Rahul is very much playing for his place. You would have thought a man in no form whatsoever. The end of the 37th over, 196 for 3. What are the tweeters saying?
The tweeters are saying absolutely nothing at the moment. They've gone a little bit quiet.
They are wrapped with the entertainment we're providing.
I
Jason,
think that's exactly what it is. Juggle, perhaps? Something like that? No?
No.
Okay, no response.
We
to
are
that.
looking at an aerial shot of the ground, and I think I can see the motorway, and there didn't seem to be very much around it.
There's absolutely nothing there, is there? I mean, I doubt if there are any sort of facilities for sort of food and various things like that. It is out in the middle of nowhere.
Curran starts a new over to Dewan, a short ball. Not sure that's the ideal length for Curran, as it's pulled, but along the ground to long leg. Another single for Shikhar Dewan, 98 for him.
You now sound as if you're in a wind tunnel, Fred. I don't know why that would be. Are you in a wind tunnel?
My location will have to remain a mystery. I don't know quite what's going on. This doesn't really make sense. We've got a top end equipment here, but it never quite seems to work as it ought to. I feel like Hendo.
External factors, I think.
Yeah, it could be internet factors, but you wouldn't have thought so. And what's going on here? We're watching the next batsman, Hardy, who's playing with a medicine ball on one knee. As Curran again bowls a shorter ball, which is attempted pull by Rahul, comes off his hip, no run accrues.
Well, I imagine he's working those muscles that he's hoping to put to use very shortly in regards to lamping the ball over mid-wicket. I think that's what it is.
Most of the times I've seen that it's when they're practicing getting their back active for bowling.
Well, he has had injury problems, hasn't he, Pandya? I'm not sure whether they do relate to the back. I can't
Maybe
quite
they're
remember
medicine
that.
ball related.
Yeah, it could be that.
He's had enough. As Curran bowls again, and it's another good ball, which Rahul cannot get away. He's now 6 of 9 deliveries. This is not what India wanted from their number 5 coming in with 12 overs. Or
If you want
14 overs
strike.
left. Yeah. Actually, if he does slog one into the outfield, they'll be telling people to drop it. Or let it go. Keep him in. A la Clive Lloyd.
Well, you say that, but actually Rahul is.
Final.
You say that, but Rahul is a very dangerous player if he gets going. He's a fantastic. His opening batting in the IPL at times has been astonishing.
It's another dot ball, as he doesn't essay any shot that would bring him any runs. He just drops the bat on it and it goes to mid-on.
It's a man trying to rediscover form, coming in a difficult position to do that, really. I mean, he might feel... Well, in a sense it is, yeah. I mean, you know that you've got to get on with it immediately, and he likes a sort of harder ball at the top of the innings, generally speaking.
Coming in at 190 odd for 3 with 14 overs to go. It's not the worst time to come in.
It's not, but it's also you sort of got, in a way, nothing to gain. I mean, you're expected to get on with it, and okay, so 6 off 10, that could turn into 20 off 14. So I think it's a bit early to be writing him off as a number 5 at the moment, perhaps.
But I think we might be rapidly downgrading our expectations for the target that India are setting the longer he stays in, as Curran is into him again. It's a shorter ball outside the off stump, and it's another dot ball as he leaves that, looks hopefully towards the umpire. No chance of that being called a wide. So this is a good over from the newly bright blonde Sam Curran. Well, it's not quite new, but it's they do seem to have ridiculous haircuts in this lockdown era. If they get 9 per over from here, they will get to 307.
Well, it's not impossible, when you've got the likes of Pandya to come.
It's another dot ball. This has been a very good over for Curran, and the 38th over is complete. 197 for 3. India, with the conjunction of a batsman not in form coming in at number 5 and a man approaching a century at the other end, have dried up in the last 3 overs.
Let's have a look at your tweets and see if you were sort of getting a little bit sleepy too. No, they're flying in. They are literally flying in as I speak. Warren reckons that Hardik is practicing his scrum half technique. Martin Holmes says, "Holy diver all day, great lyrics." This must be what the Shreyas Iyer jingle was based on. It doesn't sound like someone is torturing a cat. which is good. We've been followed by Kevin Alexander. Hello, welcome to you, if in fact you are listening. Crystal Quiet says, clearly Fred is broadcasting from a Vogon shop. Poetry to follow. Pune Stadium was designed by a British company, Hopkins Architects, at a cost of 1.5 billion rupees, says Farong. I'll bring you the rest of that tweet in a minute.
First ball of a new over from Stokes, and it's pulled by Dewan straight to the man at short mid-wicket, and I believe he has gone. He has.
There was nothing I could change. I was gonna go out strange.
Well, it was a short ball. He just went back and tried to lever it into the leg side, and he's picked out the England captain Morgan, short mid-wicket. And, this is a very, very good spell now for England, as they've got Dewan out short of his century, and they're pulling it back.
Yes, indeed, 98 of 106 was a really good knock after some early difficulties, and it was maybe just starved the strike a little bit in the last over or two. But again, it's one of those shots that he plays. He just got the placement a little bit wrong and gave a pretty easy catch to, as you say, Morgan. Going back to that tweet, Farong says, Pune Stadium designed by a British company, cost of 1.5 billion rupees. I can never convert rupees or lakh or any of these other things into English money. Someone will have to do that for me. The seating arrangement has been designed that an unobstructed view is assured for all patrons. The most important feature of the stadium is the drainage system. And he says, cheers. Yes, thank you very much for that. So we won't get rained off, but nobody can go to watch. That's basically it. History of the Netherlands podcast says, I agree on how stupidly far away that stadium is. We took to hitchhiking in and out during Australia versus India in 2017. Many selfies, he says. Oxymoronica says, I've just been to have my jab. It was quick and painless, and I wanted to thank the NHS. In that time, England had claimed 2 wickets, including the big one of Kohli. Things are looking up.
I have another jab. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it better than the last microphone?
It's a bit distorted now, but it'll do. You're only on for another over or two. We'll get by.
And the second innings, of course.
There is.
Well, we have 2 new batsmen now at the crease, but one of them is in some form, and it's the new batsman. It's Hardik Pandya.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
Still don't understand that jingle. Anyway, Stokes will be bowling to him. He's right-handed. He's a tall man, and he defends his first delivery with an authentic forward defensive, which goes into his pads, I think, and he retrieves it with his hand.
No, Fred, on sort of second hearing, that is even worse. It's loud and it's distorted and not very pleasant at all. So I'd go back to the previous one if I were you.
Can you go between the two?
Well, yeah, maybe.
It may have been too close to my mouth. I'll move it further away.
Over the other side of the room, perhaps. Mog says, Jesus wept, hasn't the one made 100 yet? Well, he's not going to now. He's not going to. It's all gone.
He batted really well, actually, as Stokes bowls, and he beats the outside edge of Hardik Pandya. And somehow, out of nowhere, England have, as I say, dragged this back and are now looking on top, which seemed unlikely about 5 overs ago. Certainly unlikely when Dewan and Kohli were having no difficulty in scoring 8 runs and over. But things change.
Knuckle says KL Rahul was in this role as India's white ball wicketkeeper and number 5 for almost all of 2020 and did well. There wasn't a lot of 2020 to be fair. This has the feel of a stay of execution for Pant takes up that role.
In comes Stokes. Another dot ball. There's been a lot of those recently, and it's not what you want if you're a batting team with 12 overs to go.
We suggest that this is something perhaps to do with the pitch rather than the players.
Well, I think England are bowling quite well. I mean, they're sort of bowling a lot of cutters, aren't they? Which is what India did to great effect in the T20s, in the latter stages of those.
There's not been a run for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 deliveries, I believe. And a wicket has fallen in that time.
Well, 2 in the last 4.4 overs, according to the graphic on the screen.
And there's another dot ball as Hardick tries to work this one off his legs by moving outside the off stump and can't manage it. Beware of the cutter, Echo and the Bunnymen once sang, and maybe that's what India's batsmen need to worry about.
Mog says, I've seriously thought about buying a hurdy-gurdy before, so maybe getting a taggle harp wouldn't be too much further a step. Not really sure what that's to do with.
His jingles.
Oh, is it? Okay, fair enough.
Who used the hurdy-gurdy? I think Donovan was probably the last person to use a hurdy-gurdy, wasn't he? A while back anyway. Stokes in again, and again no run, as this is played off the back foot straight to the man at deep gully. The end of the over, a really successful one. No runs off it and a wicket. 197 for 4 with 11 overs to go.
Let me get through some tweets, getting a little bit behind. Angry Ballpark Goose, that Sports Jessica says, new proposal for a cricket game that guarantees nobody will get rained on. A stadium with no seats. Oh, I don't know, some people will still go. Warren says, British company taking billions out of India and leaving a shit show. Seem to have heard of that before. Always interested to hear what the seed material for jingles is, as the majority way outside my knowledge. Nice one, Mog. That's from Chris the Choir. Just scrolling down. If you ever need, just ask. I'm nothing if not a plagiarist, says Mog. And Phil Jones arrives, says, at midday, are you going to observe a minute's silence for the COVID reflection day? Perhaps while trying to think of positive things to say about Moeen Ali's form. Interesting one. It's 11 minutes past 11 in England at the moment. We've got 11
armistice time. Sam Curran bowls a slower ball, and even slower than usual, outside the off stump, and it's cut out to deep point for a single. That's the first run for ages, or it seems like ages. And KL Rahul now 7 off 13. Hardick yet to score, about to face his 6th delivery.
Yeah, and actually, the Currans have done very well today. There was a little bit of worry over Tom Curran. He took a bit of a spanking in his brief outing in the 1 T20, I think, that he got. And he does tend towards the expensive, but he's bowled quite tightly today.
He has. You probably would have got good odds against Sam Curran and Stokes being the people to absolutely put the squeeze on India at this stage of the innings, but they have, as Curran's in again, and work down to wide third man for a single. Mark Woodfields, 199 for 4.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the combined Curran brothers figures, and they've gone for 58 in 15.2 overs between them, which is pretty darn good. It really is.
It is. Tom Curran, much maligned, not least on guerrilla cricket, but as I say, he's nobody's first choice, but he's doing a decent job filling in as Curran bowls again a fuller ball, which is driven behind square on the offside, and the point fielder Jason Roy gets to it, so another dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of cutters being bowled at the moment, and it's just a case of whether the batsman eventually gets used to it and reminds himself to wait for the ball before unleashing the drive or the heave. But England really struggled doing it in the T20s. The likes of Johnny Bairstow, the likes of Ben Stokes, constantly hitting over the top of the ball as it died on them on its way.
In comes little Sammy. Bowls, and it's pulled over. Well, finally the shackles have been broken. It's a shorter ball. It was outside the off stump, but it's been pulled, muscled over deep mid wicket for a decent size 6.
There is absence. 6!
Oh, he is. Yeah, we're about to have a change, a 3-person change. Tony, Nestlers and Bear will be taking you through the last 10 overs of the innings. And, well, as I say, the shackles were well and truly broken. It didn't look that bad a ball, and it was fetched from well outside the off stump, but it went a long way back.
Yeah, I actually think it was the timing that was surprising, because he did have to fetch that from quite a way outside. It was very short, I think, but again, it's part of those digging deliveries into the pitch to try and get them to sit up. That one sat up a bit too much.
Well, that'll make KL Rahul feel a little bit more comfortable as Curran's into him again. It's a good ball on off stump, and he just drops this at his feet. 1 ball left of this spell for us commentators, and 205 for 4 with 10 overs to go. Well, if you take that at the start of the innings, I think India would have taken it. If you're talking about 10 overs ago, I think England would have absolutely bitten your arm off, in the slightly odd metaphor.
Yeah, we've got to remember, of course, that England might be without Billings, depending on how serious that injury is.
Curran in to completely over. He finishes with a dot ball as an attempted drive goes off the inside edge into the pad. 205 for 4 at the end of the 40th over. Farewell for now.
Yes, and hello me, hello Tony, and it should be Nestlers to end this innings.
Hello there.
Hello there.
And it is. There he is. Looking magnificent.
Who's that?
So, what's the position, chaps, on substitutes? It's not a concussion sub. So, are England effectively now a man down?
I think so. Man down, man down. Yeah, I think so.
Man down. That was rather what I sort of looked particularly nasty when shoulders go like that. They don't suddenly come back, they stay gone for a while, don't they?
Yes.
Remember poor old Ollie Pope?
Now, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Diraj Kumar wants to know why Bairstow's number is white.
I don't know. I looked at that on YouTube.
It's blue for others.
I don't know.
Colour clash with the ginger hair. Speaking of which, Ben Stokes is in the attack.
Attack?
Attack. Right arm over and flicked straight to mid-on by Hardik Pandya, who has the company of his brother, of course. We had a lot of conversation about that earlier. Stokes operating from the pavilion end, which means he's bowling towards the magnificent hill here at Pune.
That was a good catch to get.
That was a great catch, yeah. And
sharp.
I heard Fred say England would have bitten your arm off, 3 or 4 overs ago to have come back, which they have somewhat. There's a slip in place for Stokes. It's wide though, but driven straight to cover. And again, there is no run.
Phil Jones wants to know at midday, are we going to observe a minute's silence for the COVID reflection day? Perhaps while trying to think of positive things to say about Moeen Ali.
Well, yeah, we just had that. I don't know. I mean, we'll probably be off air then. Well, I don't know if we'll be on air.
What is this COVID reflection day? I'm completely
presumably to reflect on the issues, as we're getting a panoramic view that shows the hill looming above this stadium. Normally holds about 46,000 people, I think, but obviously, sadly, not today. We were teased, taunted, tempted, and had some crowds, didn't we, in the early stages, and then it all got
utter lunacy, in my view.
Well, I must admit, I was looking there, tutting, going, surely that can't be right, and then
Morgan's going off.
So I suppose now we're losing Morgan as well. Both of his caps and sunglasses are leaving the field.
What's going on there then?
England, it seems, are dropping like flies. One clearly a physical injury. He doesn't seem in a hurry.
No.
Were it, shall we say, a gentleman's comfort break, he might have been bustling along a little bit quicker. This one takes an edge, gone straight to slip. Stokes has his man. Hardik has gone. Big smile on Stokes' face. England have another wicket. Well, plenty of discussion about his place in the team.
Who?
In
Stokes?
white ball cricket. Hasn't played an ODI since that World Cup final. He's doing all right today, isn't he?
No. I think that discussion was more about his T20 form. I said there's no way you can't not have an ODI side. I mean, there's such different games even now. It was a little. I think it was a knuckleball. I think it was a little knuckleball, and it's brave to have a slip in the 41st over. I suppose he is new to the crease, and if you get him, he's a big hitter of a long ball.
It's what you can do with 2 new batsmen. You may not have necessarily been doing that had Shikhar Dhawan, for example, been on strike.
Exactly, you wouldn't.
Mog says, surely one of you should be shrieking, "India are becalmed" by now.
India are becalmed. I think by the very nature of that sentence, you don't shout "becalmed." Becalmed. It's just not the sort of word that you shout, is it? You sort of. No. I noticed when Kato was talking, I can't remember what he was talking about. But he softened his voice at one point to sort of convey the mood of the moment.
He can be calm. Ravi Nair said it's safe to come out now on Guerrilla Cricket. It's currently a not Fred Vaughan free zone. Good spot, read Bairstow's number. Maybe there was a bleach incident, says Warren. Well, it was spotted by one of our followers on Diraj Kumar on YouTube. So yeah, well spotted. We don't know why. It's a mystery.
It is a mystery. Anyway, we have the new man at the crease. It's going to be, so we're not going to see the brothers in arms and at the crease because one has replaced the other. Krunal is in his debut, of course. So Krunal Pandya.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
Ah, I remember that jingle.
Krunal Pandya on debut, another Mumbai Indian. And, what's he got? He pulls. He's not going to hang around. He's pulled this straight down to deep square leg, and he will get a single. So he's off and running from the off.
Phil Jones also tells us there's another minute silence for reflection at 8 p.m. today. So please keep rabbitting at midday. England seem hopeful that Billings will bat, according to ESPN.
Yeah, by and large, I'm all for minute silences, but they don't go too well on radio when the action is still going on. Yeah. Were the whole world to be engaged in the same minute and the players stopped, then I think we would be in a position to and would happily do it.
I'm not going to get anything this government tells me to do. They can go fuck themselves.
Absolutely.
Well, fair enough. And in comes Stokes, and onto his toes goes the batsman and pushes it back to Stokes, who's developed a habit now, given the way he's styled his hair, of stroking it back, because he's gone very sort of Mr. Darcy foppish floppish look, hasn't he?
I said earlier he looks like an ex-member of Heaven 17.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's maybe his lack of hair has made him do that. He feels like he needs to grow his hair. It's interesting looking at Tom Curran as well. He looks exactly the same. He's got this long floppy thing.
Well, we were looking at a picture of Curran, and I genuinely didn't recognise who he was. Stokes has pulled out of this run up. KL looks back, wondering why. I don't think KL understood why. I don't think it was him that asked for the run up to stop. Maybe Stokes lost his way, lost his footing, lost his bearings a bit.
Stokes' hair it's fake, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. He's got plugs, so he's overcompensating. He's pulling what hair he has got growing.
Right, it's obviously a weave that's woven well, because I didn't know that. And he's certainly happy brushing it back. This one's full and on the drive, but straight to Mark Wood at mid-off, and there's no run.
I think these days, Tony, the technology's a lot better than the old toupees that used to be about.
Do you know what? I did once sit at a lunch that I went to many years ago. I was quite early in my working career, with a young lady who was, worked for another company we were working with, and we had a shared client who we were entertaining. And during the lunch, as he drank more wine, his toupee just slipped further and further, and we had to take it in turns to make excuses to nip to the loo, because neither of us had the balls to actually tell him what was happening, and we couldn't stop giggling.
I used to work with a guy they called Wiggy, who used to have different wigs. They'd get longer during the month, and then he'd put the short one back on at the end and claim that he'd had a haircut. And it was the thing that everyone in the office had to say, "Oh, you've had your haircut, nice."
Oh my god! Well, there's that MP, isn't it? Michael Fabricant, who has
what a toss bag that bloke
got
is.
a total obvious shit wig on.
Over the wicket comes Sam Curran. In this instance, that's a fairly unmistakable mop top, and that's pushed away for a single.
Yeah, I was going to say, we could reflect in his minute of silence how shit our government has been during the entire time of this pandemic, really, couldn't we?
That's
well, we could. I think I might do that this evening in more reflective mode. I think for now I'll focus on the cricket. There's something about this stadium that resembles the fact that it's still a bit of a building site. Does anyone else feel that? I suppose not having people in, it kind of accentuates that view of it.
No, it's built,
but it is, but it just still has an unfinished look, as this one is met on the full by Krunal.
It's just not got any roof, has it?
No run.
It's a bit weird.
There's just no people.
And no people.
Well, that's right. No, I mean it's fairly new, isn't it? Hence the fact there's only 4 ODIs have been hosted here. England were, of course, one of them. Quite a few of the survivors of that game are playing here today. Moeen Ali's one. Who else played in that 2017 game?
Which one?
I can tell you. Hales, Morgan, Butler. In comes Curran, pulled by Krunal. He's not messing about. That's what we saw in the IPL. That's what we've seen here. 4 more.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Still think England will be a lot happier now at 210 for 5 instead of what could have been about 250 already. If it all started with KL Rahul coming in, though, didn't it? It all slowed down then.
Well, and to go back to our Whig conversation, it's somewhat pulled the rug from the Indian charge, hasn't it? Because the basis for it has rather gone as over the wicket. Again comes the left arm Curran, pulled again. It's 4 more. Krunal is on the attack.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Try a full
It
of
doesn't
ball,
take
Sammy.
him long to get the pun or the dad joke in, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It's a confusion
Sound like fucking
between
Bruce
a pun
Forsyth
and a
now.
dad joke. They're not one and the same thing.
Well,
Yeah,
they're
but
as good
you're
as
known for it.
They're both legitimate forms of humour,
bad ones.
and sometime, if the Venn diagram of dad joke, pun does sometimes
It would have the
coincide
Tony
in the middle,
the
but not
Tony
always.
Bishop Venn diagram.
As this is met, well bowled Sam Curran, pushed that through. Fuller hurried Krunal, and he this time drops dot on it. So a bit of a drops the bat on it. Bit of a mixed bag this over. 3 dots, 2 4s. Both times, Bear, when he's dropped short,
Well, exactly.
he's got the treatment, hasn't he?
Yeah, you want to bowl Fuller, it would seem. He clearly likes the short ball. He's quick on the pull.
That Venn diagram would have Brian Statham's bloody boots in it as well.
Brian, don't
Yes.
you knock. You've got this thing about my thing. I'm a big admirer of those boots.
I know.
I dream of wearing
We
them
know.
some nights. I lie in bed dreaming of wearing them. Over the wicket again, flicked off his legs by Krunal. That should be 4 more. It's down between backward square, won't get there. Long leg coming around, won't get there. And it's another 4 off the bowling of Sam Curran.
Got that slightly wrong. It's a little bit too full and it's swinging a little bit too far to the leg. It was nicely clipped.
Yeah.
Found the gap.
Was there some discussion about a Hendo statue?
A statue of Hendo. What an interesting thought.
It would be well suited to the hill in the background, says
Could we
Farron.
make it out of pastry, do you think?
Not for the first time. I
Like a
get the
giant
feeling.
cake.
Hendo looking a bit like Kim Jong-il.
Well, we've got that picture of him in his umpiring
exactly.
thing, haven't we?
Oh, with that's with his arms spread. Like
Not
an
for the first
umpiring
time.
Jesus.
I get the feeling that the batsman didn't notice the fielder was there, says Gary Naylor. Good day again, everyone, says Brian Barish. Been grazing on Indians' innings during the course of my way to work, as England have been doing the same, apparently.
Hello, Brian, and welcome. Lovely to hear from you, as always. 218 for 5. They're going at a shade over 5 and over, so it's not express. Those wickets, as they ever do, have dragged back the run rate. KL Rahul is going to be facing Stokes, who's bowling from the pavilion end, where presumably the pavilion, which to me looks nothing like a pavilion, just looks like a giant open stand which curves around one end. But presumably there must be where the dressing rooms at least are played, slapped to point. They'll have to hurry. They do, and they get through for a single.
Brian Barris quoting the Bear, our government has been shit during this pandemic, and then he says, America, hold our collective beer flavoured water.
I thought it was the Americans who usually had to go at our beer for its being sort of lukewarm.
No, it's hold my beer, meaning
As
you
in,
said something.
I won't be gone long.
Oh, hold
Yeah,
my
yeah.
beer. I can beat that. Warren
Yep.
says, laugh my arse off. It's gone the full 180. Another reason I love Guerrilla Cricket Radio.
Indeed. Well, that's delighted. We're delighted that you do and that you're with us. 219 for 5. Stokes again sets off on a run, changes his mind, turns around and recollects himself, as it were.
Mog says, spare a moment for how shite and rapey
He
our
did.
government down here is.
That's driven away wide of mid-off, all the way for 4 more. Over pitch, got the treatment from Krunal, who is not messing
There's not
about.
one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, he's really pulled it
He
back
did
here.
have a very good Vijay Hazare trophy, did Krunal Pandya for
what?
Baroda. It's their it's the Royal London Cup of India,
Oh, right.
the 50 over tournament. And
Ah.
Krunal, probably the reason he's got his debut today, played that quite beautifully. Stokes in. Oh, that one hurried him a little bit more, but he controls a little glide down to third man and will just get himself a single.
Barry Goodman's with us. Is the minute silence for the non-survivors of the 2017 game?
Well, yes, we were trying to work out. I can give you the non-survivors: Hales, Root, Wokes, Willie, Ball.
Well,
Yes,
Bull's,
I did say
Bull's
William
back in
Ball.
the squad, I noticed. Willie, I think he needs to find some pace to get himself back in here. The other two, of course, are just having a holiday because this isn't that important. And
You say it so dismissively, Bear.
well, no, I
They're
mean
part of the rest and rotation policy.
Exactly, they're having a holiday.
As this one is well bowled, actually. Fuller from Stokes and K.L. Rahul. I think he might have been looking to get more on it than he did, and he really just ends up pushing it back.
I mean, you've got to feel a bit sorry for
No
Wokes, haven't you? I mean, he's been in the entire Sri Lanka tour and India tour, and he's not played a game.
Yeah, in the Baroda, by the way, Indian domestic 50 over, 200s and 250s in 5 innings, and averages 129. Krunal. So that's a pretty good justification for why he's been given his chance today. Wide of off stump by Stokes, step back, cut by Rahul, will just be straight out to cover, deep cover, and there will just be a single on that occasion. 225 for 5. 42 overs. Where do we think we're going to end up score-wise, Bear?
Well, they just spin it on a bit here. Well, they've got 7 overs left from here. I mean, they'll still want to try and get to 300, I'd have thought. 7 overs left.
291 the first innings average in the 4 ODIs that have been played. So, as we said earlier, that's not... I mean, very few grounds, I suppose, if I was to look at it, average over 300.
No.
In comes Stokes again. Oh, wide, and a swipe by Krunal outside of his off stump. Stokes needs a drink, and
social.
It's the end of the over, and we can catch up.
Chris Maguire says we sound like I'm sorry, I haven't got a clue, as the Venn diagram of dad jokes morphs into the scattergraph of alternative comedy. Warren says British company comes to India, puts up a partition or two and buggers off. Mog says, what is it they say? Dad jokery is the lowest form of wit, but the highest form of comedy.
I'm trying to work out if that's a compliment or not. I think that's the idea. Make me think about it.
Not. Adam Keswick says Phil for Billings. He dislocated his shoulder a couple of seasons back. Hope it's not that again.
Yeah.
We haven't any news, have we?
No,
from
only that
maybe
he went
he'll
off
bat on ESPN.
In extremis. Possibly. I mean, is he going to do a Colin Cowdrey and?
Oh, we don't know. I mean,
one-armed, you know,
without being in the dressing room, talking
you
to
don't.
his, you know.
Did you know Pune, by the way, is known as the Oxford of the East? It's quite a home for the educational establishments. This one flicked away nicely off the bowling of Adil Rashid, who is back into the attack, so we might give him a jingle in a moment or two. They get another single, brings Krunal Pandya back onto strike.
My wife studied at Pune University.
There you are. I said it's a hotbed of intellectual pursuits. Is Pune? It's also a hotbed of the automotive industry, apparently, and the place in India where India discovered or was adopted badminton. The game with shuttlecocks, not the horse trials.
This is like being on QI.
I was going to say. Dug out all your facts. They're all written down on a little piece of paper next to you.
Rashid is going to continue. I nearly called him Rashid Khan. I just stopped myself. But we all do it. Waited for. Bat dropped onto it. Down to short third man. Stokes dives, fields, but he won't prevent the single.
That was a Google.
Does Morgan come back on?
I don't know.
We're not sure why he went off.
I don't think he was injured. I think that was just, I'm going to go and have a sit
I think
down.
it was a tactical break. Because were he a man in a hurry for any sort of biological reason, he'd have been in more of a hurry than he seemed to be. And he seemed to pause by the pitch and look at some papers or a laptop or something. In comes Rashid. Down the track comes Kale. That's gone high. Has it gone far enough? Yes, it has. It nearly wipes out the cameraman. Up go the men on arms, which is an umpire signalling 6, not a pub, and it's 6 for India.
I thought he hadn't really got enough of that. He's kind of,
He
he
did
almost
seem
toe-ended it.
uppish, didn't it?
Yeah. It looked
Slightly sliced, wasn't it?
yeah, exactly. And I thought there was someone down there, but of course we don't get to see the field, and there's actually no one down at long off. So he was
the
safe.
cameraman would have had to have been about 14 foot tall for it to have bothered his head. 2:33 for 5.
Do you think Morgan was checking his tweets when he went off?
Yeah.
Might have been. He's probably got a couple of love notes from Alex Hales. Just going.
Well, you know, everyone knows my feeling on Alex Hales. You know, it's
should be in the team.
Of course, he should be. He should be in the squad. We wouldn't have had that dip in form in the World Cup in 2019 if we'd had Alex Hales in the hutch instead of fucking James Vince. You know.
Yes, indeed. Azar down. Well, we're having a look at that. That's a separate delivery, isn't it?
No, it's the same delivery. I think.
Same delivery. I thought so.
I think they're having difficulty
Brian
getting the
Barrish
ball back.
tuned into us and ended up with "There's no such thing as a fish."
No such thing as a fish. The ball is stuck. This is why we're watching. It's gone over, and they're not sight screens, but they're sort of covers over the seatings. So, and it seems to be buried. So a man, rather a bulky man, who looks as though he enjoys his food, has
what are you saying, Tony?
Well, I'm just saying he's on the comfortable side of build, shall we say?
He's portly.
He's definitely portly.
Yes,
he likes his food, I'd say.
In fact, has anyone got his number? What we need is a middle-aged portly man on
another
on
one.
Gorilla Cricket. We're short of a couple.
That ball looks knackered.
That ball, as you rightly say, there doesn't look in the best of order, but it's been handed back to Adil Rashid.
Kid finding a way not to play cricket
again. Nestle summons up his inner Gary 999.
I have an inner Gary 999.
As Rashid, that's a horrible ball. It's going to be a wide.
Oh,
he really didn't get that right at all. I'm assuming he was looking for a more conventional leg break by pitching it outside a leg, but all KL had to do was just watch it through to Butler and say thank you.
I'll tell you one of the great joys I'm missing with lockdown. I'll tell you after that.
Again, again, did he lay something on that? And another wide.
Another wide.
No, I'm not playing another.
Adil Rashid is. I think I know what he's trying to do, but he's not doing it because it's 2 consecutive wides.
I found it. He's not here, but I'm going to play it anyway.
He's in again. That one's a little bit better. That one he does. It is the more conventional leg break, but it's pushed down too long on by KL Rahul. They will come back 4-2. Last 28 balls, we have 40 runs, the 1 wicket, and the run rate has positively motored up to 8.5. Remember, it was going a shade above 5. So the charge is on.
The charge is on.
India. Charge has been on for a while, but that said, it was slightly slowed down by a bit of a flurry of wickets. In comes Adil Rashid, onto the back foot goes KL, whipped to mid-wicket, just a single.
I mean, one of the things I'm missing with lockdown is going to the cinema with Gary.
What?
He doesn't commentate to films.
Me and Gary used to meet up and go to the cinema together.
Oh God! Did he talk all the way through
during the week? No, not at all. But before and after, and we'd have a little thing afterwards where we'd sit down and discuss the film. It was great.
Well, I can just imagine us onto the back foot, cut beautifully, but cut straight to backward point, just a single.
Good bit of fielding.
The problem with the Magnificent Seven is they lack a number 8.
Well, yeah.
I can just imagine
point.
Gary's review of just about every film in a pub afterwards.
Conviction by Gary.
I found it.
You found the point made by Gary.
Bless him.
Yes, he's good value.
Always
good value. Writes beautifully as well. I like reading his stuff and his.
And on our WhatsApp group.
I try and avoid those. I started a conversation on that the other day about quick bowlers not lasting long enough, and I think I sent it at 8 in the morning. The conversation was still going by midnight.
It's still going today.
It seemed to start people off. 238 for 5. India in the last 5 overs, 41 runs at 8.2. So yeah, they have got a bit of a bustle on. There is no doubt about that. We have 6 overs left. We'll be keen to get at least another wicket just to stop these two in their tracks because they're starting to look dangerous and charged with that task.
I've got injury updates.
Please do. We also have a change of bowling, but
let's
give
get
us
the jingle in
first.
Billings has a sprained collarbone.
Sorry?
Billings has a sprained collarbone. They hope he can bat. Morgan had blood on his hand when going off.
No, he's
got blood on his hands.
He's got blood on his hands, Morgan. You've got blood on your hands.
That will be Alex Hales. KL Rahul, two-face, the bandanaed Curran. with the darker hair these days, certainly. The old elbows pump from Curran, and it's whipped nicely off his toes by Cal Rahul out to mid-wicket, and they take a single.
Well,
you may not like this, Tony, but the executive boxes in this ground remind me of Luton. Remember the old Luton ground?
Well, I mean, I know I said the place looked like it was falling down. It was a building site, but you know, I think it's a bit harsh to go that far and call it Luton. I'm sorry if you're listening, Jules.
I used to hate going there.
Oh, it's just an awful ground, let alone the rivalry with my team.
They had a plastic pitch at one point,
ground.
didn't they, as well?
2:39 for 5. I'm sorry if there's any Luton fans listening.
No, you're not.
I won't talk about football again. No, I'm not. This one pulled by Krunal Pandya. There's a man down at deep mid-wicket though, and it will just be a single to 40 for 5. Going well.
No such thing as a fish is a QI reference, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Paddy tells us Reece Topley is the sub-fielder for Owen Morgan. Josh Butler has the helm.
Uh-huh.
So we now have 2 sub-fielders on. One, you know, I can't imagine. I mean, let's say if this game was life or death, and we'll just hold that thought for a second. As Curran's in, that's top-edged. I think, it's top-edged, and it's more of a pitching wedge though. Drops behind the square leg umpire. Safe enough, and another single. I mean, were there huge amounts on this game, then possibly you'd back Billings at all costs. But with an injury like that, don't you risk agitating it considerably further by batting him? Surely they'll drop him down the order and just have him bat if he needs to.
Well, yeah, I'd imagine so. But you know, the medical staff will know. They'll know how bad it is.
Curran again, all elbows down. The track comes Krunal, lofts him, 1, 2, 3 bounces into the sponge, 4 more.
Ugh.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Again, I thought he'd miss-hit that, and again I thought, oh, that might land on someone's lap, but there's no one down there. Of course they know that. The mid-on is wide and he's up. So that was a fairly safe shot.
Launched that very tidily indeed, didn't he? I don't know, I'll just hold the thought for a second as Curran is in. Bat dropped on it by Krunal. They're going to have to run quickly. They do! Quickly and effectively. And, well, there's 1 ball left yet. He does look, he looks like a member of a sort of a 70s stadium band with that headband tied up as it is behind him.
His
sort
hair's
of REO Toto foreigner Stitchwagon kind of look.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kansas, yes. 2:46 for 5. None for 36 for Tom. I can never remember if he's the younger or older Curran.
He's older.
Remind me. He's the older Curran, is he? Well, in he comes, studying concentration. Elbows pump, full, uppish. Has it got enough? It has. Well, it's enough to clear the field, but it's 1 bounce over the sponge. Signalled as 4 by our friend umpire KM.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This is KL Rahul that I remember from the IPL.
It's the inside-out shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, goes aerial over the inside out. He's very good at that shot, and there's usually a space out there as well. So.
He did take the hand off the bat.
Yeah, but he got enough.
So.
You know, there's no one out there, and he knows there's no one out there, so it's a free shot if you get it over the
he's
infield.
on 31. Krunal 25 or 15, so he's veritably galloping along as India, as I'm sure you're right there, eyeing that 300. 50 to make off 5 overs, 10 and over. I think we can work that out.
Yeah.
In comes Adil Rashid, back foot by Krunal, worked away to mid-wicket, gets a single.
Well, it's you know, you've got to calculate your IPL hitting from here, and you've got 5 wickets left. If England can get a wicket, they could slow it down a lot. And there's a chance, you know, a miss-hit into the outfield, as long as they pick the fielder rather than the gap. That's what England will be hoping for, to induce a mistake with the bowling.
Yeah, it was a cutter, wasn't it?
At the back of the hand.
Tom, out the back of the hand, and it didn't really do the job. 2 fielders set off in pursuit, but they were never going to get close to it. This one swept uppishly over backward square, and it's 4 more. bouncing into the sponge right now.
It pitched.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And I imagine if Owen Morgan's got a cut in his hand, he's just gone off and had a few extra overs, hasn't he? They just probably put a bandage on it or whatever. It's only a cut.
Mouty loves the idea of cinema night with Gary Naylor. Sounds delightful. Says tickets should be sold.
Tickets should be sold. Yes, I had one and I just want to get rid of it. How much will you take it off me for? As this one's flicked away by Kel Rahul. 2 leg. They take one. They stop. They don't think about 2. Quite right too. Sharp bit of fielding. Joss Butler tidies up. 51 runs this partnership off 32 balls.
And if you think as runs for overs, I want 2 boundaries and over, you should be looking at 10, 12 and over for the last 5 overs.
Let's have a look at this field for Rashid. He's got 5 men on the off, 2 men deep cover and long off. So Krunal works him to leg. Not surprisingly, they come back for a sharp 2. Butler does the tidying up, taking the bails off, but safely home. Bairstow was the thrower. He looked grumpy, but then that's pretty much situation normal.
Well, Brian says, if this game were life and death, quoting you, Tony, he says, yeah, but what if it was cake or death, Tony?
Cake or death?
Well, we know what Hendo would have.
Well, you'd go for cake every time, I'd imagine. Most of us would choose anything other than death in most choices that involved it, I suspect. And 258 for 5. Krunal on 28. He's done very tidily indeed in his debut ODI, and he's going to get one more there because he's just guided this to mid-wicket. Rashid trots across to field off his own bowling. We have 1 ball left of the 46th over. And India are 1 shy of 260. Projected scores, if they go at current rate, 283. If they go at 8, 292. If they go at 10, 301. So there's what we worked out a little while ago, wasn't it?
Yep.
Onto the back foot. Pushed to mid-wicket. Another single. End of the over with India on 260 for 5. And we shall bring in the bard of the tweet chair, Nestlers.
You bring me in.
And there's nothing.
Well, there's something happening somewhere on a platform.
I'm across them all.
You're across them all.
I've got them all up, mate. We only had Irish outsiders with us. Says, oh, sorry, we're all out of cake. We only had the 3 and didn't expect such a rush.
Let them eat cake.
I love a cake, but they're bad for me.
I thought that was Theresa May.
She may have appropriated it. I recall it more as...
You recall it, do you?
I wasn't there.
Oh, yeah.
I nearly bought a flat, by the way, in the Bastille, or I nearly rented a flat in the Bastille.
Oh, wow, you can live in it?
Finally lost her head.
We went there when we were last on holiday in France. It's big old place, isn't it?
Paris generally. I mean, the Bastille area it's kind of quite fun and funky area. Tom Curran is in full, driven, not really timed by Rahul, goes straight to Ben Stokes at mid-off, but they will get another single operating from that pavilion end.
Paris is one of those places where you go and you just love that morning coffee with a pastry sitting outside. Type things.
Oh yes, I enjoyed my years in Paris, that's for sure. Did you know that Pune, which is where this is named after originally, means the conflux of 2 rivers.
Oh.
As this one is through as a slower ball, and it foxes Krunal completely on that occasion, and he was very lucky not to lose his off stump, but it's through to Joss Butler, and there's no run. A welcome dot ball for England, as India have been putting the pedal to the metal a bit in the last few overs.
They have. They
run rate 5.6.
Well, I think they'll be happy with 300 from where they were, though, and I think it's chaseable. I mean, at one point they were looking like they'll get about 350, 360. So.
Curran in again, full. That's heaved by Krunal. It's up-ish, and it's got more than enough. It's 20 rows back over deep square leg, and 6 more. Six. Right in his sweet spot again, Bear, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just there to be absolutely larruped away.
Well, it's a bit like this on his pads, isn't it? And only left-hander lights up there. Just swing through the arc and time it right, and his eyes in.
Oh, Curran stands there, shielding his eyes as he tries to work out just how far that has actually gone. Did it make it all the way back to Mumbai?
That's the bit that looks like Luton.
Well, the horrible bit.
But now you remember they used to have those executive things down the one side, didn't
yes,
they? And it
I
always
do.
looked rubbish.
I do. Kenilworth Road.
Oh.
Love it.
They still play
267 for 5. Yes, they do. This one slapped, cross-batted, back past Curran, but it not really got hold of, and it'll just be a single.
What?
But we're in Andy Ward mode here.
Yeah, we
see
had,
ball, hit ball, get on with it.
absolutely. Didn't Luton have a plastic pitch at one point?
Yeah,
They did.
and they
As did
banned away
QPR.
fans.
They banned away fans. Oh,
Yeah.
I went and filmed
did.
something in it was English Defence League Tommy Robinson shit for a Channel 4 documentary once in Luton. And it was all kicking off and police were everywhere. It was quite
Tom
interesting.
Curran's
day.
going to be into KL Rahul, pulled by KL Rahul down to deep backward square. Will only be a single. Mark Wood is stationed, awaiting that.
What they didn't realise was that you had to be a member to get in. So what we did is we all went. You could become a member like a newsagent. So we all on the day of a game went and bought a ticket, became a member, and then got in. You know, as away supporters.
The Hatters.
Well, there are a lot of you though. Or were you all surrounded by the own?
269 for 5. Again, 5 on the off. And then so he bowls it down leg, which is flicked away around the corner for 4 runs. Oh no, there's a man hoved into view. They're going to have to hurry to take 2.
Good bit of fielding. It's Reece Topley.
It's Reece Topley. Did all right.
He did do all right.
Another bowler you can add to the list of 5 or 6 bowlers who make one between them in any form of long series.
Well,
His, shocking time with injuries has poor old Reece, but he fielded that quite superbly on the run. Never easy. And in one sweet movement, while still running, fielded probably about knee height and angled himself and through.
He's got a very odd-looking face, Reece Topley.
He's got a what face?
Odd-looking face. Kind of
Well,
like
he's
a
the son of
mouse.
Don, of course.
Yeah, I know he's the son of Don. Almost like
271 for 5. Mark Wood's going to be brought back into the attack.
Well, there's only 3 overs left, and he's got 2 of them. One with
The bit is being put in.
And
the saddle adjusted.
Let's give him a jingle.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy, of course. Except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What? Barry Goodman, big sexy Barry, says, I think I'd rather have Cinema Night with not Fred. And Imagine R says, I'm sounding needy as Mog, like Mog, so here's my complimentary tweet.
Oh.
I'm not needy. Jeff Perkins says, what does Sydenham mean then? Conflux of dodgy microphones?
Conflux of dodgy microphones, Sydenham. I'm sure the Bear can tell us the history of Sydenham.
Not really.
As that one's full and uppish from KL Rahul. That nearly hits the floodlights. It's that high. And back it comes. Up go the men at arms. And it's 6 more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
Buddy's shaking his head there. He can't quite believe it. I don't know what pace that was, but it looked pretty quick.
Joss is affecting the single teapot in some degree of admiration, I think, for the shot. It was in what is affectionately known as the slot.
Yes.
And KL just swung through it, hauled it high over deep mid-wicket, and away it went, 89 metres.
It nearly went up 89 metres as well.
It came down with snow on.
Yeah, it went up a long way.
128.6 is the strike rate for KL. That one's a better ball by Wood, and the bat is angled. It goes down to Tom Curran at third man, just a single on this occasion.
Originally known as Shippingham, Sydenham, and Wells Park, which is near the not far
That's at
from
the end of the road, yeah.
studio, were springs of water there in the 1640s, discovered to have medicinal properties, attracting crowds of people to the area.
Well, there are 3 of them.
What?
Never mind.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. That dad joke's gone over
that.
our head.
That was a dad joke, I'm afraid.
Exactly. I am a dad, but it's,
278 for 5. Around the wicket comes Curran. This is slapped hard away over extra cover. It's gone for 4.
I thought that was almost a 6, wasn't it?
It would have been very flat, wouldn't it?
Yeah. There would have been a smacksman.
With a bounce on the way.
Would have been a true form of a smacksman.
It would have been.
I'd have even broken our
definitive smacksman. Oh, he angled the bat beautifully. Actually, he got sufficient elevation. Had front foot forward, but was leaning back to get the height. Swung it high, and it just bounced a couple of feet short of the sponge there. Not by much at all.
And he thought he got hold of it.
He thought he got all of it. I must admit, yes, he did. Did Krunal 42 off 23 for him? And that one has got. I think he hasn't got enough of that, has he?
God,
he has.
Well enough of that.
Up and over deep equal point. Away for 6 this time. 10 off the. What have we had this over? Lord above.
Number of the day is 6.
13 with 2 to go.
13 off the over, and he closed the last over out with a 6 as well. So he's been in deeply aggressive form. Mark Wood is the recipient of a bit of tap here.
And this is just pure T20 batting, isn't it? I mean, that's what T20 has just done to the game of the ODI.
Well, if this is how he's attacked his innings, as we were saying in that Vijay Hazare trophy, it's not at all surprising that he's
extraordinary.
Found his way into this because he's loving every minute of it too. He's watching every ball to the boundary and punching the air.
Well, you think about it, there must be so
when
much.
He clears it.
There must be so much hunger in India. They've got so many people knocking around the national squad. I mean, obviously you've got your stick-ons for certain formats, but there's a lot of floaters, and we've seen a lot of people over the last few years churn in and out of the India side, and there's a lot of competition.
You are right. You are indeed right. 288 for 5.
More so than
we have 2 balls left of the 48th over. As in comes Wood, down leg, swung at. That probably should be a wide. It is.
Yeah.
Well, I was good.
I mean, there's probably more competition in India than anywhere else in the world, you'd have thought, for any cricket side.
I'm sure. I was about to say that Nitin Menon was going to spread his arms like a condor. He doesn't really look like a condor, though, does he? He looks more like a sort of a
pigeon,
a puffin. In terms of his general shape.
A stout bird with short wings.
Yes, a stout bird with short wings. Yes. Wood is around the wicket, pulled away by Krunal. It's going to go down to backward square though. Tom Curran in his headband does the fielding, just a single. 290. Well, that 300 is going to be passed, and we'll be looking back on it, I suspect, within the next over, the way things are moving along.
Wow.
Mark Wood, I'm afraid, has. I don't think he's even lost his radar. If he's lost his radar, it's been forced upon him by some extremely aggressive batting by both KL Rahul and Krunal Pandya.
I'd like to see what his figures were in his second and third spells, because he started off pretty well, didn't he? He only went for
Well, he did, and he was very
5.
unlucky in his opening spell. He continually beat the bat. He was dropped, I think, a couple of times, wasn't he? He suffered a couple of drops as England looked a bit sloppy in the field for a while.
And then England pulled it back for a bit, and now India have gone on top again. But
well, they do bat deep. This is why they're strong.
They do. England bat deep, and as I said, England would have been looking at 350, 360 at about 30 overs. So
yeah, it should be achievable. As Wood is in. Oh, it's a full toss outside of off stump.
Ball.
KL Rahul has guided it really to deep extra cover, but Adil Rashid swings around and restricts them to 2. I beg your pardon, it was Moeen Ali.
It was a much lower ball.
92 for 5.
It was only 115 Ks.
Warren says medicinal fluids in Sydenham. The bear has restocked the fridge.
Well,
Farong says, hey, dad jokes. Don't trust atoms. They make up everything.
Oh, very good. Oh, I like that.
He likes that one from.
Well, I think. Well, no, because it's subtle and clever.
Wow.
Oh, look at that sunset! A beautiful sunset, peeking through some crowds. Unfortunately, no crowds, but clouds over this ground at Pune, the Maharashtra Cricket Association Stadium.
Pune is quite near the coast, isn't it?
It is. It's, you need to go in about an hour's drive from Mumbai. If you dropped down along the coast from Ahmedabad, I mean, I looked at it on a map and I thought, oh, it doesn't look that far from Ahmedabad, and then it's actually a 12-hour drive and about 650 kilometres south of Ahmedabad on that west coast.
So it's like going from here to Glasgow or something like that.
Yeah, pretty much. As Tom Curran is going to carry on from the pavilion end, where we couldn't really discern a pavilion of any recognisable shape. Full, worked off his legs by Krunal, past the square leg umpire. There's a man down there, and it will just be a single.
Does seem to be a plan to bowl in at Krunal's. You know, they're trying to cramp into the room, but they keep getting it wrong. They keep bowling too far down the leg side.
But it's 50, most importantly.
He looks like a mad nutter as well, doesn't he? Banging his head and all sorts.
Well, he is. His brother's enjoyed it.
Yeah.
His brother has a smile of filial, what's the word I'm looking for? Pride.
26 balls as well. That's pretty sharp going.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. And you're right, it was full at the toes, but the form Krunal's been in, he goes, well, thank you very much. Just whips it away. And what is he doing? He's smacking himself on the head.
I don't know. He's losing.
That's extraordinary behaviour. If you've caught one of your children doing that, you'd have them straight away to be looked at, wouldn't you? Because it's very odd behaviour. Whether it's a signal of some kind to his brother, perhaps, who knows? To full and down leg this time. KL whips it away down to deep mid wicket, and they take just another single. 294.45. The run rate up over 6 now, 6.08. These two have really England dared to think they could be keeping India under 300 at one point, but KL and Krunal have really seized the day for India.
Is Krunal younger than Hardik, or is it the other way around? Is it
wide, upish, over cover, but there's a man down at deep extra. Will just be another single. 295.45. KL Rahul 49.51 now for Krunal. Josh Butler's enjoying life. Still got a smile on his face. Sorry, Bear.
Is Krunal a bowler as well? He is, isn't he? If I remember right, he does do a bit of bowling too.
He bowls a bit of left arm finger spin. Yeah.
And is he older or younger than Hardik?
That's a very good question. I can tell you he's older. He's the older brother. He's 2 years older. 29 years old compared to Hardik, who's 27.
Same as with the Currans. Do you think it's annoying for the older brothers to see their younger brothers doing better than them?
I would imagine there's a degree of competitiveness within the family.
Oh, wow.
This one is slapped away down to deep back a point where Reece Topley does the fielding. And in turn, it's also KL Rahul who will bring up his 50 of 39 balls.
50 runs.
2 and 2 overs.
Well done, well
yeah.
done. Well done, well done.
296.45.
50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Well, and KL Rahul, we were all having a go at him when he was, 7 off 16 or something?
Short, and the slower ball bouncer, Tom Curran, has a few words, I'm not quite sure why. Given as a wide, that's probably why, and I think he's got a look on his face that goes, that's not fair, and that didn't look wide to me, Bear. That look was a legitimate, slightly shorter ball, didn't appear to go that high, was hittable. I'm really not quite sure why that's been given. Are you?
Yeah, well, it always goes, and it's like the ones down the leg side that just miss leg stump because you're going inside them and they're giving us a wide. It's like, really? But it's the game, isn't it?
So
Same
wide
for
on
both
direction
sides,
rather
Tone.
than height, do you think, in that instant?
I think it's height. Sometimes it doesn't look as high as it really is on the TV, and you have to see the replay and go, oh yeah, that's wide.
Aaron over the wicket, short, slapped straight to wide mid off, just another single. Krunal moves on to 52. Cowra Hall will be back on strike. He's got one ball left to face.
Well, this innings
This
so
current
far
over.
taken 4 hours and 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I mean, seriously, I was wondering if they could make this one-day match last longer than the two-day test match. The
Well-
speed with which things have been progressed. I mean, the T20 the other day, I'm sorry, I mean, I'm a fan of all forms of cricket, but it was just appalling.
It was. And presumably that eats into the middle time, doesn't it? I mean, it's always fucking variable. Is it set at 40 minutes?
It could be. What do we have teed up entertainment-wise?
Max Rushton.
Oh,
Woodstock
well, that's
and-
a good listen.
Yeah.
298 for 5. 6.1 the rate for India. Virat Kohli is looking pensive in a sort of a mean and moody kind of way. Over the wicket, full, lofted high over mid-on. There was a man down there, he wasn't going to get it. Umpire KN's arms go up, and it's 6 more. Not only is it 6 more, it's also the 300 up, 304 for India.
Yeah, Krunal looks like he's, a bit like Scarface, stuffed his head in a fucking mountain of cocaine. He's fucking hyperactive, man.
You want a joke?
Yeah.
Go on then.
Is it a
It's
bad
Brian
one?
Barish. A priest, a rabbit, and a minister walked into a blood bank. The tech asked the rabbit what his blood type was, and the rabbit replied, "I think I'm typo."
Oh, very good. Typo, rabbit,
And,
rabbi. Excellent.
Chris the Choir says, "I think Tony was subliminally thinking of the saddle and the bridle. They lie on the shelf. If you want any more, you can sing it yourself." From the old English folk song Oliver Cromwell. Could have left wood on the shelf.
Subliminally, I may have been.
If Krunal the Elder isn't a character in a computer game, I'm really out of touch, says Gary Naylor.
Gary out of touch. Oh, I like the way you think he was. Krunal the Elder.
Okay, says, what did the Buddhists say to the hot dog seller?
What did the Buddhists say to the hot dog seller? I don't know.
Make me one with everything.
Oh, please.
Very good. Yeah, that was. We're looking at just how far that cleared long on, but this one is pulled by Krunal. Pass backward square. Mark Wood, I'm afraid, is leaking runs like a rusty bucket here, and it's 4 more.
Really let this go in the last few overs. I imagine England can do the same. This is why that spell in the middle was a good spell for England, if you want to be positive about something. Because they've really... is this pitch this easy to bat on? If it is, then it could be a good close game.
Well, we shall see. Tom Curran is looking along on pensively. Mark Wood is coming around the wicket. It's full and flicked by Krunal. Down to long leg, just a single.
Leia says Krunal is a pretty good player, overshadowed by a flashier younger brother, while Tom Curran is basically useless.
Leia, I can also tell you, by the way, Pune, as I'm sure you will probably know, is linked with Bremen. It's sort of twinning of towns and cities.
Epping is twinned with Eppingham in Germany.
Is it now? Okay.
It's a bit lazy, isn't it? Let's find a place. With
Just find
Epping
somewhere
in
that
the
sounds
name.
about the same. Yeah,
I mean,
sounds similar.
how do they do that? It's like some French town is twinned with some England. I mean, what was the premise behind it
to
originally?
do with the councils. I think every year
Do you just nominate one,
people from Eppingham used to come over to Epping and vice versa.
So who's twinned with Luton, I wonder?
Well, exactly. I mean, who
Lutonium.
do you just sort of send a telegram to some city and go, do you want a twin?
Mark Wood's going
Sometimes
to
there's
carry
a
on
link.
the third ball, and that one hurries well. Kale was looking to pull it. He caught it in the midriff, trying to pull the ball away. They are going to get a bye for it. I don't think there was
Leg
any
bye.
bat involved. Yes, indeed, a leg bye. A decent comeback from Mark Wood, but he's gone horribly off the rails in the last 2 or 3 of his overs, I'm afraid, and has really taken some hammer.
Some tap,
no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership, but they've been, what was it, 103 off 51 or 2 balls.
105 off 58. Fabulous effort.
That is a fabulous effort.
In comes Wood. This is hoiked high. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 bounces.
Ooh.
Down to the deep middle boundary. I think he has got back. They were going to look for 3. They took 2. They were turning for the 3rd.
No, they only took...
I think they took 2 and were turning for 3. The throw came in. It's a chance for us to consider the choice infusions.
No,
is he back?
Oh, no.
Oh, he's back. His bat is back. It's on the ground. Wood was quick, as quick as he humanly could have been, I think.
Yeah.
But
I think
our friend of Saikupur Agabathi's will be signalling not out on that occasion.
No, they only took 1 tone, because Krunel hit that.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. He was coming back for the 2nd.
No, you're absolutely right. It all happened quite quickly. It's a fine piece of fielding and an extremely good take. It was Sam Curran on that instance. Wood in over the wicket. High up on the splice from Kale, but he still gets it away for 1. This time they do come back for 2. Again the dive goes in. Moeen Ali tosses his head back in frustration and disappointment. But they cannot stem the flow as these two go pretty much score for score, both on 58. Kale in 11 more balls than Krunal, because Krunal has really been belligerent. Not a hint of nerves in his debut ODI. He's taken that form from the Vijay Hazare Trophy and just transplanted it into the international arena, and KL has just worked this away around the corner. It's straight down to long leg and it's 4 more.
Oh, sorry, I'm setting something up. Yeah, player jingle. Machine's being touchy today.
My innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
So what did that last over go for? It's 317 for 5 at the end of the 50 for India. Krunal not out on 58 off 31. KL Rahul not out 62 off 43. Mark Wood took a bit of a pummeling towards the end. We will. It's been sort of interesting. England thought England started well, didn't take their chances. India lost a flurry of wickets, and England thought, right, we're right back in this, and would have been looking maybe 250, 260 as a realistic total for India to set. And then towards the end, I'm afraid the game from England's perspective, not from India's, the game has been accelerated magnificently by Pandya and KL Rahul. Let's run you quickly through the scorecard. The key facts: Sharma 28, caught by the bowled Stokes. Shikhar Dhawan just missed out on his ton, 98 of 106, but he was caught Morgan off the bowling of Stokes. Virat Kohli caught Ali bowled Wood. Shreyas Iyer was caught by the sub, which was Liam Livingstone, off again Mark Wood. Rahul, as we've just talked about, not out 62. Hardik Pandya came and went fairly quickly, but that just paved the way for his elder brother to come in and smash his 58 off 31. Wood 2 for 75, and in the end, not the most expensive of England bowlers, that honour went to Moeen Ali. He went for 28 off 3 at 9.3. The other wicket takers, 1 for 48 for Sam Curran, 1 for 6. Sorry, I beg your pardon. None for 48 for Sam Curran. I was looking at wides. None for 48 for Sam Curran. None for 63 for Tom Curran. 3 wickets for 34 for Ben Stokes, and none for 66 for Adil Rashid. So not in the end pretty. Not either though, Bear, I don't think, out of England's reach, or at least it shouldn't be, should it?
Well, no. I think England at various points would have thought they were in with a shout and will be reasonably happy from where it was at the start. At the end, I mean, they got off to a fine start, didn't lose a wicket for a while. Kohli looked good, got out. Sharma got out, and then Shikhar Dhawan was looking fantastic and got himself out. And at that point, you thought England would have hoped to have kept them down to around 280, 290. As you say, Rahul got off to a slow start, and Krunal Pandya came in and started biffing from the off. And those two really put on some runs there in that last 10 overs and got themselves over 300. But England will think at one point they were staring down a barrel of 360 if they'd have carried on. So both teams may be reasonably happy, and it should be a close game. England are totally capable of chasing down 318.
You would certainly think. You would hope. I
mean, the wicket looks quite nice to bat on. It's not really sticking in. I don't know how dewy it gets in Pune, whether that will play a difference. It's nice to be at a different ground for a change, actually, where I don't really know how this is going to play at night. But if the pitch stays reasonably flat as it has, then there's a good chance England can chase it down.
Well, let's have some last messages, and then we'll give you some innings break entertainment.
Leia says the city she was born in is partnered with Leamington Spa. No wonder she likes bolt thrower. And a lot of people telling us about Luton, twinned with 5 different cities across.
Bad luck to them.
Germany, France, Sweden. 3 in Germany, in fact.
Oh, really?
So the whole host of Luton stuff there. Let's have a look. And I think we're done. Oh no, Ian Barker's joined us. Morning from Kansas City. Tess says hi too. You are our sweet morning chorus.
Fantastic. Kansas City, here I come. Wilbert Harrison, if I remember rightly.
Yes. Is that it?
That's it for now.
Okay, we're going to have Max Rushton. Who is Max Rushton, Tony?
He is a TV presenter and sporting entrepreneur, and also therefore the partner of Jono in Woodstock Cricket, which is a good excuse to tell people that were you looking to replenish your supply of finest cricket equipment ahead of the new season, or wherever you are in the world, because it's global, and you go to our website, you see we have a partnership with the excellent Woodstock Cricket Company. Highest quality gear, including bats, gloves, helmets, you name it, everything you need. You get a sizable, I think, 15% discount if you buy from us for anything they sell, because we are partners with them.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So here you go. Here's Max Rushton.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Our next guest on Guerrilla Cricket has been many things. He's been an island of humour in a sea of lad. He's taken on one of the most successful podcasts in the world and taken it on to new heights. And he is Cambridge United's probably only superfan and an investor in a cricket bat company. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, Max Rushton.
Thanks very much. That's sort of... I don't know if I believe all of those things that you just said, but look, I appreciate being on, and I presume this is lunch on day one. Otherwise, it probably won't go out, will it? Depending on what the pitch is like in the third test.
Yeah, let's record a few different versions of this. Haven't England been about to be 100 for none? Or
exactly.
Bloody hell, 15 wickets in one session.
Do you know what I thought? And I don't know if you discussed this. When England went out for their second innings in the second test, I wondered, and then Shane Warne tweeted it, and I don't know if that's good to have said the same thing as him or not, but I wondered if we opened with, I was just going to say, just chuck Broad in at the top and say, go for it. And obviously hindsight's a wonderful thing, and Zach Crawley was out for a golden duck, but I just thought, we're 40 runs behind or something. Would that be such a disaster? Or is it just, if you do that and Broad's out for a golden duck, then you look even more stupid and you can't take that risk? But really, you just needed someone to tee off and not worry about their wicket, just to give us a chance. I know the Indians polished off those runs pretty quickly, but if we got another 50 odd or another 70 odd, it could have been different. Am I completely wrong?
The third test was such a manic and completely anomalous test match that's exactly the sort of thing that might have worked. That said, Stuart Broad has started to slog sweep almost every ball he's faced this series, as far as
which is great, right? More of that. I need more predetermined shot selection.
Yep, it completely works. Between that and James Anderson's reverse sweep, we're well covered. So, as our listeners can tell, I mean, you're best known for your football work. You know, host of Football Weekly, host of Soccer AM for a long time, host of a show on TalkSport. But your cricket fandom goes back a pretty long way.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the 80s where pads had buckles on them and gloves with like those green pimply things, and you'd spend all summer in cricket nets. And I mentioned Shane Warne, basically everybody wanted to be a leg spinner, and so you spent the whole time, if you were batting in a net, just tapping the ball back from the top of the net, because someone had just lobbed it on the roof, and then not tapping it far enough and having to waddle down to the end of the net and tap it again. And I think it's interesting that this current series is on terrestrial TV. I don't really remember. I remember, my dad taking me to football. I remember what a central part of my entire upbringing football was, to the point where I had football posters all over my room, and I played football every minute of the day I could. And I had a blank videotape in the video VHS to record whenever football came on. So cricket was it was not as sort of formative as that. But over the years, and especially since working in football, cricket has become a real kind of release for me, I guess. I mean, I still have to talk about it on TalkSport, and I still broadcast about it. And I've done a few, live games for TalkSport, did the Champions Trophy. But really, I can watch it in a sort of sense of relaxation and not a sense of duty that I have to with football. So part of me now, and I still think this, even in that last test, which was sort of completely ridiculous, that England second innings, you had goosebumps or butterflies every time any of the Indian bowlers were running up. And that sensation in test cricket is so extraordinary. I think about that Ben Stokes innings last year at Headingley, and I was watching it all day, and then my wife was like, it was a beautiful day, and Jay was like, look, I'm going to go and read the papers in the park. So and I was like, okay, I'll come with you. And I had it on my phone. And do you remember that which one is this? No, I'm thinking I'm going back to the Ashes, Headingley the Ashes,
2019.
That's it. So I'm sitting on a bench. I've had to me and my wife are sitting on a rug. I've got the phone, and then I have to, when it gets really to the business end, I'm sitting on a bench. I had to go and sit on my own, and I'm watching on my phone. And when Nathan Lyon misses that run out, my hands are completely shaking. And obviously, I don't know if my hands shake like that when I'm watching sport and it's nerve-wracking, because I'm not normally holding the telly. Do you know what I mean? or I'm not, or if I'm at the game, I'm not holding the players. But it was the first time I was like, wow, this is. And there's something that Test cricket does that I think is so extraordinary, and it kind of, my love of it has sort of been a slower burn, I think, than football, but it's such a great, socially, to go is I find a much more enjoyable experience than going to football as a social event with your friends. It's calmer, it's more relaxed, it's all day. You can go to the pub for lunch, you can be a bit late for that innings to start. The game is, I mean, I think this with a lot of sport, the game is almost incidental, but I find my love of cricket, and I've been lucky enough to go to a couple of Ashes tours, and however briefly on occasion, but there's something about it that I love. And also your relationship with sport, well, mine is so intrinsically related to my relationship with my dad, and he obviously loves Cambridge United and he loves Tottenham, so after every Tottenham game he'll ring me and tell me Jimmy Greaves was good. But he loves cricket and finds it more relaxing to watch. But he's at a stage now where he can watch whatever cricket's on, and he'll have forgotten what's happened live, so I'll just get a WhatsApp at about midday, and he'll just be like, Trescothick's batting well, and you go, oh, okay, we're watching that, this is the year we're watching. It doesn't really matter if it's the current test. But I feel a huge, I love watching test cricket. I really, really thoroughly have a lovely time when I watch it.
Yeah, you'll fit in well here. To be fair, I mean, even though we do spend a lot of our time on guerrilla cricket watching it in a professional bar bank balance capacity. It is. It is. It is interesting how cricket. It seems to me the more time you invest in cricket, the more it gives you back, and that isn't always the case with a lot of other sports. And I think there's been a sense with football. It's a bit gauche to knock football when you're trying to defend whatever sport you happen to love that isn't football.
Sure.
And we saw this when the Olympics happened in 2012. Everyone started getting very antsy about footballers and whatever. But there's been a bit of a sense with the fact that every minute of every football is, it's turning into that Mitchell and Webb sketch. Watch the football.
100%. It's a great sketch.
Yeah, and eerily prescient. But I don't think anyone is suffering from the fact that there's a hell of a lot more cricket on to watch, and seemingly just there is no off season for cricket. No one seems to be. No one seems to be. If anything, I'm firmly the contention we're actually in a golden age of Test cricket right now.
That's a really interesting point, because I suppose they're really hard to compare, because the issue with football at the moment is they obviously all the Premier League games have to be on TV. Of course, because fans can't be there. And I found the iFollow really great for League Two. I watched every Cambridge game this year. I haven't done that for years because I don't live in Cambridge and I play football on a Saturday. But it's just because now we are watching every minute of the Premier League, or you can. We're consuming it in a way that we're not used to. I guess it would be a bit like, it would be weird if only days 1, 3, and 5 were broadcast of Test matches for some unknown reason, and then suddenly they give us all 5, and we're like, well, hang on, I don't know if I can handle this. But I think you're right, and I think a cricket viewer is obviously your time invested, right? They're different, because to watch a football match, you can't just watch 20 minutes of a game. You can't. You watch all of it or none of it, really. You might switch on for the second half, but really you go, I'm watching this game start to finish. It's an intense thing. Cricket, it is, the beauty of it is, you wake up and you think, oh, I wonder what the score is. With this, I'm not getting up at 3 a.m. to watch these, 6:30 is fine for me. And then, or with the Ashes in Australia, you'll stay up for like the first session because you think, oh, I'll stay up for that. There's just a totally different vibe to it. But I think you're right. I think I have found the Test series recently, going back to that Ashes, well, that game specifically, and then the series that we had in the summer, and was it Chris Wokes batted amazingly in some Test match?
Yeah, against Pakistan. He and Josh Buttler got England over.
Yeah. Oh, equally just absolutely gripping. And I think as well, and this is because sometimes it's on a Wednesday afternoon that it's happening. Or it's like, it's sort of happening in work hours, whereas football is always happening in non-work hours. Obviously, for you and me, those hours don't exist, but I still think in work hours. So even though I work every Saturday and Sunday and have worked every weekend probably for the last, decade, I don't think of those days as work days. They're off days, even though I'm at work. And when I have a day off on a Friday, I don't think of it as an off day. I don't know if this makes any sense at all. So there's something about cricket almost happening. So I almost feel like a bit like I'm getting away with this. I'm just sitting on my sofa watching cricket. And today is it's a school day, right? And so I think that gives it an extra sense of sort of gives me a sense of freedom in watching it. I don't know if that means anything to anyone else, but that's how I feel about it.
I think a lot of people can empathize with that bunking off of school, but it's kind of okay feeling that you get with, particularly I think I'm not someone who, I'm fairly format agnostic, and I don't have a lot of patience for format warriors in that sense of having to pit off formats against each other. But Test cricket for me is definitely better than but particularly with a Test match, because you can lose yourself in it for the best part of a week. I mean, even a one-day international lasts a whole day, in the context of most other sports, T20 is quite long, relatively speaking. But I do want to go back to those first and just kind of anchor this in time a little. What was the first? So you grew up in Cambridge, which does have a first class ground. Were you ever heading down to watch the university matches at the start of the season, or
no?
When was your first experience of going to cricket and sort of watching cricket on TV and kind of first matches?
So I'm going to go back to playing first, because playing was sort of much more how I got into cricket than watching. And I was a wicketkeeper batsman, but I wasn't great. But I had a really good hand-eye coordination. Terrible as soon as the bowling gets quick. Terrible. But there was one game at school, and I wasn't really known as a cricketer. I was a footballer, and I was just sort of in the cricket team because if you were good at one sport, you were sort of generically put into the other teams. Like I was put in the rugby team, and I hated it, and I was terrible. And eventually they sort of realised after about 3 years that I just shouldn't be on that pitch. But there was one cricket match, and I went in at number 6, and I hit a quick 40 odd. And when you're like 12, 13, that's quite a lot, building an innings of 4, and that just kind of was a real turning point for me to be like, oh, I can actually do this, I'm in this team because I can do it. And then I kept wicket, which I found so much fun, right? And I was never particularly good at it, but you're always involved. And so that I sort of developed a love for Jack Russell, because I was a left-hander as well. I wasn't as unorthodox. I'm not an orthodox batsman, but I'm not as unorthodox as Jack Russell. But he was a super fun little guy, wasn't he? And so then playing sort of from school and then into university, probably before I'd even been to a cricket. I think my uncle took me to watch Surrey once when Waqar Younis was bowling, and it was a county game, and there were about like 8 people there, and I couldn't see the ball because we were sitting right side on, and I was like, well, this isn't really that much fun. But then at university, I started playing for the college team. The university team was a first class team. I wasn't going to get in that. I played one game for the second team at uni. I was 12th man or something.
Which university is this?
So I went to Oxford.
Right. Okay. So again, playing first class cricket, and they'd be playing against the county team. And
I was nowhere near that. And occasionally, like one of the first team bowlers would come and play in a college game, and you'd be like, oh, I can't see that ball. But we had a great fun playing cricket, and I played like first team college cricket, which was decent, and second team, which was just like all the footballers, and we were just really annoying. Like second team university college cricket was hilarious because there were lots of people who were cricketers but not sports people. There are those people who are a cricketer but not a sportsman, and they would have all the kit but really weren't that great. And we had none of the kit, but we could all catch. We could throw and catch. And so we had loads of fun in that. And we used to do this thing, which when I look back now, I think, was I a complete twat, or was this quite funny? At the time, Neighbours had a cricket storyline, okay? And so we all were the characters in the Neighbours cricket team, because all you did at university was watch Neighbours. And I was Joe Scully, and I had a fake beard on backwards as a mullet, and played in this, right? And we would Dan, who sort of now runs like an app business or something, who knows? He was the only one who could bowl straight, like definitely bowl straight. So he would bowl the opening over, and the first ball he would bowl an orange, okay? And it was all about bowling it straight, because then the opening batsman would play a forward defence of this orange, and the orange would just explode, right? And we would all fall about going, this is hilarious. And then we'd apologise, we'd wipe down the bat, and the person would be looking at his bat, they'd be a bit annoyed with us. And then you're not finding this funny. You're like a purist going, this is terrible.
Honestly, this is how conditioned I am. I'm genuinely trying to imagine commentating on it.
Right, okay, good. So then, here's the best bit. Then I would take a Red Delicious out of my pocket, and we'd throw it around the field, and it looked like a cricket ball. So everyone's intense about it. It looked like a cricket ball. Like, right, come on, joke's over, let's play. We'd bowl the apple, forward defensive again. That would explode. We didn't care if we won or lost. It was like the greatest moment in the world. And once we threw the Red Delicious around the field, Dan Joseph bowled the ball just outside the off stump. Their opener left it. I caught it, right? And then we threw it around the field again. And literally, when you're like, it was like straight faces, everybody. You've got to keep a straight face. This could be the greatest moment of our entire lives. And then it went all around the field, forward defensive, apple exploded. I like to think I'm a sort of more sensible, grown up person, but that was a great moment. So really, like, playing was much more my love of cricket than going. And I don't think I must have gone to a test match I'm trying to think. Like, I remember going to like a test match where we played India at the Oval, and Vaughan and Truskothic scored. I mean, it was like the flattest. There were no wicket. I think it was like one wicket in the day, and that was like nothing happened, but it was great fun. And then I went to. I'm trying to get my years right. I went to Western Australia for Christmas in 06, and I watched Adam Gilchrist get a century in about 8 balls. And it was so hot. Like, it really, I mean, it's not a surprise, right? Australia's hot, but it was like oppressively hot.
Yeah, journalists who covered games at the WACA would sometimes have to tell stories about putting their laptops in the freezer to make sure they didn't explode.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and we were sitting on the hill, and there was just like, it was totally exposed. Then I went to Goa for a week because I had a week's holiday to take when I was at the BBC, and I went there and got dysentery. But that's not part of the story. It was just a thing that happened. But I was in Goa and England were in Mumbai, so I flew to Mumbai for a day, which is, I mean, like it's a strange place to go for a day trip, right? It's a wild city, isn't it? And it's just the number of people is just sort of mind blowing. But I saw Freddie Flintoff get a 50 in about 7 hours. It was like a sort of coming of age innings. I seem to remember it was like he actually can really buckle down. And then I think I was at the Oval in 09 for, I think Flintoff ran out punting. Is that right?
That might have been at Lord's where he did the I am Jesus thing.
Was that Lord's? Okay, maybe I wasn't there.
It was
very hard.
It was certainly in that series. But anyway, and Andrew Flintoff doing the full "Are you not entertained" thing.
Yes, I think I was. I mean, I hope I'm not lying. I feel I was there. And I at that moment I think we won. A feeling that we won and Graham Swan got an important wicket or something like that. That's in my mind.
Yeah,
so
I mean that's
my journey, I think.
It's interesting how it's hung on these. It's very much hung on these individual moments of players kind of transcending the rest of the game. And it's interesting how different. I guess how different people's memories of fandom works. And what's interesting in particular, I mean, these are all very much England points, but you talked a bit about watching neutral series. I mean, how much is your fandom a cricket fandom and how much an England fandom, and has that changed over time?
That's a good question. It's very England based, so I'm not fussed about county cricket. I like the Big Bash or the IPL if I just happen to. I don't really know when the games are on, so like I don't love it clearly, but like when it's there, I can get sucked in, and like I do. When a series gets momentum, so when like the Indians in Australia was an amazing series. By the end, I was with Rishabh Pant, for that innings, which was just absolutely brilliant. But I'm not sort of anorak enough, or I don't know when those games are happening. So it's very England centric, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I mean, most people will tend to follow the stuff that is most accessible to them, which is
sure,
for all sorts of reasons, and as much as anything, time zones, which isn't really a thing you have to worry about with football unless you're devoting a lot of your time to watching A-League or something, which
I watch a little bit of. I do stuff for Australian telly.
Sure.
My wife's Australian. In fact, I took her to the MCG on Boxing Day in 2010. When we skittled them out for 96 was it?
Yep.
And she hates all sport, hates every bit of it. She calls it the green, right? She hates the noise. Like but we only got one telly. It's an issue, right, in our relationship that we should really rectify. I took her to, and we'd met that summer, both traveling in Central America, and I'd flown to Australia essentially to ask her out. And she wasn't.
And
interested.
you thought the MCG would be the perfect place to do it.
I thought this is a good thing to do, and I quite wanted to go anyway. But anyway, we did a crossword. Didn't really focus on cricket. We left at lunch, and then she ran off because she was like, "Who's this weird old man who's come half around the whole way around the world to sort of chase me?" So I basically went 10,000 miles to get stood up. I mean, that story ends well, but I'm the only England fan who was at the MCG on Boxing Day in 2010, and I left at lunch, which is it's a disappointing afternoon's cricket to have missed.
Yeah, although you got your money's worth. So you were doing a crossword while and Tim Bresnan was out there doing his stuff to kind of trying and failing to entertain you. So I want to move the conversation on to Woodstock and the who are a partner of ours, thanks to our pal and yours, John O'Gordon. I was going to ask you to be pointlessly and laddishly mean about Jono, but that's not really my style. So we'll move on from that. He sends his love, by the way.
No, he's a very nice man.
So yeah, how did you get involved with Woodstock and then becoming an investor in a cricket bat company? It's not a particularly usual way to spend one's time.
No, it isn't, and it wasn't something I was looking to do, if I'm honest. But Jono, how did Jono find me? I think probably through Toby Tarrant, who is also is sort of more more of a cricketer than a footballer, and also a nice man. And Toby got in touch with me and said, "Look, I know this bloke who's got this company." Who wants some? I think he said young, but I mean he was probably just talking about Toby there. Sort of people with some sort of social media following to get involved in this company. Would you be interested in having a chat? And so I was like, sure, I'll have a chat. With I like talking to people. I wasn't too hard to book for this, was I? So like I'll talk to anyone for half an hour, and he seemed very nice, and I liked the sound of. I can't claim to be an ex. I didn't grow up using Woodstock cricket. I was a Kookaburra bubble man back in the day.
It is interesting though that you remember whose gear you use, because that is. It's interesting. People sort of broke down into different camps on the different bat manufacturers for trying. I was always a Slazenger person growing up. That's because that's what we had. Because I wanted to bat properly but couldn't. Right. I knew my bat was good. I knew my bat was good because the good batters.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Nearly fooled us all by getting out there again before we were ready. The bear has steamed back into the hot chair, the important chair where all the technology is run from. And I'm Gorilla Hendo, and I'm joined by, for the first time in ages, by Cato Jonsson, the famous Icelandic cricket supremo. How are you doing, Cato?
I can't believe this, Hendo. It's
like old times, isn't it?
This is 3 Test match sofa alumni.
It is. It really is, isn't it? It's like the old days. It's almost as if we've been transported back in time. Now, I'm not going to let you escape without doing your Richie Benaud impersonation, because you are the best Richie Benaud impersonator in the country, bar none. And so I would hope to hear some of that this afternoon. But in the meantime, we will talk about Bhuvi Kumar bowling to Jason Roy. We'll jingle them up in a minute. This Jason Roy is going to be facing, to start with, 2 slips, a ring of 3, a ring of 2, a partial ring of 2, and a long leg. I think you know what that means. 3 on the off, 2 on the on. And 2 in the slips. In comes Bhuvi Kumar, bowls to Jason Roy. Onto the back foot he goes. A little bit of movement off the pitch, but he plays it comfortably enough up to mid-off, and there is no run. The bear was about to play the jingles, but he's disappeared again. Where's he gone? He's coming back. It's all happening.
I went to let the crowd in.
Oh, jolly good.
Yes. Okay. Let's have some jingles.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
In comes Bhuvi Kumar, onto the back foot again goes Roy, lets this one come to him, just pushes it down towards backward point, and there is no run. What do you make of the conditions out there today, Richie?
Well, we've got to have some context before we just go straight into Richie.
Come on! You've done it so many times, surely. I mean, it's your party piece.
The thing is that, see now,
you're getting all self-conscious.
You've got all self-conscious, haven't you?
No. I want to contextualise the point of doing a Richie Benaud impersonation.
Surprise us. In swinging delivery, which runs off Roy's pad behind square on the onside. They'll run through for the first run of the England innings. It will, however, be a leg bye, and it brings Johnny Bairstow down to face.
Okay, I'm going to play the bowler anyway.
He got 10 dollars for naught, a better bat than we thought. He got booby Kuma's eye.
Oh, I see what. Knackles just changed the name from T20 to ODI, but left everyone in the same order, which is very un-Knackle-like, it has to be said. So everyone's in the wrong order.
We'll have to get Knackle to clamp down on Knackle. That's the only thing for it. 1 for no wicket, Johnny Bairstow. Facing for the first time back in his position, which he loves, opening. And Kumar is into him, gets that one to swing, gets it to bounce a little bit as he comes forward, takes him high up on the thigh, rolls out into the offside, and there is no run. Well, that was an incredibly good end to the Indian innings, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Krunal Pandya is in absolutely astonishing form at the moment. Done brilliantly in the domestic 50-over tournament in India. 200s and 250s. And he just brought that form to Pune with him. And once KL Rahul had hit a couple of sixes, they were off and running. Had England not managed to slow India down between the 32nd and 40th overs, taking wickets, and I think it was 4 for about 40 at one point, then England could have been chasing something nearer to 400. As it is, it's 318 they require. We don't know what's happening with Billings, as this is another lovely in-swinger. Ends up dead straight, defended back past the bowler by Bairstow, and there is no run. Anyone heard anything about Billings?
What the talk is, it's a sprained shoulder.
Does that mean he's not going to be batting?
Well, it said he should be able to bat.
Should be able to bat. Okay, that's good to know.
That
whether he'll
correct,
be
Casey?
restricted anyway, I suppose, remains to be seen. But, we hope not, because it's a big opportunity for him. Here is Bouvet to complete the first over. And this time it's jabbed with the swing into the onside. Well fielded by Kuldeep Yadav, who we're going to see in action later on, with his wrist spin. A single results, and that is the end of the over. Bairstow has kept the strike. Bairstow jingle, perhaps?
Bairstow jingle? I can give you a Bairstow jingle.
Would you mind?
Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow's got this good sense, take care so. All put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow.
And we're going to get a first viewing of Prasid Krishna, who is going to open the bowling. I'm not even sure whether we've got a jingle for him.
We've got a jingle for him.
We have?
Yep.
Well,
you want it now?
Play IPL. Can we play it?
When he was just a kid, Bangladeshi put on the skid. KKR put in a bid. Everybody wants a bit of Prasid.
That's quite a good jingle, isn't it? I like that. A bit funky. Onto the back foot goes Bairstow to his first delivery, defends it into the covers, and there is no run. Are you on tweets?
Well, I am, but no one else is.
Oh, right, okay.
I keep refreshing like desperate, but people are still coming back from their lunches.
Well, I think everyone was a bit surprised. I did wonder whether it would be foreshortened. Just because...
Yeah, it is. Yeah, if you overrun...
tucked into the onside, they're going to get a run here, maybe 2. Well played by Bairstow, between mid-wicket and mid-on, and they do get back for a couple. England moved to 4 for no wicket. Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
If you overrun in a men's one-day international, then you're supposed to restart at the time that the second innings would have started.
Is that the rule? I've always wondered.
Yeah, regardless of how late you were, subject to a minimum interval of 13 minutes. So obviously it took England 4 hours and 10 minutes to bowl their 50 overs. So we started at 2:45.
Prasid in again. Oh, and there's that bowled him. It's done something. Surely that's out in some manner, but apparently not. It didn't bowl him. It doesn't seem to have edged it. Virat Kohli is turning to everyone and asking them in what possible way could that have been out. But he was completely done by that ball.
Is he going to do it?
Full. It swung away from him from about middle stump. Tremendous delivery. but somehow Bairstow has survived.
And it hasn't been reviewed, has it?
Hasn't been reviewed. Actually, it's a lovely length. It's gone between bat and pad. The Bairstow gate was open, and it's just bounced over middle stump. That's exactly what happened. It deserved a wicket, I suppose. That was the main thing. Cody was off running, doing the old finger clicking, the finger pointing, saying that's got to be gone. But it wasn't. But what a start from this 25-year-old from Bangalore.
Was he one of the young upstarts who was in the IPL that Andy used to go on a lot about last year?
He hasn't got a brilliant record in the IPL.
I've got some knack notes here to
Oh, yes.
Well, I've got a few as well of my own, actually. This is going to go down the leg side. It's going to be 5 wides.
Ooh.
As I thought perhaps he got a little bit of glove on that, but seemingly not. Given as extras.
No, that was a long way down the leg side.
He's only got 18 wickets of 44.
Oh, okay.
In 24 matches. He's played 3 seasons. Not been a starter in all the games by any stretch of the imagination. But,
Knack stats. Give us
he's not as young as others. He's 25 now. I think it's something like good average in List A cricket though, as this is driven powerfully by Bairstow up to mid-off, and there is no run.
That's what my knack notes say. Knuckles got this information that he's been Karnataka's top wicket taker in 3 of the last 5 Hazare trophies. So it's apparently List A stats do still count for something.
Yeah, an average of 23.07. Karnataka indeed were the team that lost to Mumbai in the semi-finals of that competition. Prithvi Shaw has been in astonishing form for Mumbai, defended up to mid-on, and there is again no run. Good clicks on this from Krishna. He's up at 143, started off at 137. He's building pace throughout the over.
Oh, Prithvi Shaw.
9 for no wicket.
Prithvi Shaw's got something to prove, hasn't he? I mean, he was the next big thing, and he's come in, blazed early, blown out. There's no doubt there's some talent there. He's just got to reel his head in a little bit. I mean, the way I saw him get out a few times, he's just throwing it away a lot of the time.
Well, he did in the IPL, and he got a lot of criticism for that. We wrote a story about that not so long ago. Bairstow aims a really big drive at this one, and I think it's gone between bat and pad. His bat was miles from his body. It's gone through to the keeper. And again, there is no run. 2 overs bowled. England chasing 318 to win are 9 without loss. Any tweets?
Yeah, a couple waking up post-prandially. And both of them a bit circumspect. Oxymoronica says he's looking forward to a well-measured England run chase and no Bairstow gate, please.
Well,
And,
we've already
too
done
late for that.
Yes.
Well, we could have 2.
Yes, true.
Brian Barish says that you said bounced over middle stump. He says that's how babies are made.
Really? Bounced over middle stump? Is that a thing? Is that a euphemism?
He's looking for euphemisms there.
I think he is. I think he's trying a bit too hard, to be honest. Stokes, Morgan, Butler, Billings to come. That's the top 6. But it's Roy facing Bhuvi Kumar. He's onto the back foot, tries to force. Doesn't really time it, but does find the gap. 2 men after it. Hardik Pandya is the one from mid-off. He will retrieve, and they will get through for 2. Roy moves off the mark. He has 2. Bairstow has 3. England 11 for no wicket.
Can I contextualise the Richie Beno thing?
You can, yes.
But so now I have started to do professional commentary on television, where you get sort of nurseries, you get told how we do things. You get sent on little kind of training courses.
In swinger, flicked away up to mid-on, forces him to move round to his right, some yardage, and they come through for a single. Yep.
Like what I did just then, summarising and shut up before as the ball is being bowled. Well, everybody does, of course.
I've tried so hard on Guerrilla Cricket to get people to do that, but we're so keen. Everyone's so keen. They want to have their say. It's quite hard, especially quite hard in the Zoom era, where it's not quite so easy to see people's body language. Do they really shout at you if you don't do it properly? Onto the front foot comes Bairstow. In fact, he took a step or 2 down the wicket to reach that one, but he won't get a run as it goes up towards mid-on.
Yeah, they do. They say, look, there are various things that are really basic. And of course, the more interesting part, the more relevant part, is that if you've ever heard television commentators talk about commentators, they all say, "Well, of course, great Richie Benaud was the master, and everything we learned from him." You've heard them say that.
Yeah, of course.
And the number one Richie Benaud point of view is don't say anything unless you can add to the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So if everyone on television can see the batsman hitting the ball through point for 4, don't say, and he's hit that through point for 4.
Just say, shot! This is played off the back foot by Bairstow to cover point. Throw comes in from Surya Kumar, who must be on for somebody else, and there is no run.
Or shat.
You say shot. You say shot if you're Alan Wilkins, because he says that every single time the ball goes for 4. Which is why Bear and I thought we would start saying shot, or then then shat.
He shat it down to mid-on.
Lovely
on drive. Shatted down to mid-on. Bairstow comes down the wicket again, tries to help this on its way down the leg side, signalled as a wide. England advancing generally, thanks to extras at the moment, go to 13 for no wicket.
I should do a thing. I rarely do this, but I should apologise. Apparently, we went off a bit when Kroonel got his 50. Saying why is he celebrating like he did, but apparently because his dad died not that long ago and it was dedicated to him.
Okay, well, as I say, he's scoring a hell of a lot of runs at the moment in various forms of the game, and this was just another one really, but I guess at international level it means a bit more. So Bairstow settles down again. Bhuvi Kumar is in, bowls, flicked away by Bairstow again off his legs, but straight to mid-wicket, who's coming quite tight there. The Bear will be happy to see such an intense looking mid-wicket in the form of Shikhar Dhawan.
Well, yeah,
there is no run.
And also it's nice to see Bhuvi back, isn't it? I mean, he is a great bowler.
Oh, it's lovely to see Bhuvi back. I didn't realise he'd been out so long, actually.
He's been in and out for a couple of seasons.
He really
He's
has.
had troubles.
Yeah, he's been out for a while. Yes, I mean, I think what you should do, Cato, is when you're next doing a bit of telly. Who are you doing telly for, by the way? We'll come back to that after this ball. Bhuvi in, bowls to Bairstow again, a little bit of in swing. He's easing onto the front foot, a little bit trepidatious, but he defends it into the offside. There is no run. Yes, who are you doing this for?
At the moment it's Europeans, but it may later this season be internationals.
For who?
I can't say. I'd love. I really want to say, but I really know it's embargoed, and may not happen anyway.
Tell me on the internal chat forum.
I can't do that because Bear will just read it out.
No,
but he won't see it because you can.
I want to know as well.
Just to me. Just directs to me. I won't tell anyone, Kato. Honestly,
you can't trust him with his green screen.
What you need to do is you need to become the Dan Maskell of cricket commentary. You need, as soon as it goes through the offside, you just need to say, "Oh, I say." Can you do that?
Mark Nicholas has a tendency to go, "Oh."
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. That sounds like you're having a very, very, very quick orgasm. Not really what Dan Maskell was after. Pushed up to mid-on by Roy as Prasid starts his second over.
I mean, there are various trademarks that commentators have. Mark Nicholas is very, very fond when something happens, like a batsman plays his trademark shot. Mark Nicholas will 50% of the time simply say the batsman's name. Oh, Virat Kohli. That is Virat Kohli. Alan Wilkins always says shot when a batsman hits a 4. So,
now that one has gone in between Roy, his bat and pad. He was kind of doubled up by that a little bit as it came back in at him, and he took the bottom hand off the handle, and it looked all rather ungainly in the end, but he survives. You could do the Barry Davies, couldn't you, with the Justin Fashanu goal?
This is non-cricket. I don't know anything about this.
Well, you must remember he lifts the ball up and then volleys it against Liverpool for Norwich back in, I don't know, early 80s, and he goes interesting as it goes up, and as he hits it, very interesting as it goes flying into the goal. Defended back to Prasid. Good length delivery. He looks a bit of a deal here, doesn't he, Prasid? I'm quite impressed with this. There is no run. 13 for no wicket after 3.5 overs. Roy has 3 and Bairstow has 3.
Like Bear, I want to say shat. I want the opportunity to say he shat that down the leg side. I think that would be terrific.
Well, we did have the old Ian O'Brien phrase for going down the wicket, down the leg side, which was down the arse. which is something you could perhaps.
He didn't say that on. He didn't say that on BBC Derby.
No, he didn't say it on BBC Derby. More's the pity. Anyway, here comes Proceed again in bowls to Roy's. Hurried a little bit. I think he was trying to tuck that into the onside. Ended up having to play it straighter than that into the offside. And again, there is no run. First ball of this over from Proceed, 146. He's quite pacey, isn't he? 146. That's almost Mark Wood pace.
That's Woodian pace, yeah.
He's quick, this lad. He's more than medium fast, as he's been described. And I always think of medium fast as slower than fast medium. Is that common? Do you think the same?
I think they're exactly the same.
No, I won't have it.
You don't replay fair, do you? Because they're
very exact on that, aren't they?
Oh.
Lovely, powerful drive as this one is overpitched. Goes through the bowler more than anything. He may have taken a little bit of pace off it, but not enough. And it's run down to the boundary for Roy's first one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So what is the statistical? What is the speeds for slow medium or fast medium and medium fast?
I think medium fast is probably about 81 to 84, and then I think fast medium is about 84 to 88, and then I think right arm fast, RF, as it's in the Playfair Annual, is anything above that.
Above 88.
That's how I see it anyway. Proceed in again, shorter, pulled, well got hold of, consecutive boundaries, just one bounce that to deep backward square leg. Roy into double figures, England 21 for no wicket.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I've just noticed, Kato, you've got one of those proper professional big 50s microphones like Knackle.
No, it's not. It's just there we go. I've got an Orlando Partridge here. No,
it's a mirror, isn't it? You're looking at yourself.
It's a bog standard box microphone, just an upright one.
But what's that sort of round thing?
That's a pop shield.
This thing.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
Oh, but it doesn't have. You have lip microphones, and you have a thing that if I pop on that, it really does pop. So it's just a filter.
Oh, it's a filter. Okay,
yeah.
Interesting.
Pop
tricks
shield,
of the trade. Bhuvi Kumar will bowl his third over. England are 21 for no wicket. We didn't get through any tweets. We'll have to find out if they are flooding in. Are they flooding in?
Oh, very much
right.
so. Yes.
Okay. After this ball, we shall run through a few. The floodlights are on. It's dusk for sure, and he's in. Oh, now Bairstow has stopped the shot there. He went for the pull and then seemed to change his mind. However, he has got enough on it to clear mid-wicket. And although it won't go for 4, they will get back for 2. 23 for no wicket. Tweets!
I'm Barish, says he's never done cricket commentary, despite my attempts to wiggle onto the team. But doing summarising in Aussie rules is difficult, because you have to think of something concise and important before one of the two play-by-play men run all over you. Wait, Brian, you want to try working with Vinnie Sandu and Michael McCann? You've got about 3 words as a summariser.
There are 1 or 2 on Gorilla that it's. I will name no names as Bairstow takes a couple of steps down the wicket. Good length ball nonetheless. Defends it into the covers, and there is.
Well, I will say the first 3 overs on my last stint, I don't think Tony let anybody else in. He just.
Was Tony
flourishing words like
dominant moods.
Oh, he was. Yes, very much.
I do have a Gorilla colleague who, when I see I'm summarising for them, I think, well, I just go and get a sandwich.
Oh yes, I think I know who you mean. 23 for no wicket. Just a 1 slip now, 4th man into the covers or into that ring. Bairstow defends to extra, and there is no run.
Ryan continues. Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Mark Nicholas, oof, he said there are 2 baseball commentators, baseball this time, who would do that when a ball would just miss the strike zone. The problem was that they were on radio and they wouldn't explain why they'd said oof until 15 seconds later.
Yeah, that is a problem. I mean, I do know that there are 1 or 2 Gorilla commentators from time to time who just get so caught up in it, they go, ooh!
Yes,
and then,
I do that.
Sort of forget to explain what's happened. But, we try and iron that out of them. I do like this idea of being able to shout at people if they actually talk over others. I think I'm going to institute that now in Gorilla Cricket. If you talk over anyone else, I'm just going to shout at you. In comes Bhuvi, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow drives slightly on the up. Krunal Pandya? No, it's Shikhar Dhawan just running around to his left to do the fielding at cover. And there is no run. 7 runs off Bhuvi so far. He's got 2 balls of his 3rd over remaining, 3 dots in a row.
Warren says he's pretty sure Dan Maskell would have been happy with any orgasm, regardless of its duration.
I'm sure he would.
Maybe that was the joy of Dan Maskell. The I mean, I don't know. I was never spoken to Dan Maskell's wife, but I mean, maybe that was how he'd celebrated. Kumar in bowls down the wicket comes Bairstow. It's a rather horrible shot again. One hand comes off the bat as he somehow steers that into the onside, but they do scamper through for the single. 24 for no wicket.
The bad news is that all kinds of people on Twitter who seem determined to talk about the cricket.
Good God, what's happening?
An India Dutta says it's not a bad pace pipeline, this is it?
What you mean the
the India one? Yeah,
it's pretty good, isn't it? It's pretty good. Yeah.
Still think you're going to lose in England in the summer, though.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you come on. I think India are going to be a different kettle of fish this summer. I really do.
That's what we said last time.
Different from previous outings in England. This goes between bat and pad. The Roy Gate has joined in with Bairstow. He's trying to make him feel more at home. He's opened it up, and through it goes between bat and pad, through the keeper. No run, just shaving the off stump as well.
I think the thing about that, Hendo, is the same reason that we always think England. Well, maybe we don't always think that England will have a chance. The problem persists. It's never the bowling; it's usually the batting. And I just think too many of India's top order play flat-footed.
Yeah,
I think there'll be a lot.
I think they are going to take it a bit more
off.
seriously. They're going to bringing over the India A side, so not only do they have ready-made replacements, but they're going to play 2 4-day games, aren't they, against their own A side?
I thought
rather than warming up against Leicestershire thirds.
Well, yeah, possibly. I still, yeah. I mean, I think it'll be a good Test series, much like the one that was just how it was done. But I think by the end.
Now that's beautifully lofted by Bairstow. I was about to say that's not a bad ball. It was right up there, but somehow Bairstow has lifted that up and over Prasid, and it's gone all the way for 6 glorious runs.
I was about to think his middle pole was about to go out of the ground as that sort of snaked in.
Yes, but he met it absolutely beautifully, and he kept the face of the bat going straight through the line of the ball, which is not something that Johnny always does. And that was an absolutely tremendous shot. Takes him past Roy. He goes to 12, and England to 30 for no wicket at the beginning of the 6th over. A bit of punishment for Prasid. How does he respond? Worked into the onside this one, but straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Still up there in the 140s at the moment. More tweets or more chat about Dan Maskell?
There's a good. Well, those who are going on the cricket are led now by Messi Jez on the tweets, who has an interesting stat. And I won't interfere by suggesting what I think this time. There's one player in this game who, according to their Cricinfo stats, which are beyond question, of course, who has only bowled 1 ball in his entire professional career.
Lifted again by Bairstow, not quite so straight, but the effect is the same. It's gone miles back, and it's 6 more. This is when I feel that Bairstow is wasted lower down the order in T20 cricket, because his swing of the bat is just glorious at the top of the order. I'm still not convinced by Butler at the top in T20s. If you need, I mean, we're struggling in the middle order. We're struggling to break up all those left-handers. Surely Butler coming in at 4 or 5 would be a way to go. Anyway, we shall see. That's a different format. 36 for no wicket. What is the stat? 1 ball.
1 ball in all his professional cricket appearances, and that ball was hit for 4 for an economy of 24. Who could it be?
In this match?
No. Yes, one of our players today.
On both sides or English?
Either side.
Either side.
Proceeding again, driven uppishly, but over extra cover. This is a display for the ages from Johnny Bairstow, and he's picked up 4 more to extra cover.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Cody's kind of looking as if to say, hang on, he was bowling quite well 7 or 8 balls ago. What suddenly happened? Well, Bairstow's found his timing. That wasn't perfect, but he did lift it up and over extra cover, and it had enough legs on it to go all the way. And perhaps he maybe just needs to bring his length back a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what he does. He's getting some advice from Hardik Pandya. Seen it all before. And here he is again. Bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow lifts this again over the top of mid-on. It's plugged a little bit, but I think it's just about going to have enough on it. Oh, has that just been flicked back?
I don't
Might
think
have been. Prasida's giving it up, I think. I thought it made it, but I'm not sure. We wait to see what the umpire signals. If that has gone for 4, that means we've had 20 off this over. But we wait to see. No, I think he may have just got there.
No.
Oh, no.
No,
he hasn't. No.
I think that's sloppy
So that
fielding. I think he thought you're right. He totally gave up on it, and then it plugged, and he realised that he could have actually chased it down if he'd have gone right at the beginning.
Yeah, it is 4. So this over is 6.644, and I think perhaps Prasid might need to go into the outfield and ponder life. So have a spell after your third over in international cricket. Here he comes again, bowling to Bairstow, of course, unless he can respond. But this is again driven by Bairstow all the way on the ground. Hardik Pandya goes round to mid-off, then throws at the stumps, and England are going to get 2 overthrows just to add insult to injury. And Johnny Bairstow has raced on in that over with 22 from 6 to 28.
Yeah.
England after 6. Power play overs are 46 for no wicket. Cato.
Well, do we have any guesses before someone has guessed it correctly?
But only bowled 1 ball in his full career. Well, it certainly isn't Rohit Sharma.
Shikhar Dhawan.
Shikhar Dhawan.
Nope.
KL Rahul.
Nope. Nick Martin's got it.
Owen
Rishabh
Morgan.
Pant.
Owen Morgan.
I'm not going to tell you till you say it, because you've only got a few names to...
We only got a few to go, haven't we?
Yeah.
Now we've done most of them. Only bowled 1 ball. Jason Roy. Jason Roy.
Wait, Jason's saying wickets.
Sam Billings.
Yes, Billings.
Across goes Roy, and passes down the leg side. A little bit unlucky, I think, to be signalled a wide, because Roy had come outside his off stump, but it was, I suppose, technically ever so slightly angled down the leg side.
Yeah, it's a wide.
Yes, Billings.
Sam Billings.
Yeah,
Only
Roy's
ever bowled 1.
Roy's taken 15 wickets in professional cricket.
Has he really? What does he bowl? Here is Boovy again. Down onto one knee, drives that beautifully. That was the best of Roy. It's gone dead square. There was a fielder flopping over it or unable to get to it. And England's 50 is already up. Yeah, Shikhar Dhawan put in the dive. It looked from front on as if he just flopped over the top of it, but it was well out of his reach when you see it from side on. So despite the fact that there are 4 in that ring, Roy was able to find the gap. Here he comes again, Boovy, and this time gets a bit too close to it, just drops it down between bat and pad, and there is no run. Roy has moved on to 15 with that rather lovely boundary.
Would you like a little? Do you want a little tease, Hendo?
Go on, do tease me.
Josie says Dan Maskell died 28 years ago. He'd be 113 if he was still alive. Hendo being relevant to today's generation again.
Yeah, I don't know. I do remember. So I think it was my mum really didn't like Dan Maskell as a commentator. Onto the back foot goes Roy. Can't force this. Hits it into the ground, straight back to the bowler.
Wasn't he the voice of Wimbledon?
She said all he ever says is "Oh, I say," or doesn't he just? What was the other thing he did? He used to go lovely, or something along those lines. So yeah, I mean, but as a television commentator, you haven't really got to paint a picture, have you?
I've got to finish this Richie Beno thing.
Yes. Go on.
So there's 2 things that he does apart from just saying actual quirks.
Driven at by Roy, but he drags this down. He was aiming that square. It ends up going towards mid-on, and that is not quite the end of the over. It's still 51 for no wicket. Carry on.
Yeah, two skills to being Richie Beno. One is something that not a lot of people notice, but is critical, which is slowing down when you're summarising towards the end of a sentence. Then, as soon as the sentence is finished, immediately starting another one very rapidly, which I will do at the end of this ball.
Oh, brilliant. I'm looking forward to that. I'm trying to think how I would do that. I don't really give any thought to what comes out of my mouth. It just happens.
I think it's to stop other people getting in.
Oh, yes. Well, you have to be quite tight on that. Kumar in again. Lovely shot by Roy. Won't get runs for it, though. There's a man brought in on the 45, which is Krunal Pandya, and goes straight to him. But nicely played nonetheless. No run. Go on, then.
He'd be going through the scorecards at the end of the innings. So absolutely no runs there from Caddick, Giddins and Tufnell, as we would expect. And that ended up being rather disappointing end to the England innings. The bowlers, you can see there, McDermott, always.
Yeah. I'm hoping that maybe I do that. Can anyone tell me, do I do that?
No.
Can I compare myself with the great Richie? All right, then. Fair enough. Boovy in to complete the over. Roy comes down the wicket, rebounds off his pad. He was a long way down. Loops up into the offside, and having sort of come halfway down the wicket, he thought maybe I'll get a run here, but then Bairstow said no, so there was all sorts of dancing around, and eventually he went back into his crease. That is the end of the over. More tweets.
But look, the other Benno thing, and the rule, the whole key to being a good television commentator, so everybody says, and which everybody breaks, is don't say, and Brian Lara hits that inside out over extra cover for 4. Because viewer can see it. Every commentator sticks by this rule in theory, but every commentator says, oh, and Brian Lara steps to leg and hits that inside out over extra cover for 4. Richie allows this to happen, and as the ball is travelling to the boundary, will say, and I tell you what, that's actually beaten him in the flight. Because he knows that the viewer is saying the first sentence in their head, so he says the second one. I think that absolutely gorgeous, and I wish anyone else would do it, but they don't.
I do.
I think think that it's interesting. I wonder whether he did that deliberately or whether he did it it was just an instinctive thing that he did and understood more instinctively than rather sort of sitting there and thinking about it, or maybe it was something that he developed and it became instinctive. We have a change of bowling. Shardul Thakur, well, very well I thought in a couple of the T20s. Lots of good cutters is coming into the attack. He's bowling to Bairstow. Bairstow pulls the ball from way outside off stump, rather toe ends it. Means he only gets it up as far as mid-on rather than through mid-wicket, where he was probably initially aiming. 13th ODI for Shardul Thakur, who's 29. You think, these guys come into the Indian team and you think, oh, another good young player off the conveyor belt. But they've been playing in cricket in India for some years.
Hard to get into the setup, isn't it, though? It's that's the thing. They've got so many players.
It's hard to get in.
Yeah.
Thakur bowls. Onto the back foot goes Bairstow. Well, half finds the gap. Good effort from Pandya at mid-off, who dives and gets a bit of a hand to it. The ball does spring away from him again, and so they are able to get through for the single. Bairstow moves to 30, England to 53. No wickets.
My favourite Bennoism, along the lines of not describing the action but with the follow-up words, is when Australia were playing England and a very aggressive Australian bowler, the 6th ball of the over, picked up the ball in his follow-through and winged it back into the keeper, standing up.
Now, this is a short-arm jab from Johnny Bairstow, who just lifts it up and over mid-wicket. It's not got the legs to go to the boundary. Prasid has gone after it. They've got through for 2. 55 for no wicket. Yeah, carry on.
It missed the batsman by a whisker, and it would have taken his head clean off. And it was clearly a needless act of aggression to get the batsman back into his crease. And this happened to silence from the commentary box, and the whole crowd went, woo! And Benno said after this had happened, there are 2 ways for the bowler to get the ball back to the wicket-keeper at the end of the over, which is what he should be doing, and that was the other one.
Yeah, I suppose it's the reflection, isn't it? It's the reflective nature of his comments. You don't say the obvious, and there's a sort of wry humour in it as well, which I think is lacking in a hell of a lot of TV commentators these days. It really is. There is a lack of humour. Not here, hopefully. Shardul is in again, outside the off stump, allows Bairstow to free his arms. He whacks that. It's only half stopped by the man at extra cover. It's got such force on it.
Oh, there's another injury.
Shreyas Iyer has gone down. He's going to be out of his contract with Lancashire here. He's in all sorts of trouble. Problems with his wrist, perhaps. This is bad news for Lancashire and for his IPL franchise.
No, he's holding
He's
his shoulder.
turning him onto his back now to see what exactly. It looks like another shoulder injury.
It's a dislocation, isn't it?
Yeah, it sort of looks that way, doesn't it? There's been a lot
They
of these
got back,
over the
they
last
got back
few
to
years.
2, by the way, so he'd probably saved 2 runs there.
Oh, he's just landed and jabbed his arm and probably jolted his shoulder out. But, I mean, as you say, Billings has had 2. Ollie Pope's had 2. I'm sure I've seen some others in some other games in the last few years. They really do throw themselves around now.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose a lot depends on how much give there is in the ground. I mean, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like there's dew. It doesn't look to be damp there at all.
He looks in pain.
So perhaps it's not quite as easy to go down on this outfield as some others. 57 for no wicket. Bairstow's rapidly on to 34 from 28 balls. He's just having a drink while we mend Shreyas Iyer, and Roy has 15 from 18. He's got back to his feet. Is he going to?
He's going off.
I think he's going to wander off for the time being.
He looks like a lot of pain,
There
Henry.
he is, vigorously instructing the dressing room to send on a replacement. He's also saying to get off a bit more quickly, can't you, man? Get off, man! You're injured. You're no use to me anymore.
He is merciless, isn't he?
He
It
is.
was like shooing a dog off the pitch there.
It really was. That was extraordinary.
That's why I kind of like him for that, though. It's just so single-minded.
So you do wonder about it. I mean, in terms of, take a bit of pace out of the game. England are going along really well. Allow there to be a bit of break, maybe to break concentration, the rhythm that particularly Bairstow has got into. So I think it's in a way counterproductive in being, quite as emphatic about Shreyas Iyer getting off the field. It's strange. He's a bit. He's intense when he doesn't really need to be, and it's not the best thing for his team, I think. A lot of the time, we're just having a look at Sam Billings, who was testing out his shoulder between innings, and he looks okay. But Shreyas has still not managed to get off the field. He's wandering off with a couple of helpers, but he is clutching that left shoulder and looks in quite a bit of pain. Still 2 balls to go in this over, and Thacker has now gone for 6 runs so far. New man has come onto the field. Is that Shubman Gill? I think it may be.
Yeah, I think it is.
In comes Shardul, short ball, and this time Bairstow just weaves out of the way of that, and through the keeper it goes. 57 for no wicket. Now, what do you think? What do you think of the? I don't know if that's the first time you've done your Richie on Guerrilla Cricket. Probably is. Well, I don't know. Maybe not on Test Match Sofa, but certainly on Guerrilla Cricket, I would have thought. I do remember the first Sofa game. You did a fantastic Richie, live to the assembled hordes when we took on the Lord's Taverners. Here is Shardul in again, bowls forced off the back foot. Another good shot from Johnny Bairstow. The man at backward point puts in the dive, can't stop it, and it's away for 4 more.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
At the moment, it's all going very well for England. They move to 61 for no wicket, but this is kind of what you expect from England. Very good in a first match, and then not so good as the series wears on. Fortunately, this series isn't too long, so maybe they can just about maintain a standard for 3 games.
Did I do that impersonation during an actual game then?
Yes, you were on the microphone. You were actually doing it to the.
But that would have been while I was playing.
Yes, you were playing.
Because I was
game,
mic'd up on the field, so. Was it as I bowled an over, I commentated on it as Richie at the same time?
No, I don't think you were actually playing. I think it may have been when we were batting. You were doing it. So
because I was mic'd up in the field for that whole innings.
Were you?
Yes, yeah. I commentated from the field as things went along.
Was that the game at Sunbury?
That was the one at Sunbury. Yeah, that's the one where you smashed. Is that the one where you smashed Angus Fraser over extra cover, Bear?
It's the one where I smashed Angus Fraser over
wrong BBC man.
Exactly. And the fucker bowled a wide down the leg side with 2 balls to go, and we needed 4 runs. Cheating bastard! It wasn't given.
We have a change of bowling. We've got some spin. I got the left arm orthodox of Krunal Pandya. Would you like to jingle him up?
Okay. Let me find him first. I was just, thinking about that moment.
You were in a reverie.
I was in a reverie.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
Now tell them what
Has he
happened.
My goodness, I didn't even see that. Roy has hit a 4. I don't even know where it went.
Straight.
Don't know why he slapped that back over mid-on.
He shat it
I
back
thought that was a
over.
replay. That's why I didn't commentate on it. Wasn't that far out of the grass, but the man leaping there. He's in again, and Roy swings this into the onside. There is a man coming round from deep mid-wicket. They will hurry back for 2. England move on to 67 for no wicket. Roy has 21 from 21. Johnny Bairstow has 38 from 30.
So many tweets on the subject of Richie.
Oh, this will be wonderful. We'll wait till the end of the over. Driving slightly on the up there, Jason Roy. Again, that bottom hand comes off, but he keeps the top hand going through the line of the ball, so that's the most important thing. So he didn't skew it or anything like that. Straight back to the bowler it went. And Pandya has it once more. Couple of steps in, bowls, swept by Roy, and swept very successfully. Got hold of that beautifully, and it's gone away for 4 more.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Well, they're certainly not letting Krunal Pandya settle. 10 runs off his first 5 balls. And Virat Kohli is looking for a way to just stem this tide of runs from England. He's still in the power play, of course. 1 over after this to go. 4 on the offside. There's a 5th man down at long off, I think. He's in, bowls, and he's driven that in the air. Away from long off, though. I think that's going to go all the way, isn't it? It is.
Yeah.
It's into the advertising hoardings. It's 6 more. It's 16 off the over. England are 77 for no wicket from 9.
Oh, they've really stepped up the gears, haven't they, England, in the last 2 or 3, 4 overs?
Yeah, certainly have. So let's get through some tweets.
Ryan Barish. So we've gone from Guerrilla Cricket to QI to the 12th man. I love this blessed channel. Mia Katie, a real stalwart. Of course, the problem with not telling the viewer what they're seeing is that it leaves newcomers completely lost. Katie, you do that on a replay. That's when you get in there and explain what's going on. Jeff Perkins, not sure if any gorillas are from the Benno School of Commentary, but some do increase in slurring the longer a sentence goes on.
The longer the drowning of beer, or the downing of beer. Not the drowning of beer, the downing of beer.
Line auxiliary, my favourite Benno is, and there goes McGrath, just 98 short of a century.
Indeed. Oh, flicked off his legs by Johnny Bairstow. There's a man at deep backward square, but he just watches it sail over him, way back into the crowd, if there was one. And England are 83 for no wicket.
That's a lovely shot.
This is how I like Johnny. This is how I like my Johnny. He's really in the mood, and he's playing those glorious drives, those glorious flicks. And he's timing it beautifully. Strike rate of 142 at the moment. 3 sixes already. He's into the 40s. England are steaming along at around about 9 and over. 83 without loss. Bairstow 44 now. It is Shardul Thakur who's trying to stem this England run feast right at the moment. He's in, and Bairstow's onto the back foot, chops it straight to extra cover. He's annoyed that he didn't get a run there. And England remain 83 for no wickets. More tweets?
He's looking at his phone, I think.
He's looking at his phone. Okay, in that case, I'll just continue. Thacker now none for 16 off 1.2 overs. Virat Kohli is looking nonplussed. He's scratching the back of his head, hoping for inspiration. Shardul Thakur is in once more. Bowls to Johnny. Johnny drives slightly on the up. He's going to run a single to mid-off. He's going to have to hurry because he's hit it pretty hard. But, gets there. He goes to 45. England 84. For no wicket, India will know all about Johnny Bairstow. They've seen a lot of him in the IPL for Sunrisers. Had a brilliant first year. Was having a pretty good year last year, but then lost his place to a mixture of Jason Holder and who was the other guy who came in? late on for was it Kane Williamson?
Kane
coming back?
Williamson, yeah.
But he was keeping, and they managed to put Ridderman Sahara into that position, and he got a lot of runs as well, opening the batting. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to him at Sunrisers this season, as we enjoy or endure, depending on your viewpoint, a second IPL of the year, as it were. Let's just run down to backward point. They hurry through for a single. The throw was to the non-striker's end, but Bairstow backed up. There's no danger where he was going, and England moved to 85 for no wicket. 2 balls remaining in the first batting power play.
Well, maybe this year I'll get some games that are close, Hendo.
Yeah, well, at least he had a close game the other day in the. Was it a close game? What was the close game? One of the T20s went fairly close, didn't it? I'm trying to remember now. I've forgotten about them already.
Yeah.
The second game, the comeback game where England nearly pulled off a heist.
Nope, it's gone. Sorry, can't remember it. Shardle in, very wide and quite full, and that seemed to fox Bairstow, who ended up leaving it alone. Maybe hoping it was going to be given as a wide. It wasn't quite wide enough.
Yeah, that was when Archer came in and slapped a couple of sixes late on, and I was still dreaming that they might actually make it, but they didn't.
Were you talking about the 5th game?
No, the 5th game we were nowhere near.
Well, we weren't. We were well up
to halfway
in the 5th game, but then we just fell apart, didn't we? Fell away. And I thought in that game
it was the 4th game. That's what it was.
All right. I thought in the 5th game, when Butler and Milan were going along really well, I thought to myself, now would be a good time to bring in Jofra Archer, because although he hasn't batted very well in Test cricket so far, he is a kind of guy who can get you 18 off 7 balls in the shortest form. And I thought it would have been a good idea just to bring him in and say, go, have a go for it. Driven by Bairstow. Wow. There is a man quite deep at mid-on, right back on the edge of the circle, but that's so beautifully timed that it's going to run past him and all the way to the boundary. For another of these, takes them to 49, England 89 for no wicket. That's the end of me for a little while. Coming into the ball-by-ball chair is Tony, I believe.
I think it's Cato, actually.
Oh, it's Cato. So it'll be Cato, Tony and Nestlers to take you on for the next 10 overs.
And what a start for England. Well, it's always intimidating facing a target of 300 plus, 318 to win after those late order fireworks from Krunal Pandya on debut. But, there's you should say 318 in India against India. If you're the best ODI team in the world, and by ratings England are, then they should win that, wouldn't you say, Tony?
Well, I would. It's quite an interesting, different philosophies of how to approach things. I mean, after the power play, 10 overs for India, 39 without loss. England, 89 without loss. But look at how India finished. So you kind of have the I'll hold the thought for a moment.
Krunal Pandya continuing, and the first ball is butchered away over deep extra cover by Roy for another 4, which takes him to 32 at England 89 without loss. First ball at the 11th over.
You're not suggesting Alan or Mark played shots of that nature, are you? Or as butchered in the sense of just took an axe to hacked a leg off?
Yeah, it was mighty meaty, that one.
Mighty meaty, big and bouncy. Yes, to finish that thought, which I can't do now because Jason Roy's going to face Pandya again.
This one is tucked up on his legs, and he's able to clip it away just to deep square for a single, 93 without loss.
No, the Morgan philosophy, and certainly in ODIs, he applies it to T20 as well. Sometimes it doesn't work. Is go hard from the off. Don't be afraid of any total. You can chase it, and that's what they've done today. India, conversely, quite cautiously built from the off. I mean, 39 off 10 overs is pedestrian by any standards, isn't it? But they knew that they could bat deep and attack towards the end.
Bairstow on 49 facing Krunal, and it's just floated and drifted up outside off, and he leans forward in defence. No run.
So in reality, you could barely have 2 more diametrically opposed approaches to how to tackle a 50-run target.
Going to be another dot ball here, nearly one, and they probably should have got one as Pandya moving to his right just parried it to deepish mid-on, but both batsmen had switched off the run at that point. Bairstow just lingering on this score. Remember, he's got 112 in his last ODI innings in September against Australia, and now it's 3 dot balls in a row as he bunts Krunal back to himself at mid-off.
Jason Roy did play in that 2017 game. Made 73, I think, before he was finally stumped by Dhoni off the bowling of Jadeja.
Last ball of the over, and 4 dots in a row. Fired in on Bairstow's pads. And, he can't get any bat onto it, so after the 4 that Roy smashed off the first ball of that over, it ended up being a good comeback from Krunal Pandya. It's just gone for 5 runs. 11 overs gone. England 94 without loss, needing 318.
Messages says, sad to say, I think the Bear may be alone in thinking he's another Richie. Warren says, people going down left and right. Are we back to Dan Maskell's orgasms? Were we on Dan Maskell's orgasms? I know reliving the day his jingle was written, says Jeff Perkins. Leia says, if Krunal directed a Star Wars movie out of the jingle, it would almost be certainly the best one since '82, which is not saying much. I'm still trying to figure out why Johnny Bairstow's name and numbers are white and everyone else's are blue. Any thoughts? I mean, it's the mystery of the day.
I'm enjoying the band name. Dan Maskell. Yeah, Dan Maskell's Orgasms. I think that would be
I think John Peel played their first 3 EPs back in about '82, didn't he?
He did used to ejaculate by going, "Oh, Virginia, that was wonderful."
Well, as I put on the tweet, he used to say he was peach as well, was one of his favourites. Oh, that was a peach of a forehand.
Edge bowling. Here's wrist spin. Kuldeep Yadav on for his first over of the game, and immediately is swung across to leg, and there is a deep forward square. In fact, so Roy just gets the single. It was a bit short, and I think Kuldeep might have got away with that. 105 ODI wickets, an average of 26. Are we going to jingle him in, Bear?
Good jingle.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that Yadav is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
And Bairstow's first ball off Yadav is going to bring up his half century with a 4. It was the same drop short ball, and Bairstow, just like Roy had, gets low into a pull and creams it through square. And that is his 5th 4 to go along with 3 sixes. He reaches his half century, 53, from just 40 balls. And now he's facing again, and he does the same shot. It's up in the air this time and over deep mid wicket. There was a fielder out there, but Bairstow got enough air on it to go all the way.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
Object lesson in ginger belligerence. My word. He absolutely got hold of that.
Of course, the other mystery of today is the fact that Cato's never ridden a bike
or drunk coffee.
You've been sitting on that.
Coffee I can accept. I know plenty of people.
There's a cafe in Isha called Gyro.
But you've never ridden a bike.
Yeah, never bike, coffee, and wine. They're the 3.
Why? It is actually a cycle shop, a coffee shop for cyclists. Is Gyro?
How can you never ride a bike? I think it's astonishing.
Bairstow facing Yadav again. Fuller ball this time, a bit quicker. Bairstow just waits for it, drills it down the ground. Mid-off fields it. So 4-6-1. Last 3 balls, 108 without loss now.
As a child, were you locked away in a cupboard?
It was protective parenting situation, yes. But then once you're 18, you think, oh, I'll get on a bike now. But just haven't got round to it. Roy gets in the sweep. He's got a top edge, or has it hit the keeper? The umpire's certainly looking a bit, I might give a signal-y. It was going down the leg side, and it was a little bit of a top edge glove, I think, as Roy is looking at his glove here. And forearm. So, dodgy call there from the umpire, I fancy, but it doesn't matter. It went way over Raoul's head behind the sticks. Bairstow on strike, last ball of the over. Wrist spinner turning back into him, and his cut shot finds backward point. So a mixed bag from Yadav, but he certainly got better as the over went on. 13 off it, including Bairstow's half century, and after 12 overs, England are 107 without loss.
Do you ever have sort of nightmares of giant coffee beans riding bicycles to sort of the tune of Pink Floyd singing "I've got a bike, you can ride it if you like"?
I don't think it's possible.
Fantasia-like only.
I would never have a nightmare which involved the music of Pink Floyd. Inhabit two completely different spheres.
Well, you're not alone, Cato. Brian Barish has never ridden a bike.
Good Lord. Well.
What's wrong with you people? Farong says mixed vote here tonight in Dakar. 65% supporting England, 34% India, 1% uncertain. Can't fault the chase. Maybe Kohli has a cunning plan. Cheers.
So, Krunal, to begin his next over, does so with a dot to Roy. Seems just to be biding his time, Roy, waiting for the ball to pounce upon. And what both of these batsmen have done is force the spinners to push it through real quick. So if they do overpitch, there's going to be runs. This one is very, very straight. And Roy does wait and drills it to deep mid-off for a single. 60 to Bairstow, 41 to Roy.
You're getting a lot of love on YouTube, Cato.
I nearly said what's YouTube.
You've never seen YouTube either.
What's worse than a bike?
To do with it?
Sweep this time from Bairstow, and he's beaten short fine leg, who is too fine, who just manages to drag it in short of the boundary. Bhuvi Kumar pedaling away like mad. Not something I would know how to do, obviously. And Bairstow has come back for a couple to move him to 62. 110 without loss. So, okay, Vanity has taken over. What's happening on YouTube?
Jeff Thomas says Cato's Richie Benno is amazing. Would love a full session of Cato Benno one day. All proceeds for charity.
That's for girlfriends only, I'm afraid.
Really great call, gents. Really loved the bit when the dude in the crowd says "way." The man.
Okay, this has been whipped away. Sorry to interrupt you, but a brilliant shot here. Bairstow flicking a slower ball from Pandya off his legs over mid-wicket all the way, maximum. Oh, Bear's on the telephone, so we don't get the jingle for that one. I'll do it myself. 6 runs, mate. There we go. That's Rolf Harris. And it's 116 without loss now. 202 more to win. And they're all over this at the moment, England. Yes, sorry.
No, I was going to say your fan Jeff Thomas is also asking where Gary is today. He calls him "No, let me interrupt Gary" today.
Yes, we don't have a synergy, me and Gary, on air. We do. It's just that he talks and I don't. Another short one, and he's gone for this one. Backward a square, a slog sweep. Has it gone all the way? Bairstow is absolutely on fire. He got down on one knee. Krunal Pandya fired it in. And the umpire's not sure either where that's gone. I think that might have gone over the line.
Been given as a 6 already on the scoreboard. But it doesn't get the bounce.
It's the sponge on the full. 6 runs. Bear is not on the phone, but he's looking at the ceiling. I wonder whether Christ has come into his room.
I'm looking at the phone, and I just played the jingle.
The umpires have finally got the 6 together.
I'd already played the jingle.
We couldn't hear it.
We didn't have that. Under the pump now, Pandya again whips it through on leg stump, and Bairstow almost cruelly defends solidly back to the bowler, though you had the impression that he could have hit it where he wanted. So another tough over from Pandya that has gone for 15. After 13 overs, England 122 without loss. And I tell you what, the strategy here for England must be, and has been, that they're going to put the 2 newcomers to the sword. Krishna, 3 overs for 37, and Krunal Pandya, 3 overs for 36. Lucky for India that they've got the 6th bowling option.
I've got some shocking news for you. Stars commentary crew has reported that due to the blow he took on the elbow from Mark Wood, Rohit Sharma has been ruled out for the rest of the series.
Wow. Dear, oh dear.
That's a blow.
No. This isn't the blow in the field that happened to Shreyas Iyer. This is the bat when batting.
Yeah, got hit on the elbow.
They're falling like 9 pins. Yadav starts again to Roy. Slight miss hit off the inside edge to short fine leg. Just the single. 41 to him. 122 without loss.
Mark Zip says, cue all listeners wondering just exactly what girlfriend activities Kato comments on in a Richie Benno's voice.
My mind was sort of vaguely heading in that direction.
Yadav again. Oh, nearly beaten Bairstow in the flight there. He saw Bairstow coming and he dragged it down outside leg stump, and Bairstow nearly let it get past him and he would have been done by the keeper. He's just got a bit of leg onto it and they get through for a leg bye.
I rang him up once, Kato. I'll tell you after this ball.
What, Johnny Bairstow? Oh, shocker ball, and he's got away with it. This one from Yadav was a full toss outside Roy's leg stump. Roy quickly got into a switch hit type of reverse sweep, but he got it as far as backward point and no further.
I was working at a bank, Japanese bank, and one of the Japanese guys was a member at Woburn Golf Club, and he had his Woburn Golf Club book, and in there were all the other members. I'll break off.
Really quick now, pushed through by Yadav to Bairstow after Roy's single. Opens up and can't push it through the offside.
All the other members' contact details are in there for you to ring up to organise games, and there was Richie Benno's home phone number. So I thought I'll break off again.
Yadav full, and Bairstow goes for the big hit over long on, and he finds the boundary. That is his 7th 6. This is extraordinary stuff from Bairstow. He's on fire. 80 he now has from 50 balls and over 5 falls. 131 without loss with 1 ball to go in the 14th over.
See, after that Morgan record.
This is wonderful to see. So nice, Johnny Bairstow. I mean, he gets some terrible press some of the time, but he is a very, very good guy. And every time he gets runs, I just feel like he really deserves it.
So I took the book and I phoned Benno's number. I don't know why, to this day. And the phone answered and he just went, Benno! And I just burst out laughing and put the phone down. I don't know why. I didn't know what. Well, I was only about 21, but it was just classic the way he just went, Benno.
It sounds like hello, doesn't it?
Not hello. This is Richie who's calling.
Well, what an extraordinary day it's been so far. Day of individual moments, good and bad. Gorgeous for Krunal Pandya to get his wonderful half-century on debut. When he got his cap before the game, I fancy there might have been a damp eye from him and his brother, because of course their father died just a few weeks ago, and they had a family and fraternal moment before the toss, which was absolutely lovely. So everyone's thrilled for Krunal Pandya. Now it's all about England. Yadav floats one up on leg stump, and Bairstow, who seems to be yawning as he repeats his false shot there, and do no more than hit it to point. So that concludes 14 overs, and England 131 without loss, needing 187 from the last 36. Just check out those run rates. Current 9.35, required 5.19.
Well, literally a difference of 50 in the power play. How much is that per over? That's 5 runs per over, right? Better off than India were. That's a huge difference. Quite remarkable, which is not meant to sound like Richie Benno.
Combre Nuevo says he reckons the Bairstow someone for him lost his name top, and they have to find somewhere quickly to add the name and numbers very shoddily. If he gets a heroic innings, will he stick with white numbers from now on?
Oh, this wouldn't be his breakthrough innings. He got 100 in his last game.
Oh no, but with the white numbering on the back instead of blue, like everyone else.
Well, yeah, but he did it. He got 100 with the right lettering last time he came out. Now, how about this? Prati Krishna is back, and they've decided now is the time to give him a second chance, but Jason Roy is having none of it. Short, wide, outside, off stump, and he's lifted it over short third man for another 4.
Had 100 in the World Cup, didn't he, against India? Did Johnny B? 111 at Edgbaston.
46 now to Roy off 34 balls. 135 without loss, and Krishna immediately under pressure as he starts his second spell. Short, this time it's in the air, and it's gone to backward point. Has it been taken? The catch is being claimed.
Yeah.
And it looks like Roy has fallen. Certainly the Indians, after an initial moment of doubts, are quite convinced. 46. Roy goes, and the umpires are having a check. They've done that thing that the umpires always do. When you know they're going to have a check, they insist upon waiting till the camera is on them, walking very slowly to converge together, talking for 30 seconds, and then giving the inevitable signal, because, of course, the umpires love to remind us that they are the main event. And now we're seeing the replay. It's gone straight to backward point, into the hands, well above the ground. Then it bobbled up, and he had a second chance to pick it up.
Yeah, no, he's got it.
Which he did cleanly. So that ends Roy. Comfortably taken in the end, but only on the second attempt, just above the ground. Roy goes 46 of 35 balls with 1 6 and 7 4s, and England are 135 for 1. And the catch taken.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Catch taken by the substitute fielder, who was Suryakumar Yadav, in an unfamiliar position at backward point, where I've got a little hesitant in naming him because I thought that was more likely to be Kohli. But then I guess the catch was taken, so it can't have been Kohli.
This will be interesting, seeing Ben Stokes at 3. Had a good day with the ball, didn't he?
When was his last ODI? Can you remember?
World Cup final.
How about that, eh? For a stat. World Cup final was the last time. How did he do in that game? Can anyone remember?
80s. Was it 80s odd he got? I know it was a rhetorical question. But I think he got into the 80s before he practically wore himself out before he came out to face the Super Over.
84 in his first innings, didn't he? So he is the choice at 3. Not, as some people had speculated, might have been Sam Billings. I don't think the plan was ever for it to be Sam Billings, regardless of him having had his collarbone sprain, because on some of the score feeds it was always Billings down at 3. But it's also a little drinks break, so why don't we have a catch up on social media?
Why not indeed? There's quite a few people doing Richie Benno in the bedroom. Conditions are marvellous for me to hit 4 or even 6 if I can manage to stay awake, says Brian Barish. I find it hard to imagine what my childhood would have been like without a bike, says Missy Jess. Indeed, getting to and from the pub in my late teens would have been impossible without one. I'm surprised Cato isn't suffering from PTSD as a result of the deprivation. Paul Cox just says, shh, and Jersey Oak says the collapse is on. Farong wonders, it's nice to see England in sky blue today. However, we need an overhaul of team colours. Too many teams are in blue or green. India could don an orange outfit. The rest we can draw randomly from a hat. Could green be classified as camouflage? I need a beer, he says.
Leslie, was that we need an overall in team colours?
Overhaul.
Oh.
Not overall.
Just in case you want to do, add a lick of paint to the pavilion whilst the rest of the team are playing.
Good playing overalls, I suppose. England in danger of being lured into the tactical error of yet again winning the first match of the series, says Jeff Perkins.
Oh, it's a long way to go yet, but yeah, that's it has become a trend. 2 in a row is a trend.
Is it a thing? Is it a thing?
It would be. It definitely would be if it happens the third time running.
Well, England only need to win one match in this series to hang on to their world number 1 ranking. So even that would be a...
Why have you all gone quiet? Hello?
Everyone got muted there for a moment. I do apologise.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Even if England do what everyone expects them to do, which is win the first game and then lose the series, they will still cling on to their number 1 ranking in ODIs, which just as they did in T20 internationals. It's still just number 1 in that format, so they can claim to be the best white ball team. And Stokes' first ball is a good line and length. This is Prasid's chance to come back after his absolute shoeing in his first 3 overs. He's got his first international wicket. First ball is a dot to Stokes. again.
Ben Stokes.
Second ball from Prasad, angled across him outside off. This is test match stuff now, just a little bit of an off cutter, and Stokes shoulders arms to that ball in the channel.
Yeah, Jeff Thomas says, hope Cato's significant other didn't cry wrong'un to his Richie Benno approach, because we've all been there.
No, it was more, we were doing Channel 9, it was more like, yeah, got him, yes, fuck off, you out.
How many times this tour has Roy been dismissed in the 40s, says Stan Weasler.
Certainly was it 3 of the T20s, wasn't it? Yeah.
Another dot from Stokes as he plays it into the offside. Roy, yes, 49, 46, 9, 40 and a duck. This was the T20 series. So yeah, you're right. Good observations. 46. So that's 4 40s in 6 innings.
Bairstow would clearly be hoping he can go on.
Last ball of Prasid's over, and Stokes shoulders arms again. So 4 dots in a row, and won't that make Prasid Krishna feel a lot better on debut? He did have 3 very expensive overs. And now in his 4th over, he's got Jason Roy bowled 4 dots to Stokes, and suddenly he feels a new man. 1 for 41 for him off his 4. And England, after 15 overs, are 135 for 1, needing 318. So that's 183 more.
Now here's a tweet I don't understand from Pirate Badshah. The team in the red overalls, this is the overall chat, presumably gets the job of dealing with all the mushroom stroke princess related duties of international cricket, and there's a GIF which isn't playing, which I don't sorry Pirate, I don't understand that tweet at all. Does anyone else?
No.
Right.
It's a Mario thing.
Oh, of course, right.
Okay.
Kuldeep
got it.
Kuldeep starting his new over, and Bairstow immediately just takes a strolled single. He goes to 81, and Stokes will now have his first taste of the spin from the other end.
I thought mushrooms might have been what Pirate Badshah had been ingesting.
One of the Mario brothers is in red, and I don't know who it is, and now everyone's going to tell me that I had a terrible childhood because
I have no idea.
But Twitter will now, they will be over it, won't they? They'll know that. That's their area, Twitter. Left-handed Stokes to face his first ball from Kuldeep Yadav in his 3rd over. There's a slip in, and it's pitched up well. No turn though with the wrist, and Stokes just pushes it back to the bowler. You do talking.
Yeah, I was just about to say I've only ever played one computer game, and that was a thing called Whiteout or Wipeout, and that's it. I know nothing of that genre.
Another straight ball to Stokes. This time he defends off the back foot, straight back to Kuldeep. They've just got India have got a little moment here, haven't they? Going after the wicket. 4 dot balls, a single, then 2 dot balls. So they've just managed to put the break on. And England are in that position where you think, oh, they could just lose Bairstow now. You know that feeling after a great stand, and one goes and then the other's momentum feels like
that's the default setting for an England fan, isn't it?
And of course, Stokes is unfamiliar to this position. I mean, it sounds like it should be easy just to come in, defended back down the pitch to Kuldeep Yadav again. He's come in at 136 in the 16th over. Yeah, he could be at 5. What's the difference? But the players seem to think it just feels different coming in and seeing 1 down on the board. He's played 7 dot balls to start his innings, and that'll be 8 as he drives a short straight ball off the back foot to short extra cover.
Run him out. Useless.
Well, he's got the time to build an innings, I guess, which he doesn't always have at 5 or 6. Last ball of the over from Yadav, and Stokes will get off the mark this time. Cut down to deep backward point, gets him to 1. That was off his 9th ball. It retains a strike for him as well, just a single off the over from Kuldeep. England, after 16, are 137 for 1, needing 181 more for 35, and still 3 and a bit runs per over more than are required from now in their current run rate.
So Mario in red, Luigi in green.
So red overalls makes you Mario.
Yeah.
Ah.
But they're not going to play in overalls.
No, just not everything we say on air is definitely going to happen or true. Good.
Name
pointing that
where
out.
part of the game the participants do wear overalls. I'll break off.
Right, Krishna to Strokes, and defended again, and Bairstow was herring down the pitch at the non-striker's end, well up for it. When he saw the shot, he turned on his heel and scampered back.
It's a loose shot by Roy. The more we see it, the more it just seemed to be. He had one hand off the bat. He sort of waved the bat in the general direction of the ball. Maybe he was slightly beaten for pace, but
He got everything was running for England, I think, and he got in the mood and in the zone and couldn't stop himself. Stokes is punching this next ball back of a length straight to short, extra cover. He's gone for 1 off 10. Double strike in consecutive overs for Prasid Krishna. He was playing himself in. The ball really was fairly innocuous, just short of a length outside off. Stokes has climbed into a drive, and England, are they doomed? 137 for 2. Stokes has perished.
well, they said Billings might bat, didn't they?
So that was Shubman Gill at cover who took that. They've got 2 substitutes on at the moment, Shubman Gill and Suryakumar Yadav, India, because their 2 men are injured. Rohit Sharma hit on the elbow while batting in the first innings against Mark Wood and ruled out of the series, we heard 15 minutes ago. And then still yet to get some news on Shreyas Iyer, who jarred his shoulder very hard and went off the field in considerable pain earlier on in the England innings. But nevertheless, the news is double breakthrough for Prasid Krishna. He had 2 for 41 in his 5th over on debut.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Twitter sphere hasn't erupted with tales of England's dooms, because normally that is exactly what happens, but maybe Jersey Oak has not returned from shopping yet. Oh, hang on, Jason Hiscock. What the fuck? Go out to the shops, put prescription request in, come back, and Bairstow has gone berserk. I should order rat poison more often.
Wait a minute. Do you need a prescription for rat poison? Is rat poison £9.15 on the National Health Service?
If you're taking it, I suppose, maybe.
Okay, Morgan, first ball from Prasid Krishna. Angled across him and he's edged it and he's caught it slip! It's a superb catch by Kohli. Or is it... They're not celebrating, they're going for the run out now. And Kohli has put his hands up and say, didn't get it. I wonder if it bounced short, because he doesn't look as rueful and nightmarish as he normally does if something has actually been dropped. It was a very thick edge, and Kohli made a superb effort, really at second slip, the only man there. He made a superb effort to get it, it went straight into his hands, oh, and it's a drop. He just had the ball bobble out of his hands as he hit the ground. The chance has gone down. Poor old Prasid Krishna nearly got his 3rd wicket there. Owen Morgan survives first ball.
Well, Owen Morgan had actually started to walk because he thought he'd been caught. And then he was so far out of his ground that he would have been run out by a country mile.
So this is a more secure shot here. Still face rather than edge, backward a square to gully, where it's fielded very neatly. There isn't a run. Now, it used to be the case that if you left the crease believing yourself to be out but not out, that you couldn't be run out. But this is no longer the case. So just strolling off there when you think you've been dismissed and you're out of your crease, Kohli nearly got the run out to make up for it. But not quite. A life for the England captain.
Could be crucial.
Prasid Krishna is getting a real bit of momentum going now. He finishes a really good over with a tight line up against Morgan's off stump. Another off cutter across the left hander, and Morgan lets it go through. And there's 1 ball left, in fact. 1 ball to make it a wicket maiden. What a great comeback from Krishna. Looked like he was all done and dusted when those first 3 overs were so expensive, but his second spell has made a huge impact on the game. This one gets Morgan in a tangle. It's very quick. Morgan not sure whether to go back or forward. Gloves, bat, heel, and the ball bounces just short of the wicket. So it is a total reversal in the trend of the game thanks to Prasid Krishna and his wicket maiden. 137 for 2 now, England. Bairstow is still there on 81, but we've now seen the back of Root and dear oh dear, Roy and Stokes. 181 still required from 33 overs.
It shows how much a game can change. I mean, they always say add 2 wickets to the score, fine. India have done that. But for Prasid particularly, he was having a horrible day, getting absolutely carted around the ground. 2 quick wickets, and he's hauled India back in there. He'll be feeling much better about his debut.
Yadav to Bairstow, full. He still looks comfortable enough as he steps forward, just clips the ball off his pads through the vacant mid-wicket for a single to give the strike to Morgan. Bairstow goes to 82, 138 for 2, 180 to win. Now Morgan has some rebuilding to do here. There's not loads of batting to come. I suppose what do I mean by that? I mean there isn't Buttler. Because
there isn't Buttler.
There isn't?
Cato, you've disappeared.
So I'm back now.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean to say that he still has Buttler and Billings, so it's just not a very long tail in terms of being able to bat. It drops off quite quickly. Still, you wouldn't say the game was quite leaning towards India, more in the balance as Morgan again comes forward, just drives the ball to mid-off. This is a Stokesian start from Morgan, 0 from 6. Will he make the same error? That's the question, as he is starved of runs to begin with. Off the back foot this time, to a ball outside his off stump, and gets a little bit of an edge past Kohli at slip. Kohli can turn around and pick it up quickly enough to prevent the single. I think that was the top spinner from Kuldeep. We haven't seen much in the way of turn for any of the bowlers on show today. Rashid wasn't getting it with the wrist, and now neither is Yadav. This next one is very full and pitched up to Morgan, who gets off the mark with the strolled single straight down the ground to deep mid-off. So he's off the mark from his 8th ball, just like Stokes really, and we've had a total slowdown over the last few overs here. In fact, in the last 18 balls, just 3 singles.
Wow.
Is that just a reset? I mean, the England's 2 openers. Wait.
Bairstow pounces upon a short ball this time and gets good wood on it, but only as far as Shikhar Dhawan at deep mid-wicket. So just the single.
There's of course restrictions in the power play from the fielding perspective that the 2 openers could exploit. But it's interesting how it has ground to a halt. Are India bowling massively better?
I think Prasid Krishna certainly is. He's come back really well from the tonking that he got from Roy and Bairstow. But I think it is good bowling and a reset equally, because of course Bairstow is still there, but he's restarted.
Steve Kellett says red overalls make you a paranoia clone. Let's see who gets that reference without using a search engine. And he also sort of thought, look me, he said, I thought we were really doomed there. Controlled substances, Jason Hiscock. So yes, but most users get exemption from paying, as it's actually cheaper to prescribe to those who require than not to prescribe and incur costs to NHS from emergency treatment. So you're getting rat poison? I'm confused.
Yeah, he bought rat poison. Apparently it's a controlled... I just thought you could go to a hardware store and get it. In fact, even though I know this now, I'd still say you can get it from a hardware store, but I must be wrong. So this is a great leg cutter from Prasid Krishna. It went a good distance away from the bat as Bairstow went for the drive through extra cover. And Krishna is a man reinvigorated by these wickets. It wasn't actually a leg cutter, it was an outswinger that very gently went away and then straightened. It certainly beat Bairstow, and when you can beat a man genuinely through the air who has 83 from 55, you're on fire. 140 for 2, England, clinging on, fighting against fire from Krishna.
Oh, getting a bit smutty from Warren. You'd have not getting one off the wrist, but Benno, girlfriend, comms number 356.
178 to win from 31.5 overs. England still ahead of the run rate. And Bairstow drops the ball into the offside. They race through for a quick single very tidily, and in fact Bairstow is through at the bowler's end before mid-off can even pick up. So that's neat. Take the singles while things have slowed down. 84 now to Bairstow. 141 for 2. England still 2 runs per over ahead of what's needed. 7.7 versus 5.6.
Very thoughtful looking Joss Butler, waiting to come in.
Thought he was asleep there for a minute.
Yeah.
Now Morgan gets a good drive here onto a very full ball on the off-stump line from Krishna. It's picked up by Hardik Pandya at mid-off, and they just get another scramble single. 142 for 2.
Things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket, number 262. Not everything we say on air is definitely going to happen or true. that is very true.
Or not. Doing well, these two. I mean, you're inevitably going to get changing dynamics through the course of an innings. They'll be very conscious of...
Short ball by Krishna forces Bairstow to duck out of the way. He's getting a little quicker through the air in this over, up to about 89 miles an hour, 143 kph, but that one was more of a ballooning bouncer, substantially slower, more like 136.86.
Yeah, that's what's known as tennis ball bounce, that one, wasn't it? Just plopped and looped. But yeah, they'll be very conscious of handing momentum back to India, having just completely seized it in those opening overs. Yeah, I say again, 50 runs the difference in the power play totals. That's huge. It's given them the right to just settle themselves and do a little bit of rebuilding.
17 for 2 off the last 5 overs as another straightening delivery is angled into Bairstow, and he goes for the drive and misses again. Such nervous times for England. Bairstow signalling to the dugout that he wants something there. A few extra lives at the moment would be the thing to wish for. In fact, that's beat the bat by a mile, and he was genuinely trying to play it. And Kohli, never a man to be lost for demonstration of emotion, absolutely loved it and has put himself in a slip. Short ball whistles past Bairstow's shoulder again, and Krishna is all smiles. Oh, the umpire's not playing ball and has signalled a wide. Has he no sense of occasion?
Well, best. Bairstow did give him the eyeball before for the other one, and he gave him the eyeball again as if to say, you've got to be kidding.
That was definitely a wide. Bairstow, even if Bairstow had thrown his bat into the air, it still wouldn't have hit the ball. But you know, Krishna has got his tail up now, as they say, and good to see that he's really enjoying bowling in this second spell. 1 ball left in his 6th over, and Bairstow gets an inside edge between pad and wicket, and is going to race a single. They're coming back for 2. They do it well. That was good running. Indian fielders to leg just a little bit slow on their feet. Kuldeep Yadav the culprit on that occasion. And Morgan very quick to call Bairstow back for the brace of runs that concludes the over. But another good one from Prasidh Krishna and another good one for India. England are 145 for 2 after 19, still needing 173 more.
Leo wants to know, if a bowler shatters the batsman's leg plumb in front of the stumps, is that out LBW or retired hurt? These are the ambiguities that need to be removed from the laws. It's LBW, isn't it?
Well, the umpires are trained that they should call dead ball the moment that a serious injury takes place. So I suppose what it comes down to is whether the umpire manages to call and signal dead ball in the split second between shattering of the leg and shattering of the stumps.
I suppose unless you see the shattered leg, you wouldn't know he had a shattered leg, would you?
No, I mean, the leg would have to explode like that man's head in Scanners, wouldn't it?
He'd be SLBW.
But even then, it would be, umpires like to take their time about everything. He'd probably still be strolling to square leg by the replay as the man was airlifted to hospital. Kuldeep Yadav to Morgan. Just tries a late cut, but stuns the ball into the ground and it's fielded at short third man, no run.
Warren apologising for his rather fruity tweet earlier, said, "Sorry, I've been corrupted by Dan Maskell and Richie Benno."
Oh, the filthy long full toss here from Kuldeep Yadav, and Morgan, who's just been dabbing the ball around for the time being, says, "Oh, thanks very much, mate," and swings it over mid-wicket for 6.
Thank you.
And Morgan, after he hits the shot, seems to kind of exhale ruefully as if to say, "Oh, that's spoiled it all." There was a good battle going there, and Yadav just fired a total blank. England passed the 150 mark, and that's their first boundary for 4 overs. And finally, they've managed to get some decent runs off the ball, but they're still ahead of the rate substantially. Morgan to 8. Bairstow 86 at another end, having to rebuild his innings after the early loss of Stokes at number 3. Morgan goes back this time to a ball outside off stump, wrist spinner spinning away, finds extra cover, no run. We didn't see many googlies from Rashid, and we haven't seen many from Kuldeep either. Just not a googly sort of day. Another wrist spinner this time from Yadav, and Morgan gives himself room, just presses it down the ground off the back foot to Hardik Pandya at long off. Another single. He goes to 9. England 152 for 2. Going to have a changeover at the end of this over. You'll hear some new voices, or at least 1 or 2. Tony's going to take over ball by ball. Jason onto social media, and not Fred will come back as summariser. Outside leg stump, down leg this time, and it's good runs for Bairstow, who gets very quickly low into the sweep and tickles it fine all the way down to the fine leg boundary and moves to 90 with that 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So that's 156 for 2. 90 off 60 to Bairstow. That's his 6th 4 to go with the 7 6s that he's hit. Hard to see England not winning this if Bairstow stays in. Last ball of the over from Yadav. A tighter line this time, but still on leg stump, and there's no mid-wicket, so Yadav has to do the fielding to him all by himself, ends up at square leg. Bairstow an easy single. Retains the strike. He has 91, Morgan has 9. 20 overs gone. England are 157 for 2, and that means they need 161 off the last 30. And after a few words from Tony, he'll be joined by Jason and Fred, and it's goodbye from me for the time being.
Oh, well, indeed. Thank you, Cato. Fantastic. Thank you, Nestlers. Fantastic as well. Yes, what a start England set off to. A power play of 89 without loss, 50 ahead of where India had got to in their power play. Hauled back a little bit by those 2 wickets. Roy for his customary dismissal in the 40s. Stokes 1 off 11 he faced, both victims of Prasad Krishna. Johnny Bairstow is still there on 91 off 61. He's been quite magnificent. Fred, where's your money?
Well, it's in my wallet where it usually is.
Stay safe there, does it?
I'm not sure how long though, because I've spent the last 2 hours trying to work out one of my sound issues, and it's the equivalent, the online equivalent of a workman with a pencil behind his ear, sucking in his cheeks and going, "It's your sound card, mate."
But I think this is the least bad of the options that I'm using at the moment. So hopefully I can be heard. That is, if people want to listen to me.
Well, they do. And is Jason with us? I can't see him. I
No,
can't
I'm
hear
here.
him. Oh, you're here.
I'm
You've
here.
appeared. You just didn't have your camera on.
No, I've been on here for most of the time you've been wittering on.
He's wasting away, Jason. He's harder to see as the years go by.
Don't stand behind any lampposts. 157-4-2. We've had 20 overs complete. Beg your pardon. And it's going to be Shadul Thakur.
If only that were true. Sadly.
Well, that you could stand behind a lamppost and not be spotted. Shadul's going to be in to Johnny Bairstow on 91 and forward, pushed away into the onside by Bairstow. They take a single. He'll move on to 92 as that bumbles its way to mid-on. The concern, I would still think slightly from England's perspective, Fred, is if you assume Billings, even if he bats, will be somewhat compromised, there's a little bit shaky in the lower order, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's been that way with England's white ball cricket for a while now, which, considering it was one of England's strengths a while back, is a little bit odd. But I mean, you have to sometimes take yourself out of the immediate situation. I'll continue after this ball.
Absolutely, which is steered by Morgan to point, or really just to cover. And they take another single. So they're working their ones and twos. Thakur, of course, has now replaced double wicket Prasid.
So England lose a couple of wickets, and all of a sudden, it's as though a collective madness appears over the whole team, and indeed some of the commentators. When if you have a look at the situation, as a neutral, if you've just come in and switched on your telly, you'd say, well, England are walking this at the moment. They're not quite walking this, but they are in a very strong position still.
They certainly should be. In comes Thakur, wide of the off stump, met with a good high elbow by Bairstow, pushed away into the offside, no run.
But the people who've been watching it
will be doing for a while.
People who've just been watching it and seen a couple of wickets gone down and seen a catch dropped, and they're thinking, it's all going to go to pot. But you need to sometimes take yourself out of what's just happened and be prepared to look at the big picture.
Well, yeah, and from England's perspective, that drop catch, if Kohli drops a catch off the captain dropping captain, as this is nudged into the onside, they take another single. Captain dropping captain. England will want to capitalise on that. It seems somewhat portentous, doesn't it, that should have happened.
Yeah.
So nearly the run out as well, which is extraordinary.
Well, he didn't just drop him, he then just lobbed the ball at the stumps, which had it hit would have run him out by about 6 yards. Bizarre piece of cricket, actually.
Would then there have been issues of sportsmanship in question?
No.
Personally, I would agree with you. No, I don't think so. Shadul Thakur in again, wide of the left-handed Morgan's off stump, who just leans into that, guides it, kisses it almost through extra cover, all the way along the ground for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
That was a gorgeous shot. I was walking through the park yesterday in Claygate, and there was a young lad with his dad doing him throwdowns, and he constantly played shots like that. He was only probably 12, this kid, and he had the most perfect, stylish defence and off drive. I just stood and watched him for a little while as this is nudged away to mid-wicket.
And then you got arrested?
No, I was with my other half, so I wasn't just hanging around the park watching 12-year-olds bat. No, but he just struck me. I just looked at him and I thought that kid has had some pretty good coaching, because he was just so perfect, so correct, with that very similar big high elbow.
I'm expecting you did an interview with him, and we'll be having a couple of podcasts talking about this future England player.
I was half tempted to stay a bit longer. Then I thought that might have been creepy.
Trust me, I'm a cricket agent.
That would have been too creepy. 165 for 2, 21 overs complete. Jason.
Let's not forget that both Dom Sibley and Rory Burns come from quite close to where you live. One's from Ashted and one's from Epsom.
That's very true.
The only tweet we got at the moment, is Warren saying that you're a lot clearer, not Fred, with no intonation either way, or whether that's a good or a bad thing.
Kuldeep was in and Morgan was forward and just pushed it back to the bowler. There was no run. 318, remember the target. Very much backloaded innings from India, and this Morgan steps back, cuts. It's out to Krunal Pandya, who's patrolling that extra cover boundary. And they will net a couple of runs and move on to, or a single rather, and they will move on to 167 for 2. Morgan, after a very hesitant start, including that dropped at slip by his fellow captain Virat Kohli, seems to have now been got into gear a bit, although he's pushed this one straight back to the bowler. The West Indies, by the way, if you're following that game, which has been pretty interesting, although they really they seem to be rocking and Sri Lanka fighting back, and then Rahim Cornwall was quite magnificent. This one is on the drive, but there is a man out there out wide mid-off, and there will just be a single. There were 271 all out in the end with the Windies. They've got themselves a lead of 102. There was a point at which it would have been almost parity between the two teams, and Sri Lanka, Saranga Lakmal, who had been bowling quite magnificently. But I fear that game may have somewhat got away from them as a result of that late order
quite a lot
by
of
the Windies.
Test matches in the last couple of years where teams have conceded a first innings lead of over 100 and have gone on to win the game.
True enough.
England had 2 in the same summer, remarkably.
In comes Kuldeep again. He has the slip in place for the right-handed Bairstow, but Bairstow can just drop the bat on it. Kuldeep skips away to mid-wicket to field off his own bowling. India were 92 for 1 at this point. England are 169 for 2. Did I read that right? If so, that is a hugely, humongously, enormously whopping differential.
Yeah. And England have got 8 wickets in hand, and lead less than a run a ball.
Yes,
looking at that, you're saying they're walking this game. But again,
169 for 2. Sorry, Fred. Yeah, versus 90. That's extraordinary. Kuldeep in left by Morgan, and through it goes to the ever lively and alert Rishabh Pant, and there's no run. End of the 22nd over. Jason.
270 for West Indies is quite a comeback, because there was something like 256 for 8 when they stumps yesterday.
They were, and they'd lost. They were 6 or 7 down.
They lost Josh Silver very late on.
Yeah, but he and Rahim Cornwall really dug in. Rahim Cornwall started to launch boundaries all over the place. It was quite something to watch. What did he end up on, Cornwall? I haven't got that in front of me.
I haven't got it in front of me. I can check for you.
Someone could let me know, because he was great viewing last night and very enjoyable to watch. 169 for 2. Shardul Thakur is going to continue the attack. In he comes, and this is pulled away. It's high. Does it have enough? It's not going to have enough. No, it's not. It's taken at deep mid-wicket. He has his man. It's Bairstow. He's not going to make that 100. He's gone for 94. Caught in the deep. That third wicket is down, and this game is not done. Knew as soon as he hit it. It was a full toss. Kuldeep Yadav it was, who had his eyes on the ball all the way. He just knew. Johnny knew, I think, Fred, the second he hit it that full toss, he hadn't got it right.
Yeah, and considering he's been hitting a lot better balls than that, a lot further. It's a bit of a disappointing way to get out. There's never an appointing way to get out, but he's given England a tremendous start. I mean, Roy and Bairstow, despite only being probably not they're 2 out of the 3 best white ball opening batsmen available to England, but one of the 3 just doesn't get selected. That's Alex Hales, but Bairstow's done a wonderful job today, as indeed did Roy, and you can break the back of a chase in the first 10 overs, and they did their best to do that. It's a terrific innings from Bairstow.
Yep, second opening batsman of the day to fall in the 90s, of course.
Cornwall got 61,
okay.
Which was the highest score in the innings. Nobody else got 50. But as you say, a useful lead of just about 100.
Yeah, Sri Lanka would have been hoping to keep that to, well, no lead, but if not 20 or 30. As that one beats the outside edge of Morgan and is through to Pant. Morgan scratches the ground. Pressure's going to be on. Josh Butler, of course, is the new man. We will offer up his jingle shortly. Shikha Dhawan got to 98. Johnny Bairstow got to 94. But neither went on and got the those big three figures. Kuldeep Yadav took that quite superbly. I mean, it's always easy to sit here, but judging a catch coming down at you in floodlights can't, with a white ball, can't be that straightforward. But he made it look easy. Onto the back foot goes Morgan, punches to point, but there's no run because there's a man there. 169 for 3.
Yeah.
Josh Butler yet to face.
I would imagine baseball outfielders are constantly having to find a white ball in the floodlights, and I wonder how they deal with it. Were there any techniques? Sometimes with the sun,
having a great big glove on.
Well, yeah, but you still have to see the ball. You still have to see the ball to get near it and catch it.
That great big glove gives you an advantage, though.
When the sun's out, you'll see them sort of turn their back on the sun or lift their hands up to try and shield it.
Thakur's in again. 2 Morgan in again. He beats the outside edge of a swing and a miss. A little bit of movement there. It was too good for Owen Morgan. He was definitely playing a shot of that without a huge amount of footwork.
Loads of them wear the polarizing lenses so they can look into the sun without and get the image of the ball.
Well, as opposed to being blinded by the light, to quote Bruce Springsteen. 169 for 3.
Manfred Mann, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was Manfred Mann doing a Bruce Springsteen song.
Doing a Bruce Springsteen song, yeah. 18 for Morgan. He faces Thakur again. He swings and misses. That one bounced more. Taken shoulder height by Rishabh Pant. Thakur's working up a decent pace and getting some decent lift here. And
often the way that a couple of wickets bring out some extra, 10-15% from the bowlers.
They absolutely do, and it's done the trick here. It's a sharp intake of breath from Shardul Thakur, who's definitely found his mojo. 169 for 3. That's 136 kilometres. That's wide though, and it allows Morgan to slap it away. 2 extra cover, but it's going to be fielded down there by Kuldeep, and it will just restrict them to a couple. I think there's no doubt he would have been hoping he might have got 2 there. It's the end of the over though. Josh Butler will finally get the chance to face the ball at the beginning of the next over. Jason.
Jeff Perkins is responding to someone about being corrupted by Dan Maskell and Richie Bennett. Said, you should have held out to be corrupted by Nestus himself. It's worth the wait. And Anna Forsyth have joined us saying, hello all, probably for the best I've got about this game, and had a relatively normal night's sleep. Poor Yorkshire's Johnny B.
Yeah. So gone in the 90s.
He's got 94. Let's not get carried away, I know 100 means something to cricketers, but it should mean less to spectators or fans of a particular team. They're just runs that England need to get, that's all.
Well, Bhuvi Kumar's coming back into the attack. He's had 4 for 13, so relatively economical for him. He managed to dodge that blitzkrieg that England opened up with. In he comes. Butler steps across quite a long way outside of off to push the mid on and get himself off the mark with a single. 1 off 1 for him. Bhuvi replacing Kuldeep, who's probably been given time off, a chance to carry on grazing after taking that excellent catch. 172 for 3. 318, remember the target. And that run rate, let's see where we are on that. Run rate required 5.44. England down to 7.5. They were, of course, well in advance of that. So the run rate's closing. Let's see what the gimlet-eyed one can do. It's just going to be an easy single from Morgan. These two rotating the strike, right thing to do. If they keep doing that every ball, they will win.
Basic arithmetic.
And at the end of the over, we're going to tell you a little bit about some of the benefits of becoming a Guerrilla patron. Patreon, not least of which is access to our archives, all of our jingles, previous games, the chance to get to, and I'll hold that thought as this one is pushed back to the bowler by Butler. In fact, got through Hoovy, who mismanages it. The opportunity to get our podcast first and fastest, your name on a roll of honour. These are all things that can be yours. If you go to our website, you'll see a big arrow that says Help Guerrilla Cricket here, and it points to signing up as a Patreon of ours. You will be helping the show. You will be helping keep our cricket free and available to you wherever you are in the world, and you will be hugely appreciated by us for doing that, as this one is guided nicely down to third man. They take one, they think about two, that was never there. Quite rightly, they stay put. 21 for Morgan, 174 for 3. India, just as England think they're getting away, just find a way to get that wicket and haul them back a little bit.
Yeah, Ben Stokes at 3 was an interesting experiment. I don't think you can deem it a failure just because of one innings, but no. I'm wondering what the thinking behind it is.
As this one is steered to backward point, no run. Certainly in T20s, he finishes better when he bats earlier. That was a stat I was looking at the other day.
Well, what you were saying earlier about England wanting to get off to a flyer, would you say then that he was going to come in at 3, if a wicket fell in the first 2 overs, or you would put somebody in who was more likely to hit the ball in the power play? But on the other hand, if a wicket fell, say, after 15 overs, then maybe he's better suited to that.
Down the track comes Morgan, slaps this away to extra cover. But he finds Pandya, the elder, lurking down there, and they will just get a single. That's a good question. So were they playing the situation after Roy and Bairstow had batted through the power play? Were you basically going, well, Ben Stokes needs some time at the crease, bringing him now, whereas if the wicket had fallen earlier, you may not have done? I think there might be something in that. Would he have batted 3 in any case? And I'm not sure that would be the case, so that's a good question.
I think we were told that he was going to bat at 3, or that's what I saw the suggestion. But you're wondering whether, say, Billings might have come in had a wicket fallen in the third over.
Also, there's the fitness issue with Billings. We just saw a close up of him sat in the dugout, and he seemed to be okay.
Seemed to be okay, but he didn't seem to have any pads on, and
no.
That suggests that he's not going to bat imminently. And he should be due in next in the
Kumar and as then comes Thakur, and the wicket has fallen. Morgan has gone. He's been caught behind. He looked to pull that away to leg. He swung. He got the edge. The Pant did the rest, and England have lost their 4th wicket. And the stroll in the park we were looking at earlier has become more an attempt to machete the way through with poison grasses. Yes, England are rocking, but this is a pretty, as did India. Suddenly, India lost quick wickets. But have England got the depth? Have they got the resolution to now, without their captain at the helm? They've lost Johnny Bairstow, they've lost Jason Roy, they've lost Owen Morgan, and they've lost Ben Stokes.
What was interesting there was
some way from home.
Morgan looked fine when he was driving the ball, but he seemed to have trouble with all his cross bat shots, the short balls, mostly outside the off stump. He was either not timing them or missing them completely.
He's looking hurried and cramped for space, wasn't he?
Yeah, and the bowlers, as I say, have upped the gear after taking a wicket or two, but you're wondering whether the ball is sticking in the pitch, or whether the factors that come to the ball and the ground when night falls, whether they're having an effect.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Sam Billings is in. There's the answer to that question. Another man in the long traditional line of Kent wicketkeepers is at the crease, and we'll give him a jingle.
Stroking the ball through the covers, softly scoring runs. Billings is softly hitting lonely.
And this one is just punched to cover by Billings, and there's no run solidly met for his first delivery. No real hint of discomfort from that shoulder trouble that he had, shoulder sprain. Sprain is really just like a very deep bruise that goes all the way through to the bone, isn't it? If I understand what a sprain actually is.
I don't know the official medical definition.
I think it is. It's like a very deep bruising. This one is flicked by Billings nicely, but away to wide mid-on. He'll get himself another single. Takes him on to 2. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That was Butler. And it's the end of the over. No, it's not. It's 20. I'm getting confused. 176 for 4 anyway. 24.5 overs have gone. Average is 36.6 in ODIs, does Sam Billings. But it's going to be Joss Butler, who really is the senior man here. And he's not there with a license to thrill necessarily for a little while. And that one is a huge shout and given. Swung, Butler caught in front. He's immediately reviewed, possibly going down leg, Fred, but that looked salmon trout to me.
Well, my first impression was it was a little bit leg-sidey, but if it's clipping, he's going to be on his way. Let's see what Hawkeye tells us.
That felt a little bit like a... Oh, it is quite leg-sidey. It is quite, but I think it's just going to be clipping leg. Yeah, we shall see. The third umpire is Anil Chowdhury. Given, was it umpire KL in this instance? Umpire KN, I beg your pardon. It's quite high up, but well above the knee roll.
His front foot is still behind the crease line, so I don't think height is going to be an issue.
I don't think Ali's got much doubt. He's already getting his gloves on. He's working on the assumption that he is going to be called upon. That looks very leg-sidey. It's umpire's call. The original decision was out. Joss Butler has to go, and England have lost their 5th wicket, and from a position of great strength, the wheels have wobbled off, and they're looking in a degree of bother, I'm afraid. I guess he had to review, Fred, didn't he?
I think so. There was a chance that it was missing, and with him as the, well, not quite the last recognised batsman, but certainly a major wicket in England's chase, I think you have to review that from a game management perspective. It was a good ball, and the umpire was entitled to give it, and he did, and it was upheld on review. But basically, I think what we can take from this is that Tony Bishop is the destroyer. Not the first time in his career that he's absolutely gutted an England chase.
I think for every time I've been the destroyer, I've had to talk my way through boring middle overs where literally nothing has happened. So,
well, I think we should tell the person on rosters to give you the boring middle overs.
Give me the BMOs to enliven them, whoever's batting. As Moeen is going to be the new man, let's hear his jingle. If the bear can find it.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally.
Comes the cur to Moeen Ali, and he beats the outside edge. No footwork. Wifty wafty outside off from Mo. Not at all convincing. Could easily have taken the edge. It didn't on this occasion, but not a convincing start from Moeen Ali.
Yeah, he hasn't had a lot of batting or a lot of bowling for that matter over this winter, or even over the past year particularly. But it's a big ask for him. But that big players should be looking for this.
One wicket this over. He leans back to keep well out the way of one there that was pitched a little shorter. There was that tennis ball bounce again, and he had plenty of time to decide how he was going to deal with it. 25 overs are complete. England have gone from a position of, as we said, of great strength to 176 for 5. 2 Currans, Rashid and Wood. 1 man at the crease of dubious fitness. And both new batsmen. India will feel they've got a grip on this now. Jason.
Message here says, Tony Bishop description, a degree of bother. Everyone else's description. Dear Sir fucking Ray. Which John Batham also adds, can anyone explain the England approach for the last 20 minutes? Comfortably less than the run of ball required, yet reckless shots and 0 game management.
I think that's fair. A fair question on that occasion. India have discovered their mojos and bowled much better. Morgan, for example, was very cramped for space, but Roy definitely went to a poor shot. I would go along with that. Butler, I think, was this one is pushed away into the offside. No run. Sorry, Jason.
Nuna says, how long before Morgan's place in the top 6 becomes an issue? I haven't seen the stats, but it feels like a long time since he was performing at a high level consistently. To be fair, he's often way more
stroked this to long off and gets himself a single. 177 for 5. Moeen Ali in at 7. 107 matches and an average of 20, close to 25. Well, he's going to need to contribute above his average, I think, for England to be back in contention in this one. It has been quite a dramatic turnaround from both sides' perspective, negatively for England and exceedingly positively for England. 177 for 5. Moeen is facing, and he's pushed this to the onside. There is no run. Krunal Pandya is the bowler. Got attacked earlier by Bairstow. Takes the edge. There was no slip. And that might roll all the way down to the third man boundary. No, it's going to be hauled up by Thakur. And Moeen Ali, I think, to give him the benefit of the doubt, he's taken 2 there. I think he dropped the bat on it with soft hands and kept that ball down with some intent rather than it being a legitimate edge. There's 2 more to the score. He'll be grateful for those. England are grateful for those. They've dug a hole. They've leapt from a cliff where they seem to have a perfect view of a victory in sight into a deep hole where they're going to have to climb out of. This is pushed into the onside by Moeen, takes a single. 180 for 5.
To the tweeter who asked what chance is there of Morgan being dropped, well, considering he's the sole selector, not just for England's white ball team, but also the red ball team as well.
Certainly influenced it.
You'd have to think that it's probably not likely at this point.
We're looking at Sam Curran.
I can't see him being dropped.
No, I don't think
before.
so.
Sorry.
He's a very feast or famine
the World
player,
Cup,
Morgan.
The 1-20.
Morgan, he has stretches where he can't score a run, and then stretches where the reverse is true.
This is cut down to deep cover. Another single taken. 181 for 5. But what was a sea of 4s and 6s is now a sea of dots, 1s and Ws for England. How things can change. Billings on 3, Moeen on 3, both from 5 balls faced. Both stood in the centre in a conflab, probably discussing what the best approach for them would be. What would you be telling them, Fred?
In what capacity? As the England coach?
Well, just as were it you now, and you were one of those batsmen, how would you be tackling this innings?
Well, the good thing for England is that they don't need to score at a very high rate, so they do have time to rebuild, and they don't have to do anything more than push the singles around. At the moment, it's not like they needed 9 and over and they have to keep going at a high rate from this point. So that is to England's slight advantage.
That's pulled by Billings. It doesn't really fully get hold of it. It's down to deep mid-wicket where Kuldeep does the fielding.
And to echo John Batham's point that he made a little bit earlier, that England do not need to go for the big shots or the huge shots at the moment. You can score 5 runs and over just by pushing singles around and getting the occasional 2. So it would be slightly negligent if somebody was to get out trying to hit a big 6.
Well, yes, and on our internal messaging system, Hendo is ranting. I might read you the rant because it's.
I was going to come to that because he's tweeted that.
Oh, he's tweeted. Has he tweeted the same rant as this is pushed by Billings to mid-on where it's fielded? He'll just get a single. Krunal does the fielding on that occasion. We're looking at the in the second. Clearly there appears to be a plan to sort of push the ball across. Is that?
Yeah, Butler's
not
been
Morgan,
caught
is it?
back in his
Butler,
crease. He's got a couple of
was.
LBW decisions against him.
Both on leg stump, both being caught quite deep, as you rightly say, in his crease. Comes to the curve. Oh, Moeen Ali rocks back, and it's taken again at sort of chin height by Rishabh Pant, and there's no run. We're going to have another look at that one. And Moeen Ali, actually, good eye from Moeen Ali. Seemed distinctly unperturbed and bags of time to play that. But since that, Ben Stokes for 1, Morgan for 22, Butler is on Butler for 2, Billings and Moeen Ali on 6 and 3 respectively. As this one is just turned away around the corner by Moe, he'll get a single. So these two are running sensibly.
Yeah,
and they are taking their 1s and 2s.
Right, and the match situation, because of the blistering start, means that they can afford to do that, and you could even, afford a couple of maidens, which you wouldn't do if, if 6.5 and over were needed at this point. So it's difficult for England here because of the wickets that they've lost, but there's still, from a game management point of view, they should be looking to put on 20 off the next 5 overs without taking any risks.
Yes, very true indeed. 185 for 5. There's 2 balls left. The 27th over, that's wide of the off stump, and Billings doesn't really move his feet. It's a bit sort of a wafty shot, kept it down, pushed it straight to cover. There is no run.
Are you going to read head nose round, Jason?
I'll read the slightly more nuanced one, which says totally brainless from England. Go off like a train in the power play to make it easier later on, but just don't throw it away. Bairstow and Morgan guilty of not seeing it through, which is, having read the internal rant, that's somewhat toned down.
It's a Bowdlerised version of the internal rant, but the essence of it is still pretty much the same, yes. The internal rant was a tad more colourful, let's just say that. It's ducked under as dropped short by Thakur, and Billings quick to onto his haunches to get underneath that. Through to Pant it goes. It's the end of the over. We'll let Jason keep us appraised of how you're feeling about this now. Will the doomed word have appeared, I wonder?
I'll have a look through. Perong says, well, the worm has definitely turned and looking to go underground. Message S asks the good question, would this not have been exactly where Root would have been the perfect choice?
Yes, you'd like to think so, but he's rotating and resting.
Nestor
like
says
the
zero
worm
game
turning and
management.
going underground
Message
as well.
says,
Sorry, Jason.
it looks as if Tom Curran, with a current T20 high score of 14 not out, I have the opportunity to contradict my assertion that he's totally useless.
It's not a T20.
Yeah,
185.
he corrects himself for saying. Corrects himself for saying ODI high score of 47 not out.
Here comes Pandya to bowl to Moeen, and it's just flicked away down to deep backward square by Moeen. He'll get himself a single. England will move on by 1s. They're dealing in 1s and 2s here. They're not dealing in clubbed 6s and 4s that they were entertaining us with earlier. Sam Billings, of course, is very capable of it. More than capable of playing the big shots. Onto the back foot he goes. Guides this to deep cover. Gets himself another single. What's his top score, Sam Billings? 118 against Australia at Old Trafford. Perished, caught Warner bowled Marsh that day, and Australia won. But 118 is no bad effort. Why are we looking at a review here?
It may have hit his pad just before it got hit the bat. Well, or no, it didn't. But
it didn't. I was going to say
they were considering. Yeah.
I didn't see anything. This one's pushed into the offside by Moeen. No run. I moved away to stop looking at the screen to check a note, just because I literally didn't see anything that could remotely have elicited any kind of appeal.
Well, theoretically, you should have a DRS timer every single ball.
Well, we could do this again. Is away into the offside by Moeen. Another dot ball off Krunal. Another player who's A, making his debut, and B, will be feeling a lot chirpier about life now. He hasn't got the wickets yet, though. Once more into the offside, once more no run.
Good time
but he
to bowl.
has put the cap on this England effort. Sorry, Fred.
Good time to bowl.
Well, yes, whilst England have been pushed back on the ropes a bit. Well, a lot. This is pushed to mid-wicket by Moeen Ali. No run, just the 2 singles off that Krunal Pandya over. And it's the end of the over. 187 for 5, Jason.
On YouTube, I'm not sure who had this one. Stan Weasler says, is Pant actually in as a sub-fielder? I thought Rahul was keeping. I think, yes, that is the situation, but I think there's a long-term plan for Pant to be a specialist batsman as well, which they're probably encouraging.
Yeah, he's not the highest quality wicketkeeper. He may get better, but there is something of the cymbals crasher about him, the way he brings his gloves together. He didn't keep badly in the recent Test series.
No, he didn't.
But you know, for his batting, I think it would be better for India if they found, if he could concentrate on his batting, he didn't have to worry about wicket keeping. I think it might be to India's benefit.
I must be, I missed that fact completely. So I've been happily saying it's Pant behind the stumps.
It's Gary Wilson.
It's Gary Wilson, who's just retired, by the way.
Thanks to you.
Item on our news side. This was pushed away down to backward square. Another single taken. Kuldeep, the bowler who's replacing Shardul Thakur.
One does get the feeling that Gary Wilson could have gone on if he wanted to, but he's just got a better offer to coach in Ireland.
Yes.
Taken the point, chosen the opportunity to leave on his own terms.
Yes, I suspect that might be the case. As Kuldeep flicks the ball from hand to hand, goes through his whirling preamble to his run-up, and is then just steered away to deep cover for another single. Billings on 8, Moeen on 6. England 189 for 5, none for 44 for Kuldeep, who's come back quite nicely as well, but as we've said, that's largely on the back of England stumbling and all of a sudden making it look a different game. Down the track comes Billings, angles the bat, but steered to short third man, and there is no run.
You look at the situation now. If England got, say, 35 runs off the next 8 overs without losing a wicket, they would need
100 off 20.
Yeah, with 5 wickets in
Swept
hand.
by Billings, down to long leg, gets another single. Well, they're I would argue probably doing the sensible thing now, trying to keep the scoreboard ticking, working those 1s and 2s, getting within sight of the finishing line without doing anything daft. I think we'd all argue, if they'd have done, if 2 other batsmen had attempted this and England were 3 down, you'd feel it was a cakewalk for England. So that one doesn't turn at all, and Moeen can step back and slice it away through cover, but there is a man down there on that extra cover boundary. And then just another single, so 4 singles out of 5 deliveries, just the 1 dot ball. 1 ball left of this Kuldeep over. None for 46, it's Kuldeep's 7th over. Step back, slapped, pulled, and beating the dive. And England do have a boundary, and Billings has a boundary, and I have to say there didn't look to be too much of a problem with his shoulder. There may be a problem with our jingler though, because he's disappeared either to the woods, the fridge, or a combination of both.
Oh, that's a horrible thought.
Well, it's a question of which order he does it.
In which case we'll just go whoa.
Yeah, okay. Oh, is that your 4 jingle of choice, is it, Jason?
No, that's the Mog one, I think.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just thinking, is that what? It's interesting that's the one you picked.
Yeah, that's the 6 jingle, not a 4 jingle. Yeah, so it's a good play by these two. It's a rebuilding partnership, but you still have to take advantage of the poor balls, and that was a short ball, and it was dispatched with some aplomb.
It was indeed. We've completed 29 overs. There'll be a little changing of the guard in the commentary box at the end of this one. But Moeen Ali in the meantime, is going to face Kunal Pandya and steer him around the corner for another one of those singles, which they comfortably jog. I think that leg buys signalled as leg by umpire Menon. And we're probably, I'd imagine, going to look at that. Yeah, he dropped it short, Kuldeep, and it really sat up. And Sam Billings was very grateful indeed. Onto the back foot goes Billings this time, stylishly, but only for a single. It goes into the offside. He's not looking remotely troubled, I have to say, by that shoulder, though, is Sam Billings.
But what kind of shot would cause your shoulder problems?
Well, if it was dislocated, any shot. But so clearly, just bruising. He seems to have, whatever they've given him in terms of the magic sponge, seems to be doing the trick. This one is just guided by Moeen this time for another single. So it's singles, ones, leg buys, punctuated by a solitary boundary, probably in the last 5 overs, Fred?
Yeah, but it's good.
Before that,
they're batting well, these two.
Indeed. Well, forward again comes Billings. No run on this occasion. Where's that run rate? That run rate is at
still under 6.
6 point. Yeah, they're currently going at 6.7, and it's just under 6 is what they need. Onto the back foot. And he punches this. Billings rather punches it down the ground. Fielded at long on. Another single. And just the one ball left of this 30th over. 199. So 200 would be a psychological landmark for England. 300 and something looks closer once you've got past 200. Push to the onside. No run. End of the over. 30 overs complete. England are 199 for 5. Billings on 15. Moeen on 8. 4 runs off that over. And I am going to hand you over to Fred.
And Fred.
So Fred, enjoy it.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Jason. And Nestless is back, and the bear is back from the woods and or the fridge and or both. So, how do you think it's going, Bear? Where's your money?
Well, I'm with you, Fred. I think everyone's being a bit bloody doom and gloom here. I think, you know me, I'm an optimist, but I think you look at 119 runs required, 120 runs in 20 overs. I know they've only got 5 wickets in hand, but the run rate isn't a problem. I think they probably had a strategy. We'll just keep going, and now they've got to the point where they go, okay, we stop here. I mean, both these players are capable of getting a 50. Next 2 players are probably capable of getting a 50. Adil Rashid's capable of getting a 50.
Yeah, I think they've still got to be wary of wickets for a while.
Of course they do, yes.
As Kuldeep bowls to Billings, who goes back, and KL Rahul behind the stumps threw his arms in the air as if thinking that was going to be plumb LBW, but he did bring his bat down, albeit late, and got most of the middle of the bat on it. Played it to short mid-wicket, no run. Kuldeep in again to Billings. This is shorter, and this is mowed into the leg side. There is a man at deep backward square, so it's just a single to Sam Billings. He's on 16. England's 200 is up.
But that's my point. I think they kept going for a certain while, and now these two, they've had a little conflab, and they've gone, right, we need this.
I don't think they need to push it yet.
No, they don't.
I don't think they need to get a move on as far as the strike rate, the run rate's concerned. I think they still need to not lose a wicket for the next 6 overs. This is swept by Moeen. There's a man in the deep, but it's wide of him. Did that bounce before going over the rope? We're waiting to see the umpire's decision.
It was a 4.
It was a 4, so 4 runs to Moeen. It was an uppish sweep. It only bounced, probably about 6 yards in from the rope. But it was far enough away from the fielder as not to give a hint of a chance. So Moeen's finding his range, and Kuldeep is into him again. Goes back, and is he edged this one? It's pretty close to the outside edge. Keeper throws his arms in the air and throws the ball in the air as if to say that's a wicket, but then thinks better of going for the review. It did turn away from him slightly. It was close to the outside edge, but did he drop it? No, he sort of parried it a couple of times, the keeper, but there wasn't an edge. In any event, Kuldeep in again. Down the wicket comes Moeen, and he's flayed this over deep mid-wicket. No chance of the fielder getting anywhere near that one. 6 runs.
Well, he's not taking our advice at all, Fred.
No, and I hope for his sake he doesn't get out. Playing a shot like that. I mean, he's got to the pitch of it and he's middled it, and it's gone a long way. But still, I think some caution is required. And I'm normally one who's happy for them to go after the ball, but they do not want to lose a wicket in the next 10 runs.
I don't want to lose. Well, I mean, I was thinking when you were talking about this, I think these two want to get through to 40 overs without losing another wicket and see what the score's at.
They certainly want to get to about 235, 240 at the very least, really, and possibly beyond that. So, as I say, it's not like me to exercise caution, but
no, me neither. But I know what you're talking about. I want more than that. I think these two should. You want to take you up to 270, 280, really.
Well, 318 would be nice. As
Yeah.
Kuldeep is wide of the off stump and going wider, and that's going to be a wide.
Wide.
Well, this is where you play on the bowler's fear of getting smashed again, I suppose.
Well, yes. They have picked up, was it 12 runs off the over? This is stroked by Moeen, square on the offside. Out to the sweeper. He's going to take a single, keep the strike. At the end of the 31st over, it's 212 for 5. Moeen has 19, and Billings has 16. Nestlers, hello, welcome back. What are people saying?
Well, people are saying. Anna Forsyth says, "I misheard the question as what kind of shock would hurt your shoulder," and I'm imagining Billings' shoulder getting frightened out of its socket. Harriet Atkinson says, "Late to the party, but not doomed."
It's the hope that kills you.
Well,
yeah. Again, this has been a decent partnership. What are these two? Have these two put on? I don't have that in front of me, but just a word on the odds. And England have come into favourites on a certain well-known bookmaker at 8 to 11, and India now 11 to 8. So I'm not sure I'd put it that far in England's favour, but I think England. Certainly better than even money at the minute.
Well, yeah, I mean, these two. We say with England are light on batting, and yeah, if we have Root in the side, blah blah blah. But these two are more than capable at this run rate.
They are, but Moeen
especially
hasn't
at this run
batted
rate
for most of the winter. Billings hasn't batted for ages.
That's true.
I'm not sure how many innings that Currans have had.
But whilst there's pressure in terms of you should get there. And the rate isn't too high. Once they get themselves in, you'd expect them to be able to knock around the singles for 5 and over at least.
You would hope so. The wicket has not done a huge amount for the bowlers. Certainly hasn't done a lot for the spinners on either side. But the Indian fast bowling could cause some difficulty. They've picked up some wickets. It's interesting. It's still very much a game that either team could win, and that's why we watch these games, because we want close finishes. I think the markets have slightly overreacted to that last over, pushing England to strong favourites, but that's just a personal opinion.
There's not a great deal of batting to come after one of these two go, is there?
Not a great deal, but there's I mean, this is it. I think the match situation is the fact that whilst there isn't a great deal, the batsmen coming in are capable of getting this kind of run rate in an ODI from this far out anyway, and if these two can bat through till 40, I definitely, obviously the bookies would have had us massive favourites by then, but
I mean, they only need 106 runs
exactly, with 19 overs to go.
Yeah. Well, we're having a drinks break presumably, because there's some long gaps between the last over and this one.
Keep finding a way not to play cricket again, as someone of this parish often says.
Well, they are entitled to a drinks break, although they tend, what's the joke is when they have they bring the drinks out when a wicket falls, and then they all have a huddle and have a drink, and then a wicket falls next ball, and then they outcome with the drinks again. No wonder they have to keep running off for toilet breaks if that's the case.
Daniel Keppel is with us. Said, "Come on, England, sensible and calm to victory. Nicely balanced game right now."
It is. It's a well balanced game, and either team still have the chance of taking it by the scruff of the neck. England, I think, slightest of favourites at the moment, but a wicket will absolutely change that dramatically.
Indeed, and looking at GPL, the only way anyone can win, I think, is if England lose.
Yeah, they were all quite short, weren't they?
Yeah, they were all quite short, except for Nuno. Well, Nuno 82 was short.
Krunal starts a new over to Moeen, who goes back into his crease and plays it back to the bowler. No run.
But he had 6-3-1, so if England fell 3 short, which would be an absolutely cracking game, Nuno 82 would win. Hombre Nuevo had 5-8-7, so England would have to lose by 60 odd runs.
Krunal bowls again and onto the back foot again. Moeen turning this through the vacant mid-wicket region and picks up a single. So 19 overs before the start of this one, and England now need 105 runs to win, which doesn't sound like very much, but the 5 wickets down is the bit that's going to cause England some nerves.
Yep.
There's a thing about having white ball squads as well, as Krunal is in again this time to Billings, who goes back and carves this out to a long off for a single. If you have white ball squads who are travelling the world just playing white ball cricket, the batsmen at the lower end of the order are unlikely to get many innings at all.
Yep.
And it's hard to remain in form, even if you say, well, you look at them and you say their record's not bad, but they don't bat all that much. Again, Moeen goes back and tickles this round the corner to deep backward square for a single. So 3 singles off 4 balls of this over, which is what we're suggesting England ought to do. As I say, they don't get a lot of batting, so
not in the middle, they get a lot in the nets.
A critical situation, they don't have a lot, a track record behind them, a recent track record. As again, back this time Billings, and walks a single as he pushes it through the offside. 216 for 5.
Totally the right thing to do. Required rate is still below 6, which is
yes. Nice. And this time Moeen does come forward, plays it on the bounce back to the bowler, who politely collides with a non-striker. No hint of an issue there. At the end of 32 overs, to England 216 for 5. Billings has 18 and Moeen 21.
Well, I've got news on Shreyas Iyer. He's got a partial dislocation of his left shoulder and has been taken for a scan.
That'll be him for the ODIs then. It's almost like England and India have completely opposite styles here, isn't it? England decide to go, right, we're going to go really hard at the start. We're going to get ahead of the rate, and then hopefully we'll stagger across the line. Whereas India kind of go, okay, we'll just chill, and then we'll keep it all in the hutch and then go late.
Well, the great exponents of that theory were Pakistan when they won the 1992 World Cup, who just plodded along at seemingly 3 runs and over, and then went berserk in the last 12 overs and were posting big totals. But they didn't seem to have any urgency at all early up. I mean, this morning, at the very start, India started slowly and England bowled reasonably well. But they still had plenty in reserve. Had they not had that dip, they could have been looking at 340 plus.
Yeah, well, at one point they were, weren't they?
Prasid is back into the attack. I think India believe that they need a wicket, but the first ball not only doesn't bring them the wicket, it's not even technically a ball because it's a wide.
Well, yay! We'll give him a jingle. Where is he? There he is.
When he was just a kid, Bangladeshi put on the skid, KKR put in a bid. Everybody wants a bit of Prasid.
And there you go.
What do we go? That's a ball outside the off stump, and it's pushed straight to Virat Kohli at short extra cover, and the return of Prasid has taken a wicket with his first legal delivery. Chris Silverwood looking glum because that was what England did not want to see, we were just saying, and a wicket has fallen.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
Well, that was quite a tame way to get out, really, wasn't it? I mean, it was a wafty.
It wasn't looking for a big shot, but he played it uppishly and found the only man sort of short on the offside, and even more unlucky, Kohli actually held on to a catch, which is quite unusual in this game and beyond. But the 6th wicket has fallen, and that puts it, well, I would say, back in India's favour.
It would indeed. Next man out, I presume, is going to be Demon Child, isn't it?
You'd have thought so.
We'll give him a jingle.
Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
Well, we're assuming it's Sam Curran. Probably a little, maybe one place high in the order, would you have thought? At 8?
Yeah, ideally they'd like him at 9. And I imagine if Wokes is in the... possibly. Is Wokes is half decent
Wokes
ODI
is a much better player than his figures suggest.
I know.
Unfortunately, he's had some good scores. He's got Test match hundreds, but somehow or other he's not quite. He's never, to my memory, had the big scores at ODI level. But then again, I don't remember ODI, so that's not surprising. Sam Curran's ODI career is not impressive from a figures point of view, as his first ball to him is on his hip and it's turned through forward square leg for a single to bring Moeen back on strike. A lot of pressure and responsibility now on Moeen as certainly the senior batsman to make sure that he's there at the end, really.
Didn't Chris Wokes, didn't he open or come in at number 3 against the West Indies in the World Cup? Down at Southampton. I mean, he definitely came in the top 2 or 3. He might have opened even. I think Jason Roy got injured.
Was that the game at Durham?
No. It was down at Southampton because I was there.
Ah, right.
And I remember him coming out. And I think it was the game that Jason Roy got injured before we had Vince in for a while.
Yep. This next ball is, well, fended rather than edged down to third man by Moeen. He walks a single. As I'm saying, Moeen is... Well, Jason Hiscox has let us know that Wokes got 95 not out to tie a game versus Sri Lanka England should have lost. So that's Jason's memory and or Cricinfo helping us out there. Thank you.
What was the game in the World Cup? Come on, someone look through the games of the World Cup.
Did you just hear that? Against Sri Lanka. 95 not out. Was that the World Cup game or... No, that's not
the World Cup game. There was a World Cup game. I'm pretty certain it was the West Indies because we hammered them.
Proceeding. And again, this should be run out and he's missed. Oh dear, it was just prodded down and they set off for a suicidal single. Curran was never going to get there. All he needed to do was lob it in and hit the stumps. The keeper had no chance of getting up to the stumps. It had to hit and it missed and he would have been out by 5 yards. It was...
No, it was Moeen. It was the other end. Oh. Shubman Gill threw it at the end that Moeen was going to. Keeper's end. And Moeen was not even in the picture, really, was he? But he banged it into the ground too hard. I think it was on target. It bounced over the stumps.
Well, that is not good cricket on a number of levels. As Moeen faces up to Prasid, it's a shorter ball which he just fends down into the offside. It's easy to say you need to find cool heads, but it's harder when you're out there to actually switch off, reset, and have a look at the situation as it is, rather than what it was 5 overs ago, or what it will be in 5 overs time. Just
Absolutely.
Play the situation.
And the situation just means jabbing it around for singles, man.
Jason tells us again, Wokes was at 3, did come in at 3 in the World Cup when Roy was injured, scored 40 odd if I recall correctly. This is stroked through the offside by Moeen. It's beautifully timed, but it only brings him a single and keeps him the strike, which is probably no bad thing. At the end of the 33rd over, England 221 for 6 need another 97 runs to win.
John Batham, in replying to me about England being brainless, he says they're still being brainless. It's one thing for India to beat us, but don't throw the game away like this.
It's a little bit... I mean, who's he referring to? Billings?
Like just England in general.
Well, you do need to...
a bit of game
quantify that a little bit more.
A bit of game management is what was needed.
Well, I think that's been fine since the wicket before Billings fell. I think Billings and Moeen batted quite sensibly.
Butler was quite, Butler might consider himself quite unlucky to be given out on the field.
Plenty of the ball was hitting the stumps.
Yes, exactly.
I don't think you consider yourself unlucky, but...
Well, in the sense that all of us looking from
was retained.
Yeah, but all of us looking from off the field, maybe with a little bit of bias, but it looked like it was angling down leg side. I guess the umpire sees it different, and England, he wouldn't have been out that first ball. I don't know. I'm not making excuses for it, but
Krunal bowling to Moeen, who tucks this into the leg side, walks a single, and while we want when I say we, I mean, while England supporters want Moeen to take as much as the strike as possible, there need to be actual runs for him to get down the other end rather than just suicidal ones. So hopefully that's got it out of their system. Krunal will be bowling to Sam Curran. We saw his ODI record, and Curran, it's not impressive as a batsman, but he does have some talent as he defends this one quite comfortably to extra cover, no run. Nelson time for England, 222 for 6. Those of you of a superstitious bent may want to take whatever action you feel necessary.
222.
As this is nicely played off the back foot by Curran, but he finds the fielder at backward point, so no chance of a run. I'm wondering when the Curran kids were playing in their back garden, whether they imagined batting together for England in an ODI and winning the game. Probably they did. It might still happen.
Maybe they were thinking about playing for South Africa, Fred.
Zimbabwe,
sorry. Okay.
But I think they were born in England, were they not? As this is turned into the leg side by Curran, but again can't beat the inner ring, which is basically Virat Kohli standing at short mid wicket.
No, I think one might have been. I don't think the other was. There's a third Curran, isn't there?
Yes, there is. As this next ball is defended by Curran back to the bowler. 96 runs needed off 97 deliveries. That's about one a ball, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Approximately. There's Krunal's in again, and this time Curran finds a gap in the leg side, but it's just a single. The end of the over, 2, 2, 3, 4, 6. Curran has 3, Moeen 24. Nestlers.
Jay Grover's joined us. Just
Hi,
got
Jay.
off working for 12 hours. Let's check the cricket. Hang on, someone is trying to sell me Huel. Hang on, Billings is out. Bother.
Yeah. It wasn't a great shot. You can see what he was trying to do, but he mistimed it. I mean, you can't.
Hello, Jay.
You can't always put it down to poor shots as well. Maybe you've got to say good bowling at times as well.
Yeah, if you get out to a badly selected shot, I don't think that was a badly selected shot. It was just misplayed, and he went straight to the fielder. It was not like he tried to hit him out of the ground and was, got an edge and caught behind. England still comfortably ahead of the run rate, but of course India had a big surge towards the end of their innings to take them to 317. But a runner ball needed, 4 wickets in hand, 16 overs to go. It's close, but I make India slight favourites. Prasid, who has 3 for 51 off 7, will be bowling to Sam Curran. There's some discussion about the field. We've got a deep cut. Anyway, Prasid is in, and a shorter ball is defended into the leg side by Curran. The bowler himself fields no run. Jason Hiscox tells us that they were born in Northampton, the Curran boys.
Oh right, okay, fair enough. Both of them born in. Did they move back then? Because they both got.
Well, no. Kevin Curran played in England for most of his career. Their dad. A time of turmoil in his native land.
Yeah.
As Prasid is into Sam Curran. Full ball is driven back sweetly, but the bowler does get a hand on it and stops it. It only goes a yard or two behind him. So another dot ball.
They're not related to the Kevin Curran, the tennis player, are they?
No, I don't believe so.
Kevin Curran, the cricket player.
The cricketer, yeah. Played for Gloucestershire for many years, if I recall correctly, which is not always the case. Memory gets more and more fallible as the years go by. Prasid is again and turned off his hip by Curran out to deep mid wicket for a single. So it's singles and dots at the moment, but that's not terminal for England's cause.
No, I guess, if they could get down to the last 5 overs of crying 40 runs.
Well,
they fancy him. Well, they haven't got the wickets in hand, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's all about the wickets at this point. I think if England don't lose any more wickets, they win the game. If they lose 1 wicket, they probably also win the game. If they lose more than that,
they probably don't.
Probably not. As Moeen faces up to a shorter ball, which he sort of he flinches at rather than ducks, and it goes past him at some speed.
Kevin Curran, the tennis player, is now an American.
What was he before?
South Africa.
South Africa.
Right.
He was in a final, wasn't he? Wimbledon final.
He was.
Was he a big serving left-hander?
Right-hander.
Oh.
But he was a big server, wasn't he? He was
Grass court player, serve and volleyer.
Proper tennis.
Proper tennis. Who did he lose to? McEnroe or someone like that, wasn't it? It was around that era, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was Wimbledon Open. He lost to Becker in the 85 final at Wimbledon.
And this is just tucked into the leg side by Moeen. They've taken one, they think of two, but there are not two there. So this has been a tidy over, but as far as England are concerned, it's so far wicketless. Sam Curran will face the last ball of it. Gloucestershire and Northants, Kevin Curran played for. They were a strong team in the late 80s, early 90s. Well, strong in one-day cricket. They've still never won the county championship, Gloucestershire. Considering they've been playing it for 140 years, is some achievement. Even by accident, you'd think they'd picked up one.
I was going to say the odds favour that.
This last ball of the over is turned down to long leg by Curran for a single. 35 overs have gone 2-2-6 for 6.
Jay tells us that all three Currans could have qualified for Ireland. That would have been excellent. And he also says, hello Sean. Hello Jay. I hope you're well, sir.
It's a love-in on the Twitter fest.
Well, there is, yeah.
What time is this game? How many overs have we got? 14 overs to go. It's 3:30. Time do you reckon?
3:18.
Well, 3:25. Yeah, it was roughly 3:30.
Mark Zip is leaving us as he's about to hop on a Zoom walking tour called London Rocks. My friend Sophie, who is a proper blue badged guide, is experimenting on me for my birthday. Can't wait. Is it your birthday today, Mark? If it is, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mark.
Not sure you want to be experimented on. 92 runs from 15 overs is the target, and if England do get them, Moeen and Sam Curran are going to have to get most of them, you would have thought.
Yeah, Moeen's going to have to get a sizable score. He's looking okay. I don't want to, touch wood.
Better's out there. Bears just said Moeen's looking okay. You know what to do.
Over under.
Well, I mean, in the sense that we're all being a bit down on him. He's hardly played any cricket. He seems to have been mucked around. He's been on a lot of tour and not really done much, and then come home at the wrong time and blah 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 blah. I'd like to see him do well. He's a classy batsman when he gets going. Can hit a long
We've got
ball.
to change of bowling.
We do indeed.
Talking of classy players, the class in this attack is back into it, and we'll chin him up after his first ball, which is full and straight and defended by Sam Curran.
It's this man.
He got 10 dogger for naught, a better bat than we thought. He got Booby Kuma's eyes.
Yeah, his 5 overs have only gone for 17. In the context of the carnage that went on early in the innings, his 4 overs, none for 13 was a tremendous achievement. Gives you some idea of how many the other bowlers were going for. This next ball is again a very straight, well-directed ball and defended by Sam Curran.
How old's Booby now? Is he 30 yet?
He's not young.
Been around for a while, it seems.
He is 31 years and 46 days, approximately. If I were Tony, I'd say I think he's 31 years and 46 days. When he pulls out a statistic, he tends to think it. 226 for 6. 92 off 88. Still, the run rate is not a major problem, as the next ball is defended by Sam Curran to a short extra cover, no run.
Yep, just keep rotating the singles. Try not to lose a wicket for another 7, 8, 9 overs if you want to lose any at all. And England should be in a pretty good position at that point, I hope.
You haven't got money on this game, have you, Bear?
I haven't. I lost the first full of the first wicket, and I haven't bothered since then.
So Curran looks behind him. Don't know whether the keeper had a word as the bowler was running in, but Boovy's in again, and it's short and it's whacked out to mid-wicket. So much for not playing big shots. And it's one bounce and across the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, he picked the right ball to do it to, didn't it? It was short,
It was a
sat
shorter
up.
ball. It did sit up. I'm wondering whether that's the slower short ball followed by the quicker short ball, which you then hit straight up in the air. So it was the West Indies fast bowlers were fond of that in years gone by. But,
Yeah, he's not express pace though, Boovy, is he?
he's sharp. He's in again. It's back to a good line on off stump and back to a defensive shot from Curran.
First boundary in 31 balls, 6 overs.
Wow.
It's all right though.
It's all right.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. It would be a problem if they weren't scoring singles, which they actually aren't at the moment. But they need to keep scoring runs even when not playing big shots. I know it's a lot to ask. It sounds simple, but it's not quite when you're up against a fearsome bowling attack. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in again. And this is pushed into the leg side, up to long on. A single is taken by Curran. He's kept the strike. The end of the 36th over, 231 for 6. Another 87 runs needed to win.
Jay asked me, have I got a thing hoodie on, Nestlers? Yes, I have. And he says mint. Jay says, just thought I'd check in. I need to go and finish some stuff off. Nice to see you all peachy. If I don't speak to you previous, have a happy Easter.
Why? Thanks.
When's Easter?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah. The kids.
Good Friday is 10 days away or 11 days away, whatever it is.
Kids break up this weekend. I know that much. I mean, they've been at home virtual term and they go back for about 4 weeks and they're now on holiday again. It's like, damn.
We've got another change of bowling. Is that who's coming on to bowl? It's Krunal Pandya is coming back. It seems like he was only on just a minute ago, but he's back into the attack.
Yeah, jingle that goes like this.
If Krunal Pandya directed a Star Wars movie, would it be any good?
I don't know how that jingle made it here, but
well, they are seemingly only going to use 5 bowlers, India. So he will probably bowl out. He has 2 left as this is turned through mid-wicket, through squarish mid-wicket by Sam Curran for single, brings Moeen into strike. It may be sort of saying to the batsman, Kohli may be saying, well, this is the last 2 overs from Krunal. Maybe you have to go, you have to take a risk against him and try and get as many as you can off his last couple of overs, but and try and get them to hit balls that he wouldn't otherwise do. This next ball is straight and defended by Moeen.
Well, yeah, I mean, the other point is, if you do get a bad ball, you've still got to try and attempt to hit it out of the park, haven't you, or along the ground for the boundary for 4. You can still get that wrong. You
can. Krunal in again. Shorter, and Moeen should have done more with that. He goes back to cut and under edges it into the ground. It goes almost nowhere. The bowler fields.
Yeah, feeling missed out there. That was short and wide, and should have cut it out at least to the man on the fence.
You would have thought a single was the very least that ball deserved.
Yep.
But it wasn't to be. Reset your head, Moeen. There's another ball to face. And he's taken a step down the wicket and he's on-driven that. He's timed it sweetly between the stumps and the long-on fielder and into the boundary for 4.
That went like a tracer bullet.
That's the perfect shot, really, because there's very little risk involved. He's got right to the pitch of the ball. He's hit it along the ground and he's timed it well. He's picked up a boundary. Pandya in again. He's held that back a little bit and Moeen spotted it late, but didn't try a big shot and defended it back to the bowler. That's good thinking from Krunal after you've been hit for 4. Instead of chucking one in quicker, actually hold one back a bit. This time Moeen drops it into the leg side, sets off for the first, sets off for the only one quickly, and there is a shy at the stumps. I think the bowler took the bails off, but there's no suggestion of sending it upstairs. That's the end of the 37th over, 237 for 6.
Let's have a look. What have we got? Oh, I said the collapse was on, says Jersey Oak. Well, yes, such is your thing. England need to score some quick runs. That would include a few more maximums, says George McPherson.
I'm not sure they do.
I don't think they do need to score quick runs. That's the thing, yeah.
Can anyone check
they're
back?
a bonus.
Can anyone check back when England scored 5-17 for 1, or whether Jersey Oak was tweeting in at the time saying we're doomed, doomed?
Probably.
81 runs needed from 78 balls. So the run rate is still very much within the bounds of not difficulty, but it's the wickets that England have to worry about. They're 6 down at the moment. And this next over is... he's brought a wicket first ball. It went across Moeen. He fended at it. He's got a feather through to the keeper, and the big wicket has been taken by India. It's a bit harsh. That ball got up a little bit more than he thought. A little bit more effort from the bowler. Caught the shoulder of the bat. Through to the keeper's hands. Good bowling. Moeen is gone. And with that, England's chances?
Yeah, well, we said they could afford to lose one more wicket, but we didn't want to lose it in the 37th over. This will be the case through to the end. And they can still scrap it out till the end. That's the thing from here, if they can not get out. That was a very good ball, has to be said, as you said. It pitched it a little bit shorter. It's going across him. Had
bit
to
more
play
effort,
it.
bit more bounce.
Yeah, it was chest high, and he had to fend at it. And
well, this Northampton back garden game that I was talking about from maybe 17 years ago when the Curran brothers were playing in it, it may have come to pass, because they'll be batting together now to try and win a game for England.
They will indeed. Let's give them a jingle.
Against the odds.
He's not South African, the lad Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more. Of the lad Tom Curran, the lad Tom Curran.
Well, we're seeing some odd machinations from both batsman and bowler. Tom Curran was shadow boxing there with the bat in his hand, as if he was about to get in the ring with Barry McGuigan. And then Bhuvi Kumar was sitting on the floor, scraping his studs together, trying to get some mud out of them. Anyway, he'll be in now to the new batsman, Tom Curran. It's a very full ball, and he digs it out, gets enough of the bat on it. A dot ball. I think Moeen was got out there. It's a good bit of bowling. You have to remember, Bhuvi Kumar is a very skillful bowler. And, he's going across the left hand. He's got a little bit of extra bounce. Moeen wasn't trying anything dramatic. He was maybe trying to play it down to third man, but he got an outside edge. An easy catch for the keeper.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Thank you. This is edged, but wide of the slip that's been put in. The third man is pretty fine, so he prevents a boundary. Tom Curran gets off the mark with a genuine edge. And the camera looks at Kohli, because that's what the camera does.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I completely forgotten what it was. God damn it!
It was a brilliant insight.
Yeah,
I know that.
It was a stunning insight, Fred, but I can't remember what it was.
Well, Tom Curran, he bowled well at the start of the India innings. He took a bit of tap and he came back later on. And he's very much... he's not a core part of this England white ball squad, but it's an opportunity for him. That's how he ought to be looking at it, to make a name for himself with some strong batting from the number 9 position. As Bhuvi comes into bowl to his younger brother Sam. It's a full ball, and the bat does get down on it. It goes behind square on the leg side for a single. You see how energised India are by that wicket. You've got people chasing after that ball from all over who have no right to be chasing a ball that's gone to backward square leg. But people love running around when the odds are slightly in their favour. 239 now for 7.
I remember what it was now, but I mean, Bhuvi's been the stick that they've been beating us with in the last few games. I mean, in those past T20s that have just gone by, he was a standout bowler for India.
He's in again. It's full and straight, and it's driven to mid-off. It's driven very well, so they have no time for a single.
He was really hard to get away. I mean, when you've only got 20 overs, you can't afford to lose 2 overs in the power play at the top, and invariably he bowled in-swingers, out-swingers. The ball moved for him more than it seemed to be for anyone else.
Well, he's still got 3 overs after this. He's got 1 ball to complete this over. Figures of 1 for 24. Easily the most economical of the Indian bowlers today. As he's up to the wicket now to complete the over, and Tom Curran defends it back to the bowler. The end of a successful over for India. They got the important wicket of Moeen Ali. England end it on 239 for 7 off 38.
Jersey Oki just confirms in the next tweet with "We're doomed."
It's looking that
That's some
way.
new material, mate.
Doomed is on the horizon. It's still not. It's still within the possibilities of you know.
Do you want to know what the bookmakers say?
Yeah, go on.
Where is it? It's not loading for some reason. Oh, I'll tell you in a minute if it ever does load.
I can tell you what my preferred bookmaker's saying.
Oh, Betfair's down.
Betfair's down.
The whole site's down.
Oh, there you go.
Anyway, start of a new over, and down the wicket comes Sammy Curran. He's hit this high. How deep has it gone? Not deep enough. It's straight into the hands of Shubman Gill, running in from the long off boundary, and England's last chance has gone. Curran has fallen.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I'm not happy, Bunny.
No.
Well, it's what I was suggesting a couple of overs ago. The batsmen feel they need to take advantage of Crunell's last couple of overs. And Sam Curran is a clean sweep striker of the ball, and somebody has to get these runs if England are to win it.
Yeah,
So,
true.
I'm not sure that it's automatically the wrong option. Obviously, the execution was poor, but the thinking is not necessarily poor in that instance.
I know it's a one-day game, but I mean, if you back yourself to go deep, and you know you're not in a position to really chase the game at this point. You've really got to take it deep and into the 47th, 48th, 49th over, and you give yourself a chance because the run rate, as you say, isn't that high. So even if you went at
the
4
runs have
and
to be
over,
got though.
yeah, they do. But even if you had to say, you know, if you had 32 off the last 2.3 overs, you're still in with a chance. You know.
You are. They're looking at the bowlers who have bowled, and as you say, Bhuvi's got 3 left. This is the last one from Krunal Pandya, who's been going at well over 6 and over. And you're thinking, well, we have to make the most of this last over and score some runs off it. As it happens, he got the execution wrong. As a new batsman come in, we'll jingle him up shortly, and he's off the mark. No, he's not. Tom Curran was on strike, and he takes a single off that first ball. Now the new batsman's coming for strike.
Yes, and it's this man.
Adel Rashid on the 45. 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 Adel can turn it both ways. Adel can turn it. Adel can turn it both ways. Adel can turn it. Adel can turn it both ways. Adel can turn it on the 45.
Well, he turns that one to the man on the 45 and thinks of a single, but there wasn't even half a run there, and he's sent back by his senior partner, Tom Curran. Krunal bowls again, and Rashid drives this. Doesn't really time it. The bowler fields, no run.
Our listeners will be pleased to know that if England do stay in, that we might get a Hendo Rant coming up.
Yeah.
Something to look forward to as Krunal bowls outside the off stump. Rashid plonks his front pad down the wicket and lets it go past the outside edge, or rather past his bat into the keeper's gloves. 1 ball left of this 39th over and the last of Krunel's allocation. He's in to Rashid. He's prodded this into the offside, sets off for a single which isn't there, goes back. At the end of the over, 39 have gone. England are 240 for 8. Rashid yet to get off the mark, and Tom Curran on 2.
And we have no more messages coming through at the moment. People have either given up on this game or have all fallen asleep.
Well, everyone's screaming at the telly, aren't they? I mean,
or they're waiting for Hendo to come on.
Well, he's on in 1 over's time if it gets that far. So you'll have an opportunity to listen to Hendo, which
Vent
is always
with
fun
Hendo.
when England are losing. It's a little bit of gratification for England fans, even if the result of the game hasn't gone their way. 240 for 8. They were 175 for 3 at one point. So 5 wickets have fallen for 65 runs, which is where this game has been won and lost. Boovey bowls a new over to Tom Curran, who gets a streaky outside edge down to third man for a single. As we're looking at highlights of Roy and Bairstow's partnership with 135 off 89 balls. Seems a long time ago now.
Yeah, they got off to an absolute flyer, and it should have been plain sailing from there. This is sometimes where this bloody fearless cricket that Owen Morgan plays just falls over. I mean, there was no need to play fearless cricket from where they were, you know.
Well, they only got into that position because of the fearless cricket.
Well, yeah, well, I haven't got into that position. And you know, as you say, it's, there's another wicket.
Is this edged and caught behind? You might not get onto here. Hendo will bring him on anyway as Rashid departs for a duck. A full ball outside the off stump. He's edged it into the keeper's hands. The 9th wicket is down.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
That was another decent ball.
A very muted celebration from Boovey, as if it's absolutely the most expected thing in the world for him to get Rashid to outside edge it to the keeper, and I think he may not be wrong there.
Well, I mean, he's Boovey Kumar, and that's Adil Rashid who hardly ever gets to bat, although he is a decent bat, as you say. I mean, the chance of Adil Rashid batting, how many times do you see him bat? Not very often.
Is the GPL in play? Bear?
Well, absolutely, it probably is now. Let's have a look. So how many did they get? 317, and what are we on?
240?
241. So that's
it's
what,
558 at the minute.
We've just gone past Nestle Boy. Nestle Boy has 568 and 574.
He's in the hunt for a payday.
Right, what are they on at the moment? What's the score?
The total is 558.
So we've just gone past one of your picks. 565 and 568 are in play, and 574.
They're mine.
The new batsman is Mark Wood, and he faces up to Boovey Kumar and plays this one quite comfortably.
Should we play his centaur jingle? What the hell?
Horses for courses, remorses for divorces, just horsing around the cricket ground needs to be the centaur of attention. Can't see the woods for the ones.
Kumar in again, and Wood plays this quite well actually, down to third man for a single. Is that a new jingle?
Yeah, it's some in-joke on Twitter last night about the T-shirt. The Mark Wood T-shirt, he actually looks like a centaur. It looks like Hendo is in position to rant. Vent
Do you want
with
to take
Hendo.
over now, just in case it doesn't get to the 40th over?
I could sort of warm up, couldn't I? It's never over until the fat bloke's spoken about how shit England have been.
I'll leave you to it then. Take over, Hendo.
242 for 9. Yeah, this happened to me in a T20 that I didn't get on for my final 5 overs because England were slapped. Anyway, here is Boovey Kumar coming in to bowl the 5th ball of the 40th over. This is guided down to third man by Mark Wood, and why Mark Wood is even out there is bordering on. I'm not going to make this, there are far worse tragedies going on in the world, but this is a scandalously awful performance from England. From 135 for no wicket of 89 balls, you are then bowled out for 240 odd.
Yeah, it's pretty poor.
It's absolutely unforgivable, really, in a sporting context. It really is. Brilliant batting from Bairstow to start with. He didn't need to throw his wicket away. Surely the point, as this is defended up to mid-on, surely the point about fearless cricket when you're if you're playing fearless cricket that gets you into a position where you then only need 6 and over to win for the next 30 overs, you realise that and you play accordingly. That is game management. This is the phrase that we hear all the time. And that is game management. You don't throw away your wicket by bunting it to deep mid-wicket. You don't then try and hook a ball that's almost above your head and get caught behind. You don't throw the ball up to long on like Sam Curran just did. Even with wickets, only 4 or 5 wickets in hand, England should still have won this. It's been utterly pathetic One of their worst performances, and really, the pressure go to town on them on this. It's just not good enough. It really isn't. You shouldn't be exposing. You've got injuries. You've had a problem with Sam Billings. He's coming in at 6. Why were Morgan and Bairstow, having got England into that fantastic position, and Morgan even having benefited from a drop early on from Kohli of all people, why did you not then protect those batsmen coming further down the order? You don't expect these batsmen to have to do it. That said, they should still have done it. Kuldeep continues, bowls to Wood. There's a rather cross-batted swipe at this one, a full ball. Mohammad Siraj, who is on as a substitute fielder. There have been quite a few injuries today in both teams. You just don't throw it away from that position. Okay, play fearless cricket, as this is swiped through mid-wicket, or a little bit straighter than that, out to long on. Did they actually take a single then?
I think he hit it too well.
They hit it to long on and didn't take a single. Tom Curran on 4 from 9 balls thinks he can do this on his own. 75 required on 58 balls. Well, it's nice to see someone actually taking some responsibility, because England have left that to the next man generally today, and it's been pitiful. Curran waits, called him over the wicket, and he swipes this, looking for that gap. Has he found it? He's found it pretty well, actually. Drops short of the boundary, but it's still going to go away for 4. Curran hasn't given it up. England 247 for 9.
3, 4.
That's where he was looking to play the last one, I think.
Trying to find in his arc, that's where he hits the ball generally.
Yeah, and I mean, all these guys can bat. Even Mark Wood, to a certain extent, has got a test 50. He's not the worst by any stretch of the imagination. Kuldeep in again outside the off stump. Again, a rather cross-batted swipe aimed by Curran, and goes straight to extra cover. There is no run. I mean, I think also, when you consider that England have gone down in the T20s, they've gone down in the tests, it would give them all a fillip to actually, get ahead in this short series. This is tucked away through square leg. They'll pick up a single. Wood will face one ball. It would give everyone a fillip to have got underway with a win, although we look back at those 2 previous series and know that England got off to a good start in those. Maybe they're just trying to reverse it. They think, hang on, we won't win this one. It's too easy. We'll come back from 1-0 down. That could be it. Round the wicket now to Wood. And Wood is beaten by that one outside the off stump, but it doesn't turn enough to take the off stump. At the end of the over, it's 248 for 9. 9 overs to go, and England need, what do they need? 67, 77? Something like that. Ain't going to happen.
If the wicket falls now, Nestle Boy wins the GPL.
Well, that would just be a perfect day for England. I'm not even that annoyed about this. I just think it's pathetic, pathetic cricket, really. Pitiful cricket. Almost feel sorry for them for being so rank. 70 required of 54
I feel sorry
balls. For who?
Johnny Bairstow. I mean, Johnny Bairstow is going to be spitting feathers.
Well, I feel sorry for him to. No, but he should have gone on and won the game. He's smashed 94 off 60 balls. You don't then just smash another ball when you only need 5.5 and over to win. You don't give a catch to deep mid-wicket. There's got to be some responsibility taken by these people. It's a bit like the English government, isn't it? Tucked away into the mid-on area. It's chased by Bhuvi Kumar, thinking about coming back for a second, but Tom Curran, or rather Wood, has said no. Tom Curran wanted to get back there. He didn't really want to expose Wood to Bhuvi Kumar, who has now 2 for 28 from 8.1 overs.
It's all very well getting anti-conservative government, Hendo, but you're broadcasting to not Fred's inherited audience.
Well, some of them. I mean, I would hope that most of the people would have gone. Most of the Not Fred fans have probably gone away by now. They probably only listen for Not Fred. Outside the off stump, dribbles through on the second bounce to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run.
Nestle Boy is not happy.
Why is he not happy? Oh, because that run.
The GPL has taken him. He's taken him out of the GPL.
No, he's still got the next one. He's got 5, 6, 8 as well. So another 2 runs.
He's I don't know why he's upset then.
And then he also has 5, 7, 4. So he's got a couple of chances.
Boovie into Wood, gets right in behind it. That's a perfectly acceptable defensive shot towards extra cover. There is no run. And really, I mean, look, you only have to look at the figures of the Indian bowlers. Pradesh, for example, who had bowled 3 overs, none for 38. Probably won't bowl again today. He's got 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 54. A spell of 3 for 16 off his next 5 overs when he was brought back. Look at those wickets falling: 135, 137, 169, 175, 176. So 2 lots of 2 wickets fell within 3 runs of each other. Full and squeezed out behind square by Wood down to long leg. They'll take the single with 1 ball, is it, or 2 balls remaining in this over. And England's 250 comes up. Not too many people, even in their dugout, applauding that. And they're 68 runs behind.
They're all just a bit stony-faced now, aren't they?
Well, I'm not surprised. They've been stony-faced for a while, to be honest. But it's just been a complacent... having got off to that start, it's just been a complacent innings from England, I think. They thought they were going to do it easily, having got off to that start. Boovie in again. Oh, Curran aims a big heave at this and is hits all over it. It bounces over the middle stump and through to the keeper. Have we got any tweets? Anyone else getting angry?
Oh yeah, lots of people here. What the nice one is Hair of the Dog. Thanks for your excellent balanced commentary on the ODI. England's performance and strategy are hard to understand, even accepting that India has a good team. That's the most clement of them all. Josie looking forward to the angry Hendo. Venkatesh suggesting that the BCCI perhaps change the pitch halfway through the game.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. He's given himself a bit of room there. He wanted the single. He wanted to keep the strike. He's done it quite well. Pushed it out to deep cover. And England 251 for 9. They need 67 off 8 overs. They have 1 wicket in hand. If they had 4 wickets in hand, you'd say they were going to do this. But with only 1 wicket in hand, it's not going to happen, is it?
Jeff Perkins, it's never over until Hendo has ranted. Leah, what's it with this sensible blocking by Wood? Death or glory? Swing at everything time. Messages. What this game was missing was a decent Hendo rant, so he's pleased that things have worked out this way. Grand Theft Auto says, if Tom Curran wins it for England from here, I take back all the comments about him being an average all-rounder who has been worked out. If
indeed.
He's farming the strike though, isn't he? He's saying to Mark Wood, I scored 46 not out once. I can do this.
Well, he's not a bad cricketer at all, Tom Curran. He's
only in the international sense.
Oh, I don't think he's a bad cricketer. I think he's got strings to his bow, and he's a wholehearted batsman. But England needed a bit more of that wholeheartedness from people up the order. I mean, it seems difficult to criticise a man who's hit 94, but this is going to be out. He's smashed it up in the air. It's going down to third man, and it's going to be taken. And that is the end of one of the most miserable batting performances from England that you wouldn't have guessed at after 10 overs when they were so far ahead of India on the power play that it's hard to believe they've lost this by 66 runs. But 66 runs is what they have lost it by. India take a 1-0 lead. England's winter gets ever more woeful. And well, I don't really have anything more to say about that, apart from I'm probably going to skip off and watch the West Indies v Sri Lanka. I might see some more sensible cricket there.
How about Prasid Krishna though? 4 for 54 on debut, and then having gone 3 overs for 32 in his first spell, he
3 overs for 38. 3 overs for 38.
Of course, it was Krunal Pandya who went 3 overs for 32. He got a wicket as well. He managed to get a consolation wicket, despite not having bowled so well as Sam Curran. But then for him, there was that unbeaten 58. So yet again, India pulling out the debutants and that working out.
Well, it's worked out because England have just been stupid. It's been one of the worst chases I think I've ever seen from England. I've seen a few that have been pathetic, but that is a new level of patheticness. England should have won that at an absolute canter. As it is, they've gone down. They've been bowled out with 8 overs remaining. Love to hear what Owen Morgan's got to say after that. He's got to absolutely chastise himself and the rest of the team, because it's really not good enough. And if they think they are world champions and they can hit 135 off 89 balls, they really need to think a little bit more deeply, don't they? That was just without using obscenities. I think you know what I mean. That was really, really, really dumb.
Good day for Nestle though, winning the GPL.
Has he won?
Yeah, that's something, right?
Has he won?
He has.
Yeah, he's been celebrating on video for a good minute and a half now.
I see messages saying, "Don't say I didn't warn you about Tom Curran being useless." To be fair, you're asking a lot of Tom Curran after what went on above him. To be honest, to be expected to shield the tail and win the game from there is asking a lot.
By the time he came in, he was between a rock and a hard place. So on his batting, you can't really complain too much. His bowling is another matter.
Yeah, I mean, actually, he bowled reasonably well today until late on. I mean, 7 overs for 28 at one point, I think it was. And again, that was another point where England, I suppose they had the game taken away from them a little bit there, but then having got back into it and looked as if they were going to overhaul this target quite easily, they really need to look deep within themselves. They need to go back to their rooms, get in their bubble, sit in their rooms all alone, no television, no reading, and no food.
Have a good strong talk to themselves.
Have a damn good look at themselves in the mirror, and come back on Friday and entertain us a bit more wholeheartedly, I would say.
There's a lovely stat here about debutants from Sanjay Dubey on Twitter.
Yeah.
Because we already knew that Krunal Pandya had scored the fastest one-day international half-century by a debutant, but in fact, with this 4 wickets, Prasid Krishna has broken the Indian national record for best debut bowling figures in a one-day international as well.
Well, I mean, it's an incredible comeback, isn't it? Because it was funny. He actually started well the first couple of overs. We were saying to each other, well, he's got pace. He's making the ball do a little bit. And then suddenly Johnny Bairstow took a fancy to him, played one glorious shot back over his head. And from that moment on, Bairstow just went crazy, and it was fantastic to watch. But when England, lost Roy, and when they lost Ben Stokes early, that was the time when they were so far ahead of the game at that point that they needed to just stop for a moment and think about what they were doing. And it may not be glamorous to then see the game through by winning, and you may want to play the big shot when you're in that kind of mood, but you've got to show a little bit more responsibility. But that's brilliant from Prasid.
Can we find out if you are like Sachin Tendulkar at this point? And this is how. The record that's been broken for best one-day international debut bowling figures for India was previously held by Noel David.
Noel David?
Do you know who that is?
Noel David.
Ever heard of him?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so you are like Sachin Tendulkar, who, when told that he was going to make his debut in 1997 against the West Indies, said, "Noel, who?" Because he hadn't heard of him either.
Well, who is Noel David?
Off-spinning all-rounder from Puducherry and Hyderabad cricketer. He played 4 one-day internationals in the 90s, and 3 for 21 on debut remained his best. And I followed everything in that period of the 90s and have no recollection of this person ever even existing.
No, it's very funny when that happens, isn't it? When someone mentions a player and you think, well, God, I was watching cricket and I was absorbing cricket in that particular era, so why the hell have I never heard of this bloke? I've just looked him up on Wikipedia, an off-spinning all-rounder of middling ability.
That's nice.
That's what the ESP, that's what Cricket Info say about him. Anyway, that's it. England have lost. We've got used to saying that quite a lot during the winter. We normally say that quite a lot during every England winter, to be fair. Congratulations to Nestle boy. Otherwise, we've had pretty good fun. There will be a report up. Gary is doing the review of the match, if you can bear to read it later on. And there'll be 1 or 2 news stories up as well. We'll be back for the second one-day international when the Indians can make it 3-0 in the formats by winning. That's Friday morning at 8 a.m. GMT. By Sunday, it'll be 9 a.m. BST when we bring you the final action of England's tour to India. So it just remains for us, unless we've got a couple of last tweets. Any last tweets of despair or anything like that from anyone?
Nope, they've all gone to sob into their coffee cups.
Quite right too. Have yourself a cup of coffee, Cato, if you fancy it.
Never had one.
Anyway, that's it from us from Guerrilla Cricket Today. We'll be back, as I said, on Friday. Keep watching out for our news section that goes up every day, normally sort of early to late evening. We'll try to keep you entertained with that. Please tell your friends, click on it. Please give us money. Please give us money. We are losing money hand over fist at the moment. If you can possibly find it in your heart to donate to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. If you give us $10 a month, we will put your name on the revolving carousel of greatness, which goes around on our YouTube and Facebook feed, so you will be famous the world over. That's Patreon, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, 1R, 2 Ls. Until Friday, then, it's goodbye from all of us. Thanks to Cato, who's been loaned to us from, those other people. And are you back on Friday, by the way? He's gone. Well, we might as well all go then. We'll see you again on Friday morning. Ta-da!
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas